Hello. Happy Monday. How is everyone? I haven't seen you guys in so long. It's like strange. Unusual amount of time has passed since I last saw you. Thursday, Friday, Saturday, Sunday. We don't usually go 4 days, do we? Like, longest we usually go is like 2. Missed the teacher. Hello, don't worry, I'm back. I had a quite interesting 2 days. So I didn't really inform you guys as to why I was gone last Thursday because I wasn't sure how that whole thing was gonna go. But Friday, I went to a wedding. It was interesting. Let me tell you, just in our brief yap that we were here. Also, hi, I'm Squiiji. In our brief yap while we were here, before I lock in. Oh, so the wedding that we went to on Friday was 3 hours away. We drove there and then had to drive home. It was a dry wedding. Now, I'm not really big, I don't really drink very much. But if I'm gonna be dancing on a dance floor, I need just a little bit. I'm pretty shy. I'm just a little shy as a person, so that was a strange vibe. So we had permission from the bride, who is my sister's childhood best friend, to do shots in the car before we went in. So my sister and I both, my sister did a shot. I made myself a little mixed drink. And then like later in the evening, we were like, oh, I need to go get my jacket from the car. Went back out and got the jacket and then did a little more sippy and then went back. Yeah, that's specifically the language that her friend used, was like, oh yeah, if you want a pregame, that's fine. So goofy, so silly. Also, the wedding, it did rain, which kind of sucked. It was supposed to be an outdoor wedding, so we did have to move it indoors. But it was moved indoors to a beautiful art museum, which, like, art museum? Just for me? I enjoyed that. They had a whole section on printmaking where I got to talk about some block printing. I got to almost pick a fight with somebody because they looked at a piece of, like, abstract, non-objective artwork and was like, oh, I could have made that myself. Oh, yeah, sure. You big punk, are you sure? Are you sure? Are you sure you could have made it yourself? Why did you make it yourself? 80 years ago, you didn't go with it? Oh, if it's that easy, why didn't you do it? They're talking about like a 13 by 20 foot canvas that was pointillism, creating a gradient by optical mixing. Like, no, I don't think I could do that, fellas. Stuff it. So I was like, don't pick a fight at a wedding here about art, but I was like, I cannot stand when people are that way. Just shut up. So yeah, I almost picked a fight over that. I got to see a Jeff Koons piece. I don't know if you guys know who that is. But we got to see the goofy basketball suspended in liquid thing. I don't like that man very much, but crazy to get to see one of his works in person, I will say. Hey, my hair! Also, Mars, thank you for resubscribing. Welcome back, Mars. We have your designed rubric-chan here today. And also Indecisive, thank you for subscribing and Prime and also following. I appreciate it. You only get 1 Prime sub a month, and I'm honored you do it for me. I enjoy getting to rotate. My rubric-chan? Yeah, Mars, your rubric-chan. Gin and Tonic, yours was technically supposed to be next, but it was broken. The image is broken, and I can't, like, there's no image there for some reason. I don't know why. The balloon dog guy. Yeah, the balloon dog guy. I'm not a big fan of that guy, especially, or his work. A lot of it rubs me the wrong way, but I did get to see one in person, which was interesting. They had an Andy Warhol, which, let me tell you, I hate that guy also. I also hate that guy. Don't like him. And the nerve, they had the Andy Warhol directly next to a Keith Haring, and I was like, don't you put them next to each other. Don't you put them next to each other. Don't you put them on the same level. Keith Haring, all the way up here. Andy Warhol, nah, I don't like that man. As a printmaker, I have a lot of feelings about all of that. Also, Louise Nevelson, also, there were a couple interesting ones. Yeah, do separate them. So I had a lot of feelings in that art museum. They also had a really cool exhibition on glass, which was like all glass. Made works, blown glass, and stuff like that, cast glass. That was neat, I was into that. But they also, like 2/3 of the museum was like crusty, dusty realism portraits, and let me tell you, I'm over it. As an art history minor, I'm over it. Realism, what are you adding to it? What are you adding to it? Is it technically impressive? Sure. What are you bringing to the table here? What are you adding that's new? What are you saying with your voice? You're not saying really much. You're just replicating what we can all see. I don't know. I got some strong opinions. That museum brought it out of me. Also, I saw somebody ask about whether or not there was a hotel. No, we did in fact, this is where the story continues, we did in fact drive home afterwards. We left at 8, and our projected time of arrival getting home was supposed to be like 11:10. And then, you know, I was having hot they them tummy issues. Happy Pride also, everyone. Hot they them tummy issues. I needed some Tums. My sister also was starting a migraine and we didn't have any naproxen. So we were like, oh no! So we had to drive into the town, like near where the museum was, to pick up like just like medication. The CVS we tried to stop at was closed. We found a Target that was open. And when we came out of the Target, the mother of all rainstorms had started. Neither of us have an umbrella. The sky was clear when we entered this Target. So we got annihilated with rain as we ran back to the car, feet blistered already, annihilated with rain. And it was like the scariest drive I have ever been a part of in my whole life. My sister drove because she's an expensive car that she won't let me drive. But we were like freaking out. We couldn't see. The entire like radar was like neon red of like that like crazy heavy rain. And it was like, okay, well if you stop and wait, you actually wouldn't get home until like 4 in the morning because the rain will not pass where you're at now in that red area for the next like 4 hours. And I was like, ah! So we drove down a road that was supposed to be 70 at 25 miles an hour and got home at 1 in the morning. It was not a great end to the day, but it was all right. Got some sibling bonding time in, but that was crazy. Drove 6 hours in one day, and after drinking, we were completely sober by the time we left. Don't worry. Do not you worry at all. The last time we had a drink was probably about 5 o'clock when we left at 8. Like, we were good. We were good. Do not worry. I'm a responsible adult. But yeah, so crazy Friday. Happy Pride, Shroomates. Happy Pride! I'll show you, I've got my classic EG Pride meme that I'll open when we go into the Clip Studio Paint. This is my 3rd year posting the same meme, so I'm just glad more people are seeing it now, and I hope people know what I'm referencing with it when I post it. So, well, look at that! And also, with Pride, I have never, this is like just like one of my just strange miscellaneous short anecdotes to give here, which is, I have never in my life attended Pride. I just haven't. I haven't gone to any of them. But mostly that's because I've lived in the middle of nowhere. So I haven't really lived places where there was one super nearby me. This is the first time I've ever lived somewhere where there was one nearby. And wouldn't you know it, I'm gonna be away on vacation when Pride is celebrated where I am now, so I will continue this year not having gone to Pride somehow, which is frustrating. So sad. I would love to go someday, but I just haven't gotten to. The closest to it that I got was when I was in college. They would have like a Pride event that wasn't in June. They would have one in the fall, and they'd have like drag queens on campus and stuff, and that was cool, and I got to go to those, but like, not the same. Not the same. Put the Rick Chan in the forum. Sorry, OG link broke. It's all good. Don't worry, Jin. I appreciate it. We'll scoop your rubric Chan for next week. Don't worry about it. I just want to let you know so that you could re-upload it if possible. Yeah. So sadly, I've not gotten to go. And then my secondary, like, just brief Pride anecdote is that I know that Pride is not inherently easy for everyone. I know that it can be very well tough for a lot of people, and I understand that because it's not the easiest for me either. I have, you know, people who are not out or who don't live somewhere where it's safe to celebrate, or, you know, there's a whole slew of reasons why it may be still a tough kind of month. And, you know, with the general trajectory of how things are going, it's been a strange year already here just in the US of A. So I hope everybody's taking care of themselves and doing well. I know how that goes because I'll tell you a secret, Shroomates. I'll tell you a secret. I talk big game. I talk big game. I'm very big and loud about being the way that I am here, but I don't get, that's because I don't really get to be that way in my daily life. When I teach, I get to be a little bit of it, but I have to keep some parts of myself very under wraps from parts of my family. So I know how that goes. I know that For as much as it's like, oh, well, just come out to your family. Even if it goes poorly, like, you know, live your true life. No. Do not make decisions that keep you safe, because that is more important to some degree. Keep yourself safe, please. Do not be pressured into coming out. I talk big game. You know, me. I'm asexual. I'm non-binary. Probably pan. I used to use the word bi, don't know. But safety first is the way to go, where I have been out to my immediate shroom fam about being not straight since I was a middle schooler. Because I knew they were chill with that stuff, they're accepting of that. I had some aunts who were lesbians who paved the way for me. Mwah, love you girlies. So that was totally fine. But we have to keep all of that completely under wraps from my father's entire side of the family, because one of those beautiful, lovely aunts who I love and adore was completely excommunicated by that side of the family for being a lesbian. So we have to keep that pretty under wraps, unfortunately. And then, secondarily, Shroom fam does not know that I am not cis. My immediate family is unawares because it's not that, like, they understand, let's see how I explain this. They understand being trans. I also had an aunt who was trans also, who thankfully paved the way for that one as well in the family. But they just, like, don't understand things between, I guess. And the stance that I've taken my whole life has been, I would rather they be wrong and use the wrong name and use the wrong pronouns for me because they don't know, than out of deciding not to, because I've watched them decide not to for a lot of other people. So that's the schmoove. Kind of a weird position to be in, but I understand how rough this month can be for a lot of fellas. So for as much as it is, yay, yippee, month of celebration, it can also be a really tough reminder that not everybody has the ability to celebrate this month or can't share it with certain people in their lives. So, Shroomates, no, I'm proud of you. I'm always proud of you. I'm proud of all of you. And this is a place, hopefully, where, you know, I get to share these parts of myself that I don't necessarily always get to share in my real life. And I hope that this can be a place where you guys can do that too, right? Yeah, some conversations aren't worth having with certain people. Exactly. I also, in my master's work, inadvertently, like, adjacently came out to my parents, and it went completely over their heads. So, like, I was like, you know what? Not gonna worry about it. Not gonna worry about it. Whatever. How did that work? My entire master's work was about being non-binary and not, like, just essentially about not being cishet and that experience. And they thought, because I referenced my aunt in one of the works, they thought that it was like me empathizing with her, but like they didn't understand that the show was about me. Like, it went totally over their heads. They figured out none of it. It was perplexing almost. So that was quite interesting, but it turned out okay. Yeah. I come up to like 3 times my parents. Yes, sometimes it doesn't stick, unfortunately, but Shroomates, stay strong. Hopefully there will come a day where everyone can be accepting of it, and you will have the support groups who know you and love you the way that you are, that you can be yourself around totally. But what we have here is a good at least for now. But yeah, that was I just wanted to real quick anecdote that because it's the start of the month. I'm thinking about it. I'm sure you're all thinking about it. It's fresh on the minds. It's always very interesting. Yeah. Oh, didn't have to. Mom started to use the other gender to imagine my future partner, and I was like, oh, that saves trouble. That's funny. That's interesting. But hell yeah. Yippee. I'm sure there's a lot of roommates who are, I know I've collected a lot of ace fellas and a lot of non-binary fellas here, so hello, I see you. Same, shakes your hand in understanding. I got you. But yeah, so we do today need to lock in. We need to lock in for real because I'm ending stream at 6 today. Ending stream at 6. Usual ending time, 2 hour earlier start time. We have 12 designs to get through that I have downloaded and prepared. That might be 2 more than is going to be easily done. Potentially. And despite what it may seem like, I'm doing a really good job of putting the energy on right now. I have cramps like you wouldn't believe right now. It's the first of the month. In classic EG fashion, we start every month with oog, Ouchie. Oof, ow. And it always ends up being a freaking Monday. I don't know why I know why it is. It's essentially a scheduled thing every month. But man, that's so inconvenient that it's always the first Monday. I'm always live on like my oog, ouchie, day 1 and day 2 is Tuesday at least, but ugh. So what can you do? So I'm holding it together as best as I can. Doing my best, but we'll see how much energy I manage to have all the way through. I'll be doing my best. Insane artist is kind of hilarious. Oh, Kenny, was that about the art thing you were saying? Painters paid to make a realistic oil painting for a church, but the church caught fire. Not was destroyed, just damaged. The painter painted the church afterwards and focused on hope and joy. Hey, that's kind of lovely, though. That's kind of interesting. At least uses his schedule. Mine depends on if I have enough blood in my body. Oh my god. I mean, I take medication, which is why mine is on a schedule. Mine arrives exactly as predicted every month, but there's no wiggle room. It's not like I can postpone it or move it. Your body just wanted to remind you you're alive and can indeed still feel pain. I don't need that reminder, actually. I actually don't need that reminder. I'm remembering quite well. I stubbed my toe on like a daily. I'll be okay. I recall. Thank you, body, though. Great reminder. Reminder, also, of this time of month is, hey, reminder, EG, you have anemia. Hey, reminder, don't stand up too quick. You got low blood pressure. Don't stand up too quick. Reminder. Take it easy, okay, if you can't get through them all today. I'm doing my best, because the next time we'd be able to stream for it is probably next Monday for it. So, like, I feel bad that it'd be put off further, but we'll see, we'll get there. Yeah. Just notice the red streaks on the bottom of your hands. Yeah, I've got a little skinned corner of my palm. That's not really what it's meant to be, but it's supposed to be like my blush, but it does look like I skinned my hand. It's okay, don't worry. EG does trip and fall quite often, but I'm alright. I persevere. But let me lock us in. I'm locking you all inside my house. You cannot escape. I am also going to be locked in a different room of that house, so that way, because you are locked in the house, you will be focused. But since you're locked in a separate room in the house, you can't distract me. I thought ahead. I planned this out. It's all figured out. I got it. Just some bouldering bruises. I don't need to go bouldering. I just like absorb into the ground and just appear at the top of things. Hell, we're locked inside the classroom. We can't escape. I already kidnapped one Shroomate this week. What's a couple more? I'm not holding anyone against their will, I swear. But let's take roll. Who's here today? Huh? I guess I should elaborate. Don't huh. My elaboration is I have stolen Incinda's body for Friday. Actually, that sounds terrible. I am borrowing the I have acquired the 3D model of Incinda for the use case of Friday of teaching you all how to use Vroid. Yes, we will be, as Incinda well put it, dissecting and reassembling Incinda like a frog in front of the class. I've replicated this form to do terrible experiments upon it. They're not terrible. They're for his own good. Not you saying yay. I am become tall. I really sound like a horrible mad scientist sometimes, but you know, I haven't really done any limb theft in a minute, so you know, we gotta re-up on our limb theft. Incinda, you exist as a skeleton in the corner of the bio classroom. How do you feel? That's a good question. Are you not? No. I was experimented on by a mad scientist. My lore is incomplete, but I was born in a beaker. I wouldn't want to do that to others. EG appears as a head on Incinda's body. Oh my god, I could! Via the technology that brought us K-Legi, I could just swap Incinda's head with my own if I really wanted to. Shroomates are becoming not just abducted, they're just becoming me at this point. Before Yomi is your creator? Yomi's not my creator. My creator was cruel. I think Yomi would have created me with kindness and love. The creator that I had, I mean, not intentionally cruel, but like, not especially kind either. We'll get it. One of these days I'll have time to like continue writing my lore. I've got like an entire lore like graphic novel thing planned out. It's not super long, but like I've got it thumbnailed all the way out. The whole story is thumbnailed. I just have to like actually finish drawing it. Rip. One day. One day you'll get more. Not a bad thing. Does it mean I get coveted EG blush? Instant, if you want an EG blush, you can have an EG blush on your model. That's sort of my like classic when I'm doing my own style. Yeah. Graphic novel? Yeah, but there are a couple pages that already exist. The first, what is it, 5 pages are already out from the fall. They came out around the time of my debut, and I have not gotten to work on it ever since. So we'll get there back to that one day. Hitting their Frankenstein arc. I feel like I've always been in a little bit of a Frankenstein arc with how I'm modifying the bodies of people who watch. Yes, Key Jangle, yes, true. Who's here? Star Heron, Bleak, and Cinda, Abstraloopsy, Odgepodge, Grimoire Guestbook, Roku, Edward, Nilo, Mars and MP3, Vanilla Fim, Mikara, Lamia, Mad Buns, Tessa, Riscoplexo, Ambrosia, Kind Kitty Floss, Adontion, Bugs, Arcane Vixen, ouchie. Van Daniel, you missed! That sure flew straight past me. Nissa Storm, Rex Tauti, Andromeda, Dirt Stomp, Gin Tonic, Ren, Wordy, Indirium, Viraku, Womp Womp. Oh yeah, Myth Beast. Hello. Also, YouTube Shroomates who's here. I see Haunted Butter and Kenny and Moss Cake and Callie. YouTube Shroomates who's here. Sign in for class. Can't wait to see how 3D model are made. It's not from scratch. It'll be in Vroid, but that's still like baby's first 3D modeling program. It was technically what the base of EG 1.0 was, because I didn't have the time to do a full from scratch model for myself. And anybody who is trying to do like Vroid slander clearly does not know the power of Vroid. It's a good 3D program, and you can make it even stronger with just a hint of Blender knowledge. Just a little Blender knowledge will make it all the better. So I will hopefully train you in the ways of making your own from scratch, like not from scratch Vroid models. I guess technically from scratch doesn't work there, but like making your own textures, making your own hair, stuff like that, using Incinda as the basis. We're gonna redo some textures and stuff too. I'll show you my little hacks for doing things in that to their program and for layering stuff. And then if we have time, we'll jump into Blender and I'll show you getting a model set up in Blender, how we can add a couple extra little things to it. Yeah, so I'm looking forward to it. So that's Friday. Thursday is Arc Nights. Today, we gotta continue doing crits though. So let me jump into the crits. And yes, there are some absolute Vroid wizards out there. Meekantine is one of them. I gave a couple of them last week that are like fellas that I super trust to be good Vroid modelers. I could compile a list of them maybe for you if you guys would like. There's a bunch of lists I'm supposed to compile, but I gotta be so real. Doing all the prep for like the charity stuff and then my wild week last week, I have not had time to do much in the way of housekeeping. Finally, tomorrow I'll get to. Yeah. So here, let me go. I think here's where we should be. It's the final crit down. Yeah. See, that's pretty good. Today is the final crits for charity, maybe. EG needs sleep. EG slept all day Saturday, so EG is up on sleep. I needed to sleep all day Saturday. Just to recover. One day of a design making a VTuber, I have no idea how to make an OC. Put all the things you love and your favorite fashion style into a creature. And that's an OC. That's all it takes. Yes. Lorian Forest and Paul Recall, thank you guys for following. Glad you guys are here. Olympics So EG has made my day. Thank you. Oh, squeegee, ooh, wee. Let's see, I gotta move this ever so slightly because for some reason it's showing. Hello? Hello? Why is that? There we go. Visible. Fix my overlay here. Here is our rubric. I gotta click on my screen so things stop being highlighted. Please stop. There we go. Here is our rubric with this week's lovely Rubric-chan here to join us. This Rubric-chan is a personification of the rubric we use for our grading, and this one was designed by Mars.mp3. Look at her little glasses. They're so green in my grading color. Look at the little ladders on the leg warmers. We got a grid-like structure on the vest. It's so cute. I love the rubric gens, and I'm so glad we get to revisit one of them every week. We get to bestow upon them some extra love once a week, and there's like almost a year's worth of them for us to have. So like we got new rubric gens every week. We get to take a trip down memory lane, observe your fantastic art. It lives forever. Boy, do we run out of rubric gens, repeats, klikus. We may, like, depending on how much time has passed, I know there were a number of people who didn't get to make a rubric chan who maybe had wanted to, and once enough time has passed as well, we can just do that again also if people are still interested by it. I may someday also modify the rubric. Crazy, terrifying, I know, maybe. But the more designs we've looked at, the more I feel I could tweak some of my categories just a little bit in the way that I've explained them to make it clearer. And there's a couple other things that there's something I might add, and there's some things I might modify the wording of to make clearer, because complexity versus clarity is about level of detail and our ability to understand things from a distance to some degree. Like, some of these things have overlap in a way that I fear is not as clear as it could be, so I may do a little bit of modification in here. Rubric is fallible. I never claimed to be perfect. That is a thing that I will never claim. EG has many flaws, as do all the things I will therefore ever create. And that's what makes me human. If I was perfect, that would be boring and also, boring and difficult. Yeah, fungi. I mean, I'm human-ish. I'm human adjacent, human-esque. It's not blasphemy. Not blasphemy. You don't have confidence to do humanoids? You don't have to do a humanoid for a rubric chan or an OC. You can have whatever you want. You can do whatever you like. Anything. So, let me get us started here. So this is our rubric that we use to attempt to be as unbiased and as objective as we possibly can. We use this to grade character designs, both for VTubers and for just characters in general and other pieces of media. There are 5 categories. You can score 2 points in each category for a maximum score of 10 points unaltered. There are a potential bonus of 3 points for bonus points. We've never given all 3 though. I don't know what the highest score we've ever given was, but I feel like it might be an 11 or a 12. I don't think we've ever given higher than that. So, our categories are color palette, silhouette, complexity versus clarity, focal points, and concept and motifs. For color palette, to get a full score, the palette needs to be cohesive, interesting, and well executed. Contrast should work at a distance, all of those things. No points will be awarded. The palette has major instances of low contrast, clashing, overwhelming choices. If I'm slapping you with color layers left and right, no points. For silhouette, to get full points, the silhouette should be unique, and you should be easily identified just on the basis of silhouette alone, in and of itself. You will get no points for your silhouette if it is non-distinct, blob-like, or if you have ladder design. If I draw a horizontal line every time there is a major change in visual interest or contrast in the design, and it creates a ladder I could safely climb, failure. For complexity versus clarity, to get full points, the model should be well balanced as far as detail level goes. Those details should support the focal point and not be excessive. I should be able to turn you into a cute little marketable plush without removing all of the parts of you that make you you. You will get no points for complexity versus clarity if the model is distractingly complex or too simple to the point of genericness, or if I can't make you a plushie. For focal points, to get full points, the focal point should be well executed. The focal points are the face. The focal point is, I shouldn't even be pluralizing it. The focal point is the face. As a VTuber, we have an upper half of the body focus, since you usually see us like this from the waist up. And you should be making direct eye contact with us. That's how we form that, relation, where you can see how I'm feeling about things, watch me react to stuff. That's what makes me feel like a real living creature to you. Focal points, face. Not other things. Not other things. If the focal points are fully lost due to low contrast, over detailing, or other competing areas of interest, no points. For concept motifs, the concept should be clearly and creatively presented in the design with supportive motifs. What this means is things like personality, occupation, species, aesthetic choices, fashion sense. I should be able to glean these things by looking at you without having to read about your lore. Some things can be secret, and that's fine if you got Gap Moe or stuff like that, but I should be able to determine these things. If your concept is unclear or non-existent, no points. You, but blue, is a concept. There's the color blue. Is it an especially deep concept? No, but it is a concept. If you tell me that you are you but blue, but you're green, no points. But you will get some points at least for being you but blue and blue, so don't worry. We then also have 3 potential bonus points. If you have a super compelling, unique, or well-executed concept, 1 point. If you have a unique, exciting art style, 1 point. If I just like your design and I put you on the fridge, like the, or the thumbnail, that's an extra bonus point as well. I'm blue da buddy. Yes, you are blue. Also, hi Zany, I see you're here. Also, Dangerous Girl, hello also. Thank you for following. Salutations, salutations. All right, let's hop right into it. Let's go. I believe we're starting with Nissa today, because Nissa was where we had left off last stream. We hadn't gotten to ya yet. So Nissa, we had pulled for last week, but I was off by 1 every single day. I got 1 less done than I had imagined I would. Felinia, also I see you. Hi. You're also here, Felinia. You're second, I believe. But here's Nissa. Am I still third to last? I may snooze for a bit longer. Let's see, Zany, there's 2 after you, yes, Zany. So that is true. You may take a siesta if you so wish. Go for it. Take care of your health and your snork memes. Did you find me? Mosscake, yes. Mosscake, you are in here also. There is Rex. I gotta figure out where you go in the order. Because your donation is kind of, you donated in the middle, but you also skipped the line. So theoretically you should be early today, but I couldn't find your design when I was doing them. So you might have uploaded after I was downloading them. So I will check. Yeah, donations in a weird purgatory. Not in purgatory. No, not purgatory. It's found. I just gotta figure out where, when to put everyone in order. There's not really a good order today because there's a lot of factors going on. We're like, Felinia was like 3rd overall, so uploaded during the stream. Oh, okay, so I'll grab you then. Let me see what order you are. So I'll grab you after, you are after Astra. Okay, I'll note to grab you after Astra then. Bet. Glad you're reviewing my mom in class. Yippee! Good timing. By the way, my little bro got so excited thinking of his design again after his design got critiqued here. Looks so happy and focused. Oh, I'm glad! I'm not sure who your brother was, Rhymeline, but I'm glad we could provide a little bit of motivation. That's exciting. So, here we are to get started here today with Nissa Storm. She, her, at Nissa Storm 151. Hi, Squiiji. I wanted to show you some concept art for future Live 2D model that I'd be drawing and rigging myself. I'm a shapeshifter, and I want to make myself into a different mythical creature over time, but I figured a dragon was a good place to start because of the red hair of my base design. What do you think of the teal dragon hoodie? Oh, okay. Stay hydrated. Thanks. Thanks, Nissa. I will, just for you, sip of Gatorade. That's good. That's good Gatorade. Oh, snack time already. Okay, well here, I'll have a goldfish cracker while we just get started looking. Thank you for giving us a grayscale already. I can see that. We've got decent value structure already. Little snack. Pelted with pancakes. I think they're cookies. But pancakes would work just as well, potentially. Too early for a snack? Never too early for a snack. Here, Shroomates, come here. Come here, come get snack. Reminds me of updating the crit doc on the fly. Oh yeah! Incinda has created a crazy document that has the timestamps for every single critique that we have ever done on stream. Mad lad. Crazy. It's in the Discord, it's pinned in like the main chatting room, but I might want to find somewhere else we can put it so it's easier to find and access, but crazy. Shroomates, can you say thank you to Incinda? Like that wild amount of work. Thank you. It's so much. Thank you. So cool, right? I was like, oh my gosh. And they all have links to where each of them start too, so you could click through and like go find your crit, find somebody else in particular's crit. If you didn't know if you've been critiqued yet, you could search through that to find it. Wild. You just start adding scores? Oh my god. That sounds like so much work. So much work. Let me also grab real quick. Hope you enjoyed your snack. I'm gonna grab myself a bingo card. And one more thing. one more thing. Hey, Shroomates. Hey, Shroomates. Whoops. Hey, Shroomates. We haven't done a Gamba in like a week. Is it Gamba time, perhaps? Maybe a little Gamba time. I think so. I think we've been very responsible. We've been saving. And now I think it is time to spend our savings. Our prediction here is going to be... will I get through the rest of the models? Will I? Wait, hang on, why is that not allowed? Hello? Oh my gosh. I'm one character over. Okay, there we go. And you have the next 30 minutes to predict. There we go. No, what's Gamba? Gamba is prediction. We're predicting as whether or not I will succeed today. You can Gamba with your channel points. Come on, let me copy paste it. Thanks, there we go. Wow, you guys are quick, okay. And then YouTube, I'll get you also it. You will try, I think. That's true. You're right, I will try. But will I succeed? We never know. I can be pretty good sometimes. I think I just made like 9 spelling errors. Whoop, yep, that's true. Okay, non-be... Oops, I've typed the word belieber. You guys are now believers. No one's betting on no. Wise. Why is that wise? Let me tell you, I fear that that may be unwise on one hand because... Wow, 32 points. Maybe unwise because I have 12 designs to get through in 6 hours, which I got through in 7 last Monday. So I don't know if either of them is especially wise. I don't know which way it'll go. We'll find out. Believe in your competence. Good. You shouldn't, but thanks. I'll keep you on track. Thank you. Okay, so Nissa. You're a dragon. I like in your base design your little floating ahoge guys. I feel like those are very cute and I want those to come back in your full dragon design. Because they're cute and they add something to your silhouette and they add a little bit of asymmetry to your silhouette. Where's my drawing implement? There it is. Huh. Just also have them. Because why not? Why not? Floating ahoge's got it? Yeah. Just bring those back. They're cute. I like them. I tend to be a little bit of a sucker for stuff like that because it's very cartoony. I liked Anime's model had that last week. But they're cute. Good positive negative space. Let me rotate them so they look right. A little bit of asymmetry. Good deal. So then your braid adds a little bit of asymmetry as well, but otherwise, you know, the pose is kind of misleading us right now, but otherwise the model is, or the design is completely 100% symmetrical. So we may need to think about some things to modify for that. As far as your lore goes, I have no trouble seeing that you are currently a dragon. You know, the wings, the tail, the horns make it pretty obvious. Do you want the angle of the shape-shifting thing to be more prominent? Do you want us to know that you are a shapeshifter by looking at you, mayhaps? Potentially? Or do we... Or is that okay that you are just reading as a dragon right now? Because we could probably find some ways to make you more clearly like a changeling in some way, but I don't know if we have to do that. But I think that could be something that could be neat and add a little more depth. It'd be cool. How would you implement it? So, but to your question, how does one look like a shapeshifter? So usually the way we can reference shape-shifting and stuff like that is by referencing things that are like combinations of stuff. We tend to think about like, you know, chimeras. That's something that's made of multiple parts, so it's existing between all those things. Shapeshifters in some medias have like sort of like a magical energy about them or are partially phasing into other things. So like having toggles that maybe make your hand go more or less like sharpen the claws or something that brings out like fur or something so that even though you and your sort of like base form are still completely dragon, you can have little things that happen where it's like, whoops, I got distracted, my arm started to become a werewolf. Whoopsie, I got distracted, I'm getting a little bit of Cthulhu in my hair now. Stuff like that could be very neat, where you just have like subtle other little things happening maybe. Where like, even if you have them right now, they can be disguised and sort of built in so we're not gonna notice it super clearly. Like, what if your braid very just kind of like quietly just has like little suction cups on it because you're doing a little bit of like a Cthulhu angle. Let me see how I would even do that, but like, and then at the end here we'd be able to see that this is like the end of like a tentacle or something, but only if you're really looking for it. We just get like funny little like Easter eggs or something. Instead of sharpening claws, dare get distracted and just shift so many times. Yeah. But that could be just like neat little things to have. Keychain of what you can shift into somewhere. Yeah, like you have sort of a like amulet on your chest that has the dragon on it. But a la like miraculous, you could have charms that relate to which powers you have and which one you're currently using mayhaps. Like what if you have a stone or something here that, you know, we have like a color that represents each of the forms that you could have in the future where it's like, all right, we've got like red, which is your dragon one, and then you have like, ooh, green, which is your, I don't know, sea creature or like forest creature related one. You get like a dark blue or something, and that's for, whoops, that's not a color we can see against your shirt, but you get a blue one, and that's related to some other power you have. Ben 10 necklace, yeah. Multiple creatures as pendants, yeah, there could be a whole slew of things we could do that are just quiet little like subtle things that give us a hint that there's more to you than meets the eye mayhaps, because I think we need just a little bit of that right now. Right now it feels just a little bit one note. It feels red dragon. But if we add a couple things that are sort of subtly off, subtly different, then you'll feel like there's more dimension to it, and it'll leave people like looking through your design a little longer, trying to put together the puzzle pieces here. Yeah. Those cheesy keepsake bracelets. I'll give you a nice Pandora bracelet. I think that could work. Yeah, Cthulhu in your hair. Yeah, all those kinds of things. Is that an Ouroboros? It kind of looks like we're referencing Ouroboros with the fact that we are eating the tail, but that may just be the design of the pendant also. But if that was intentional, that's sort of interesting to add. The other thing that I'm thinking is just little bits of asymmetry. Moskek had said adding scales in the cheeks or other areas. That could be good for getting us just a little bit of asymmetry where if they're not the same across the body, you know, we could have like, you know, just a little bit of like, you know, face scale on this side because your face is exposed on this side, and then maybe you have them like on one of your legs and sort of they like break the silhouette a little bit or something. We don't need to go crazy with them, but just so that we get a little bit of a hint of it. Or if you were gonna add those things we were saying with like toggles of, you know, what if one of your hands is starting to transform into something else? Like you can have like, okay, well, what if this hand is a little bit like fuzzy looking and then you have sharp nails here because this hand is starting to transform into one of your other forms. I don't really know where your nail is on this thumb. That thumb is in a weird position right now. But these could just be little subtle things. Yeah. Snake tail like a chimera. I mean, that could also be true if the tail was less directly dragon. Pandora necklace, Pandora's box, unleash chaos energy, now I can shapeshift. Thank you for the offhanded comment that may or may not make it into the lore. Yeah, I mean, I was kind of thinking about that too when I said it, where I was like, ah, Pandora's box, that has some magical elements to it. And that could be something that would work well into the lore to give you a reason for having things. Considering going full chimera, but I haven't made that design yet. Also been playing with a wizard design. I mean, honestly, I feel like leaning more into the chimera angle would probably benefit the design here, where you'd end up with more elements to work with. The other thing I would push you to think about is a secondary like visual motif of some sort, where you can have chimera that sort of fills the role of creature, but right now I'm not really getting another secondary motif through here where what like is your occupation? Is there maybe like another thing you enjoy that could be something that gives us a visual motif? People tend to pick things like, you know, classically in VTubing, people will pick like a fruit or some kind of food or a flower or a plant or just some other visual object to be a secondary motif. That way we can merge those two things together and find where they'll have neat intersections. Because I think that might be one of the things this design needs right now, is just a secondary visual motif. Make myself read as more artist shapeshifter. Yes, maybe a dragon fruit. Ah, see? Dragon fruit would be funny. I feel like there could be some good ways of stylizing the end of your tail to look like the dragon fruit itself. But as we learned previous with me, I really struggled to figure out how to do a dragon fruit character. You know who doesn't struggle with that? Billy. Hi, Billy, I see you here. You previously designed a dragon fruit themed cat girl, so we may have to call upon your expertise if that is being worked in. But like, I could see that working for like your little hair sprigs if you wanted that to be a part of it. Or, you know, with the tail, it could potentially work. Dragon fruit cookie. Dragon fruit cookie wasn't even the one I was thinking of. I felt bad for, we were trying to make suggestions for, oh wait, I'm lying. False. Never mind. I know to work with dragon fruit was pomegranates that I wasn't proud of my ability to figure out how to visually work. Making plays and miss a question, ping me. You're good, you're good. We're not asking you questions. I was mostly kidding. It was funny timing of you showing up when we're talking about dragon fruits. Occupation is dragon. Do a gun? Or even based on what kind of clothing seems kind of athletic or athleisure. Yeah, that's another question, is the clothing feels sort of athleisure. Like, these read to me as like torn jean shorts with a hoodie over it. Very relaxed, sort of comfy kinds of clothing. But they're not very specific other than the jacket having some like spikes on the side of it, which I appreciate. I'm glad there's something going on there with the spikes. But I wonder if there's ways we could make this hoodie more specific. First question, I think I have the answer to. It seems like you're visually referencing Western dragons? So I'm trying to think of what other things you could pull from the mythos of Western dragons to impact the hoodie, where I'm like, okay, is there some way we could get the parts of the hoodie to read like armor, because we tend to associate that with the tails that dragons are found within, or dragons tend to be interested in gold, or is there somewhere we could work in like coins or more of that into it, just in subtle ways that still feel athleisure-y? Or are there things that could be like added as another layer in that way? We gotta be creative and think about what leeway dragons give us. Like those scallop designs? Make scale pattern on the hoodie outside. I don't know if it's too busy. Ah, there could just be like a subtle scalloping somewhere to reference the scales. Yeah. Yes. Didn't want it to be too busy, but you know I'll think about it. Yeah, no, we don't have to go overboard, but something subtle or like something kind of simple like that, where it's like, okay, what if the trim of this is just scalloped? That'll make this feel a little bit more specific, and then you can put like clearer, maybe like ribbing on it or something. But that might add something nice. I was wondering about like gems or something for on there. Chainmail also looks kind of like scales. I feel like chainmail might get us away from athleisure. But I was thinking about, some people have used, oops, I can't actually see that color. People have used things like fishnet to be scales in other places I've seen, and that worked pretty well. I will say this gold doesn't have very great contrast against the skin right now as I'm doing this. But just subtle things like that will make it feel more specific. What else? I know about dragons. We're like, you know, you've got your fluffy dragon tail. That fluff isn't really repeating anywhere. So what if the trim of this was a little fuzzier or something? Like, it doesn't have to be really big and huge, but then this becomes a lot more specific as a piece of clothing than it was before. And then we're repeating something that is happening already in the design. I also wonder if maybe the horns could be more specific too. Oh, Edward, thank you for gifting a sub to Nissa. That was very kind of you. Can we rotate for Edward, please? Thank you. Yippee. Edward's been very kind in rescuing a whole number of the Shroomates who are having their designs critiqued. That way they're not missing out hearing things during ads. Thank you. Shroomates rotate. I feel like chainmail might add an unnecessary knight and dragon motif. Yeah. Add about sandpaper? Oh no, is that what it was? I did with the sandpaper ad. Color shapes of 2. What about hitting designs on the wizard's jacket, like the stars? See, that could be good for the wizard angle as well. I'm trying to think about what else I would do here. Oh yeah, I was saying for the horns. Right now you sort of have like the default dragon horn shape. But are there any more specific shapes your horns could take than this? Where, you know, if we're gonna reference the fact that you have other things going on in your Chimera lore, do your horns need to be the same as each other? Could they both reference like slightly different creatures? Or, you know, even if you have a horn that's shaped like that feels a little bit more specific by giving it some angularity. Your horn can do things like go in like circles and stuff if we're not trying to be too faithful to just exactly the way dragons look. But there's a lot of ways we could reshape horns. Even if this just saying, okay, we'll make them really tall and thin, or make them really short and wide, or stuff like that. Yes, we're really strong. But these will feel a little bit more specific. These feel a little bit like generic as far as a dragon horn goes. And then similarly, we can detail them as well to add some other angle where, you know, if you are shape-shifting through the power of magic or something, we could be able to see that magic in the horns, where if they have like a color on them, it looks like blood. Whoops, let me pick like the real orange color here. You could have colors working their way through them in some way or something, where you get like, you know, maybe you've got the rings that wrap around them that are colors and transitioning and they feel a little bit magical, or we get something where it almost has like a splintering effect or a gradient effect. But then those things will help to make the horns feel a little bit more specific to you, where right now they feel a little bit blank. Like the gargoyle with the lightning. Yeah, we were talking about doing that to the gargoyle as well. Yes, I think that was for Joan of Snark. Hi, Astra! But yeah, so I think the horns need a little bit of work to make them a little bit more specific. I will also mention, just very briefly, look into wing anatomy, where the way wings are shaped, I might have to open it in order to see and do it properly myself, but do make sure, because like the way wings work, I guess dragons aren't real technically, but wings have the same number of joints as our arms do. You know, the shoulder's where it's connecting to your back, the elbow is the midpoint, the wrist is where all of the like long points are flaying out from. Yeah, bats are a good example. You can also look at birds if you want them to be a little more bird-like, but I think that the wings will feel a little bit more specific if they're more accurate in that manner. How about the wing anatomy? Yeah, wing anatomy is tough. I understand. I forget sometimes too, but it does look more detailed and specific with it. And yeah, multiple horns could also help, or horns that branch, like, even if they're not like you don't have to make the horns feel like they're like deer horns, but even if they're just hitting one extra little pointed angle on them, or if you get a horn that's like smaller in front of or behind it, you can arrange the horns so that they're creating sort of an interesting shape together that is all adding to the silhouette. Yeah, floating horns. There's all kinds of stuff we could potentially do. I think of chicken wing bones, that helps me with it. I don't know how much people have looked at chicken wing bones, Billy. I feel like that's something that you may have seen a lot of working as a butcher, but or maybe I have not seen a lot of conversely because I am vegetarian, mostly. But but if that works as a reference point for you, I guess that also works. It's a strat, to be fair. It is a strat, but horn design could be interesting. For the wings, a little more anatomy to them could also be good. Repeating the sort of fluffiness of the end of the tail and the jacket could be good. Could also maybe come back in the shoes. And then the shoes will feel a little bit more specific. Right now I can't see them because they're in a similar color to your skin color, but trust and believe. But then that's gonna be a little bit more specific as well. For asymmetry, I think the scales will be one of your better things that you can use in your toolbox. And then for your braid, right now it being the same width all the way down makes it feel just a little bit stiff. You could make it a little bit wider at the top and narrower at the bottom, and that'll give it a little bit more flow, and you can still make the bottom piece of it a lot wider than it was like at the final link, but then that adds some more flow to it. It feels just a little bit more natural. In the shape, it's a little more exaggerated. And don't be afraid to go crazy with your hair shapes. You're already kind of starting. You're cartoony enough where I feel like you could do it. Like, who's to stop you from going like that and having a much bigger, more exaggerated hair shape. And then, you know, your bangs being even bigger and like that breaking the side of the head, or, you know, stuff like that. Don't be afraid to lean into it, because having more exaggerated, big, chunky hair shapes will make you more recognizable. That's what works so well for a lot of cartoon characters. Yeah, big bangs and big, yeah, big hair. Same deal for this one, where you could exaggerate this out more. This right now is fully overlapping, but it could be even bigger. And then same deal with the pieces behind the head. What if this was coming back like this, and these were nice and big? This could be real narrow where it's behind your ear, but it gets really wide to like the side of it. And then that shape feels a little bit more specific too. Also, without your ahoge, if we were ignoring your horns, you would have bullet heads. So that's the other reason why I was giving you floating ahoge. Trying to save you. Bigger hair floaties? Yeah, we should make the big hair floaties bigger too. Where did I do those? No. Here, this layer. There we go. And depending on what motifs you add, your little floating ahoge could be shaped in a way that references them as well. So that sort of covers as far as concept goes. Oh, bullet head? Bullet head is what the word we use to describe heads that are totally smooth over the top. Usually that also includes the hair connecting down to the shoulders, where the top of the head ends up being like this into the shoulders. For me, I also loosely, accidentally, sometimes will use it for characters who just have a completely smooth round top of their head, even if they have like other stuff down below it. Sometimes we just need a little bit more stuff up there. And yes, the Shroomates do kind of have bullet head, yes, but they're not people, so it doesn't feel uncanny on them. But yeah, okay, so I think that was what I was looking for as far as concept goes, and as far as adding a little bit of like motif and detail, because I feel that right now it just needed that little bit of flavor blasting, just that little bit of specificity in some of the clothing. So then going from there, the color design is nice the way it is. I think as far as focal point goes, right now for me, Shroomates, what is focal for you? Let me turn off my edits so we can check. What is focal for you? I always ask because I know that it varies by person. For me, the horns end up being sort of focal, and they do sort of make me flow down into looking at the face. The horns? Okay. So that's good. Yellow part of the jacket, okay. Yellow parts for me, okay. So if the yellow parts are visually distracting us, we may need to push them back a little bit. Yeah, the tail end, okay, since the tail end is behind the body, it could also maybe just be darker. Let me see if this will help. Oh, that's actually making it more saturated. Give me a color that makes it less saturated. There we go. So this will probably push it back a little bit so that the tail becomes less important. And then same deal for this is if we add a little bit of darker shading, perhaps, it'll become less visually distracting. Let me blur that out a little bit. Pink Olipop, thank you for following. Tail and horns for me. Okay, I see tail end for me. Okay, so here, let's see. I'm gonna blend this out a little bit and see if that's better. But then I think secondarily, for me, the reason why the horns are being outcompeted, like I think that is doing a lot right now to push the focal point. But I think that the face is being outcompeted because once again, this is like the classic eye color trouble. I really need to put this on my bingo also for how often I end up mentioning it. But the gold eye color, unfortunately, still isn't super focal, and I feel like that could be one of the things we can use in our toolkit to make the face pop all the more. Some of the changes we had made with adding a little bit more color to the horns and stuff like that was sort of working in the right direction to bring more of that focus to the face. I tend to go to the wings and legs because the background is all dark. That's true too. The contrast with the background is making the wings stand out much more. Maybe orange or dark red. Yeah, I was gonna suggest going for the orange because the orange also isn't as prominent in the color palette as the gold is. And the contrast of the orange only appearing in the eyes will make it stand out all the more. Theoretically, the orange is going to be darker and more distant from your skin tone, so that might also help us out. We could also, alternatively, make your eyes more detailed and more exaggerated. So like, right now I'm looking you in the eye a little bit more. Here, maybe that's even a little stronger than it needs to be. But if we really exaggerated making like your eyelashes, they're already dark. But if we made them thicker, I like bring them around the corner a little bit. If we exaggerate your eyelashes and make them nice and big, all of that will also help to frame your eye and draw us in a little bit more as well. It'll set the contrast of your eye white all the clearer. And for live duty, since you do have the power to do so, you could also have the eyelashes showing through the hair. And that might be nice as well, where like, if you do it, you can change like what color they show up as through things. You could even make it blue or make it some contrasting color through the hair. And that'll provide an interesting effect that will also help us frame the eyes a little more too. Yeah. Currently a PNG tuber, this one for a live 2D model. Yeah, blue eyes really stand out from the red colors. That's true. If the eyes were blue, they would stand out a ton. There'd be a lot of contrast. You're already sort of like complementary, almost into split complementary. In your color palette, the blue would really stand out. But if you want to stay within the warm colors, I think orange is an okay solution. And then theoretically, yeah, you could go for like something like teal even. Then we really won't be able to look away. The number of times on a stream that I give a VTuber the blue-eyed stare as a gift. My gift to you. The blue-eyed stare. Whoa! That made it even stronger. But like, see, that's quite focal now. Remember everyone, blue flames are extra hot. That's true. That's true. Blue-eyed stare, green could also work well. Just something that's in the opposite color temperature as the rest of the design is, if you are open to that as a potential. What if they're 100% chroma eyes? I like 100% chroma eyes. They could be, but Billy, man, would that make the would that make the blue-eyed stare even crazier? Billy means like full saturation eyes. Could do it if you really wanted to. I think sometimes it can be a little overwhelming. VTuber designs maybe are a little bit more down to earth, a little more grounded than can always allow for that. But the rest of this color palette, I'm not sure it would be the schmoove. But options of orange eyes work, blue eyes work even better, but if you're attached to having warm colored eyes, you can still do that. It will be okay. Do not worry. Hi, Winds Crown, hello. I see you redeemed both here's. Not attached? All right, then blue or teal might be good. I think it must paint default colors. Yeah. Design thing I personally love and Squiiji doesn't like. That's not true. That's not true. I don't like it. I like it circumstantially. I don't think it works for every kind of design. I think it works for some things very well. For the style that Billy designs in, it works most of the time, but like for the style that a lot of VTubers are drawn in, it's just too much. Everything tends to be a little bit more muted in color, so then having the eyes be that extreme is a lot. Still not used to early EG? Don't have to get used to it because today's the last one. Today is our final early EG until no clue. I don't think we're having early EG for a minute. We'll be back. So hang on, I'm gonna start grading. I don't think we hit everything, but color palette, I don't have any trouble with it. The eyes could be a little bit more focal. For concept and motifs, we want you to push the concept a little bit more. Right now it feels a little bit one note to me. Complexity versus clarity, I want more details. I feel like the clothing is slightly under-designed as it is right now. We don't have a lot of repetition for motifs. And this half point we took off here is also because we want more motifs. And yes, we do need to ladder. That was the one thing I had left to do. It's a little tricky because you're standing on an angle, but let's see, can I do it? Color, that's not in the rest of the design, please, EG. There we go. Line tool. I don't think I drew anything that would have changed where my lines are placed, so I'll leave everything turned on. So the tail is here, shorts, bottom edge of this, oops, hang on, top edge of the trim. These things are kind of diagonal. Oh man, hang on. You're at such an angle that we kind of have to pretend. Eyes, okay, edge of hair, bottom of horns, top of head. Oops, hang on. Top of head. Nope. And then the top of the horns and the top of the wings seem like they might be kind of on the same line. Did I miss anything? That might be a horizontal line. Like these white trim might add something. Okay, I think that's it. I think that's all. Thoughts? Sorry for angle. You're good. Don't worry about it. You've done the right thing, which is designing with sort of freedom in your pose, where we can get a little bit of body language as a part of, you know, learning about your character. Okay. I see your thoughts. I would agree with your thoughts, Shroomates. I do still think we need a little bit more asymmetry. It's a little too rigid for a character who is seemingly a little bit more chaotic. But I would say this isn't an especially climbable ladder. Got some gaps. These are kind of similarly spaced, but some of that might just be chalked up to the fact that I was kind of approximating where the rungs go because I couldn't really tell. But I would say you pass. I think for silhouette, as you are right now, I'm not sure you stand out a ton from other dragons in silhouette. So adding things like the floating ahoge, some more asymmetry, making your wings more anatomically accurate, maybe exaggerating things on your tail or the things on your collar. I think those things will go a long way to set you further apart, or like alternate horn shapes and stuff like that. I think those will go a long way in setting you apart further as you may need. So I think this is where we go for grade for this. So 2, 3, 4, 5, 6.5 out of 10? Did I do math right there? I think that's right. Right? 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 It's like those birds. Weep, whap, weep. Yippee! Go work, Nissa! EG math, did I fail? Did the EG math not go right? Did I not count? 2, 3, 4, 5, 6.5. No, I counted right. I counted right. Why are you guys making me second guess? I counted right. Can we get a round of applause for Nissa, please? Pretty please. Go work, Nissa! I'm going to save you, and I'm going to close you. Save. Bye-bye. Too tired to count today. That's totally fine, don't worry. I can count, I can do math. Wait, I didn't do my bingos. Hang on. Visible concept was true. I don't think I got exceedingly off topic. Hair was multicolored, yes. Free space. EG did change the eye color. Natural hair color. Okay, yeah, that's it, okay. Got it. Yeah. Crit bingo if you would like to join us for some bingo. It's pinned at the top of the chat if you would like. That dress is interesting? Yeah, so here, let me eat a couple of my fish crackers I have here, fast quick. No! I don't wanna be closed! Sorry, you must. My computer struggles. My computer suffers. I have 11 designs open right now. My computer don't want to do it. So, here we have Felinia. Felinia. Luna. Otherwise known as Faye. I continually realize that I've pronounced your name wrong for a long time, accidentally. She, her. Felinia Luna. I also go by Faye, but for the purpose of adding teacher debuff, or aiding teacher debuff, my name is pronounced Felinia. Yeah, whoops. Teacher debuff. Oh, my model might have been a little chonky. Don't worry, when they're a little chonky, I usually just scale them down. I make their longest side 600 pixels before I make the canvas bigger. So, a musically inclined catgirl princess that's obsessed with the tuba, her most favorite instrument. Never mind that she's only like 5'2", she can play a tuba like a champ, no problem, hell yeah. It's part of her charm that she's about half the size of it and many other low-pitched instruments she likes. Classic. For critique reasons, I will only focus on the outfit and didn't include any props. Her dress is meant to look a bit like a brass instrument. I see it. I see it. Okay, I see it. Like a tuba or trumpet, mainly the former. So I don't think we're not missing too much. I also tested shorter skirt length with a cage skirt underneath. She also has a separated hairstyle and color, ponytail in a cinnamon brown color, that I didn't include with the submission. I worry the most about color contrast due to using lighter colors on average, which I tried balancing out on my own without resorting to your sweeping gradient technique. There's also partial shading for illustrative purposes. The dress is just shiny fabric shaded to resemble metal. Despite her last name of Luna, I've neglected to add star or moon elements to this design. My main focus was on the music motif, which I feel is strong enough, but I'm worried about overdoing it. I'm also learning more on the cute side rather than being overly formal. There'll be updates as I continue through the design process in the Discord's critique form. Do you post your critique edit somewhere in the server where I can grab it later? Thank you for your time. Oh, wait, Felina, is there another updated version of this, or are you just saying for the future? I feel like this was the most recent submission totally across the board in the form. So let me know if this is not the most recent one. Thanks for your time. Happy to donate for a good cause. The charity drive came around as I had a breakthrough, and it motivated me to make a working version to share. Yeah, thank you for donating. This is the most recent bet. Okay, thank you. P.S. I do play tuba IRL. I'm in the same Vtuber orchestra Yam is in. Wait, are you really? I didn't know that. I was gonna ask. That's... hell yeah. Which is how I found you. Gathered a lot of character design knowledge from the both of you since I appreciate your expertise. Well, thank you. That's so cool. I love the Vtuber orchestra. I stalk all the projects of the Vtuber orchestra. You guys are so cool. I wish I played an instrument. I've been trying to learn to play instruments, but I am just not a musically inclined fella, unfortunately. But it's so neat. It's so cool. Oh, hi Vale. Vale, you are also in here. I have you downloaded for today also. So thank you for viewing my design, EG. Insight is great and glad I could contribute to a good cause. Of course, thank you. Love the bell shape, right? Okay, so. My thoughts here. I am not the most musically inclined person. I did give you that as my initial statement here. But I do know a couple of things, maybe, that could be useful, where I almost feel like we need to exaggerate the shape of this a little bit more for it to read fully as like the, what do you call it? The bell? Is that what it was called? The bell of the tuba? Where I feel like tubas have a more exaggerated shape change, where tubas are kind of like, where's my drawing? Hello? Tubas kind of are more like this, and then they get really big at the bottom. And I feel like with that silhouette, I might arrive at it being a tuba a little faster, because right now, I think the fact that it's poofing up around the hips is sort of slightly disguising it for me, but that's really clever, making it mimic the bell of the, is that what it's called? Am I calling it the wrong word? Just but that part of the tuba. It's like I could see it being, you know, tapering out more like this. And you're going for cute more than like elegant necessarily, but we could add some things that would make it feel more cute. I know that changing the silhouette in this way might feel a little bit more sleek in that way. Hi, Dip. Needs to go out, down fast, then fan out. Yeah, like I feel like it needs to be cinched in a little bit more for this underneath layer, which will add more exaggeration to your silhouette too with this second tier of skirt. Pigtails mirror the other part of the tuba, which is cool. Yeah! They've got sort of the twisty, turny vibe to them, which I feel like we could even do more of. Like we could exaggerate that even further for them. The other thing that I feel like I want to see visually on here are the keys. Is that what they're called? I wish I knew the proper anatomical terms for instruments, but the little guys you depress, are they called keys? Those things. Neat. I'm like making the gesture like I'm playing a trumpet, but the things you press on. I feel like those would be fantastic for silhouette if we could find somewhere to put them. Sleeves look like the mouthpiece part. Do they? I guess they do a little bit, maybe. Yeah, tuba anatomy with EG. Yeah, you have the bell, and you have the keys, and you have the swirly drinking straw. Valve finger buttons. Oh, are they? Oh, the valves. That sounds more correct, I think. Hi, Selma. Any idea, but what about water bottle because of all the spit? Oh, ew! What? I was a band, I was a flute player and the bells? In the arm sleeve, maybe? Valve finger buttons. Yeah, so like I was thinking about, you know, things that I can list of musical instrument parts that I understand. I know there's all kinds of like really neat and crazy shaped mutes, I think they're called, for them also, where there is a mute that I used to always think was really funny when I was in high school called a plunger mute. And I feel like that might be one of those things where if you have some of those like real specific, like references that people who know things about instruments would know, then that could work. Give me a bell clapper. Very specific. Yeah, like, I know a little bit, but like, things like that, people who know will know. Like, you don't have to make, not everyone has to get every single part of the design. I don't remember what a plunger mute looks like, but incorporating those kinds of little things are a treat for the people who do get it. So like, I would encourage you to not be afraid of incorporating stuff that is like really super specific to your experience as a, yeah, if you know, you know. Cufflinks or something, earrings, yeah, reeds, although I don't think, does a tuba have a reed? I don't actually know. I think tuba has like the flatter mouthpiece, but make all those real specific digs. Yeah, reeds, okay, yeah, reeds are for woodwind. Valve finger buttons, one of the arm shoulders to pump up the asymmetry. Yeah, or even like, if it was in the hair, where I almost feel like the hair could be more exaggerated too, if we're going to reference the tuba. Like, I see that the hair right now sort of curls in like one of the music, well, not music signatures, but like one of the music icon things that tell you what to do. But if we're referencing the tuba has like much more like, you know, it kind of travels in a full circle. The like pigtail does, where it goes like, not the pigtail, the tubing travels in a full circle and then it's just like a thing in here before going down. And I wonder if one of them could be handled that way. Treble clef? Maybe a clef, but I don't think it's treble clef. Brass mouthpiece is like the bell on my collar. Ah, okay. Finger index. No clothes and color guard. That's fair. Marching bag, shoes, or marching band shoes. That is a good question. I wonder if like majorette style clothing would benefit this design just a little bit. You've got a little bit of like lacing in the center region, and majorette style clothing could be merged with some cutesy things. I've seen some majorette adjacent like designs that are in like idol culture. So I wonder if that could be it. Sharp note, maybe? No, sharp note is just a sharp symbol. And I know that flat is that, I think, right? Or is it? No, flat. But more specific shape for the tuba, where if your pigtail was, you know, doing the funny thing the tuba does, where it like goes like something like that in there, that would be so specific. Maybe it's too much, but I feel like there could be more of that like sort of spirally thing happening in the hair. You get like one little curly cue, but you know, if it was like real thin and was doing like something like that, and then we get like, I don't know, the crazy stuff. I'd have to look more directly at tuba anatomy to figure out what I would specifically recommend, but maybe. Twisted cord detailing, the really fancy marching band outfits have as detailing. Yeah, like they tend to have little like the little shoulder, not pauldrons, the one I never remember the name of, little like these things, just to draw them so fast. Epaulettes, yeah, yep. I saw, I remembered it before I looked. Proud of me. Music note, texture in the gray fabric, break up the big blocks of color. That's true. And with reference to the note they would play, 8 lines a note lower, no lower notes played with tuba. Drum major half cape but fastened with the tuba valve buttons. Oh, not a drum major. That's a different position, but I could see what you mean, potentially. Distinctive hairstyle, if I didn't do my hair like that every day, I'd be brassed off. That's fair. I'm gonna hide. Oh wait, what am I doing? I'm gonna get rid of my modification to the hair because I'm not sure I had something that was actually better figured out for it. So we can just think about it. Tempted to add majorette marching band elements to this, definitely be considered. Do it. Do it. I have an entire Pinterest board of majorette outfit types of things that I was using for real life outfit design for someone that I don't think I ever finished because I think it got lost somewhere, but do it, maybe. Let me honestly open that so I can see what I was even looking at. Because for a lot of those things, like if we have this button, the buttoning come higher up the chest, it can be very playful. We can add like more like frilly things to it and stuff like that. My thought here is do it, because then that gives us another motif to work with. Because right now, your reading is sort of like armored in like an odd knight kind of way, which I'm not fully grasping. And I think it'll be more specific if you're referencing like majorette clothing. Or just major, I don't know if it has to be majorette. They're slightly different. But then, you know, if this front skirt has the thing where like majorette skirts often are pleated, where they have like a darker color contained within them, that will address one of the other things that I think this design needs, which is more variety. Right now, it's like, we want color hierarchy. We want a color that is going to be the most prevalent and then a second most prevalent. But we kind of want those proportions to be closer to like 60, 30, 10 for the main three colors-ish. And right now, this is like 90% almost gold. I feel like we need another color in here to break things up. And all of the shapes are very round and very similar in the roundness of them. So by having, you know, drum majorette skirt, which adds a straighter angle in here, add a little bit of sharpness. And then when it does its little like zigzagging thing along the bottom, that will add something as well. But then, you know, you get those little like splits, and maybe it's just we get a little bit more depth from having some like oranges or something. Here's a split here, and then a split like here. A lot of these will also have like trim on them where you can bring back, you know, you've got some like white or green or blue that might be interesting to have as part of like a trim. I'm not really doing color design right now, I'm just kind of doing thoughts. But just having a little bit more detail, this will break up this bottom edge a little bit. If you want it to feel cutesier, you can put like some sort of like, what is it working for? Like petticoat under it or something, or have like a like fluffier or more lacy trimmed skirt underneath it, which will make it feel a little bit more idol-like as opposed to being like so stiff and formal. Maybe I've made this really big also. It probably could be a little bit shorter because you're wearing layers. And then for the top, they have the sort of like split down the center. You could reuse the way you're doing this lacing down here and still keep your clefts as part of like the center portion of it, but I think that might be in the right direction. Trying to recall any band knowledge. Yeah, like creamy white to bring an idea of music sheets, use horizontal lines as a staff. Yeah, like these horizontal lines could be used as a staff if it's creamier in some places too. Weep, whap, 3, 4, what is it, 5 lines for the staff? I'm making them really thick, but you don't have to make them as thick. But then you could have just like little small details on them that then reference music in some way. That might be a little bit subtle, just adding a little bit of detail. Ruffled edges for the larger skirt. Could ruffle the edges on the larger skirt as well, but I think one of the big things here is going to be finding interesting ways to do the layering, where I feel like there's just more specific ways we could do it, and then by calling in some of that majorette outfit design could add some interest. The crown, I feel like you've got some smart things happening in it, but if you want to use like a majorette hat even, you could put this on the brim of it. You know the majorette hats I'm talking about, where they have like the like kind of like narrow flat-ish brim, then they'll have like some sort of like design or something here, and then you get the like real tall like this style of hat, and then sometimes they have like the feather or something that's behind it here, and you've got your blue. Like that would add something interesting to the silhouette as well, maybe, and then you could reuse this symbol across here on the brim of the hat too. I will say the secondary thing here, I see that there is also a cat element happening as well. I think we're running into trouble right now with the fact that your pigtails sprout from the exact same point as your ears do. Right now the colors are giving us a bit of contrast trouble, where I'm not discerning the edge of them very clearly against each other, And the ears and being entirely internal to the pigtails is also not necessarily helping. So I'm wondering, where was this? Yeah, bring this back for a second. I'm wondering if maybe the pigtails should come out of your head lower, so then the ears can have their own space. We'll leave space for the hat, and then these pigtails could come out like below the ears or something, where they can still come out really wide and then tuck in behind your arm and then still come out like here and do their little spiral thing. But then we're getting, you know, still negative space on the inside of it. The ears get to be a part of the silhouette a little bit more clearly. And then we'll have some space higher on the head for the hat. And then by increasing the width, by moving this to a wider part of the head, we'll add a little more visual weight in the center part of it. One giant side pony, that could also work maybe. But I think this might be a better way of leaving some clarity and space on the top of the head, maybe, perhaps. Using the, what did you call it, the mouthpiece as a bell, because you are also referencing being a cat in some manner, is clever. Repeat what you're putting down. That's interesting. Skirts are metallic, possibly a darker base color, shine and highlights. Color in gold, I know starts fairly dark orange. Yeah, so for making them feel like it's a metallic fabric, it'll need a little more rendering. I'm just guessing that the rendering isn't fully done. Black tips on ears. Yeah, the ears could probably maybe have something darker happening at the top of them maybe too, which would also clarify them against those other parts. Can you blur that out a little bit? But it's not as intense. Oh, we've been raided. Oh, hello. The lunatics are here. Hi, Loon Moon. Welcome in, fellas. I am Squiiji. I'm a freelance artist fungi, and I'm also an art educator. Today we are wrapping up doing some VTuber design critiques for charity. Last week we did some charity fundraising, and these lovely fellas donated to the cause. We were working for Cure Cancer Australia. And so we are critiquing their designs live on stream here today. This is Felinia Luna, who is a cat and also very music instrument referential in the design. So we are adding a little bit of like a majorette theming to it. Look how clever this skirt was by having it reference the bell of a tuba. Bell? Do we confirm that was the right word? I'm not a music knower, but we're doing a little bit of rearranging of things, talking through some design aspects. But welcome in, Loon Moon. Yes, Australia mention. 1997 Taco Mawater Pumpkin Gasket. Whoa, that's quite the name. Loon Moon and Rexy Raibu? Thank you guys for following. Welcome in, fellas. What were you guys up to? What did you guys do for stream? Also, mods, thank you for the shout out. I think that was what I just saw appear and then vanish, was the shout out go through. What were you up to? I wasn't quick enough to click in and see what it was, but yeah. Also, Shroomates, did you rotate? I think you rotated a little bit, but we could use a little more rotation to welcome in the raiders, please. Just a little more rotation for the raid. Euro Truck Simulator, but chat could use TTS to backseat. Oh no! Were you a good driver? How'd you do? Did you make your deliveries on time? Do you have to drive through the night? I hope they weren't too intense in the back seat. Trucker shenanigans? Let's go. That sounds like fun. I low-key love the idea of those games because I'm a yapper, so I feel like I could drive and then it'd be something visually interesting to watch and then yap at the same time. Definitely no major accidents, definitely no driving off an overpass. Ah, that's just classic in the lifestyle of a trucker. Who hasn't driven off of an overpass once and twice in their lifetime? Definitely did not get kidnapped. Boy, were you the luggage? Were you the things in the back of the truck that were being transited? Interesting. I will avert my eyes from whatever you may or may not have been up to there. I can't say anything because I started my stream by making a joke about kidnapping one of my Shroomates and then tried to fix the way I'd said it and accidentally doubled down on it in a stranger way. So like I actually can't say anything about that, so that's okay. Very humane seatbelts. Intriguing. Interesting. But welcome. If you guys need to do things like eating or drinking or snorkeling, please take care of yourself. Please look after yourselves. If you want to stick around and hang out, I do appreciate it, but please prioritize looking after yourselves first and foremost. If you'd like to assist us in feedback for this design, you are more than welcome to also, as we are doing this here. Let me see, what was I saying? We're talking about drum major at things. Man, I picked some not fantastic color for this, but I was just kind of trying to give proof of concept. I feel like majorette boots might also be very cute for this design as well. Adding the color white and a color that's close to black will probably push us pretty well into the majorette design theming. I'm trying to think of what else there was that I was going to say concept-wise here. Green is fine. My main color used to be green on older designs. Ah, okay. I definitely rehash things I was saying here. This was just so I had a color to differentiate areas when I was drawing. But I think also there's some elements that could maybe bear being a little bit more exaggerated so I can see them more from a distance, where like you have these little music notes in the hair. Is that a trans flag maybe? It seems color-wise like it might be. They don't have a ton of clarity against your hair right now, unfortunately. The pink ones are getting very lost in the hair color, and they're just kind of small and sort of stuck on like a decal of some sort. A lot of the time having motifs like that works better if we integrate them into the design more clearly. And if you are trying to make that kind of reference, there is a way we could probably make it work, and I'm wondering if we could do it through like stones that we're insetting into the tiara or something else, because right now they're just a little too small and a little not visible. So like if they were in the crown, you could do something like, hang on, take an implement of drawing tool that actually is functional for drawing. Like this is white in the center, this is blue. That's not blue. I lied, sorry. This is blue. Blue like out here, maybe inside that note, and then the pink is in here. And then because they're a little bit bigger, and because they have that gray border around them, we'll get to the colors a little bit more clearly. And if you're doing that, you could just repeat those colors in other places as well. We were looking for secondary and tertiary colors, and that pink and blue might be good options potentially. So they could repeat in other places as well, where we're like, all right, well, why not? What is happening? Why do I keep getting the color green when I keep selecting that blue? It's not working. But like it could repeat or just appear in other places. That's... And then, you know, you get like, I don't know, something in the center there or something. But there could be a number of clever ways to incorporate it where, because it's not against that lighter gold of the hair, it'll be a little clear that that's what we're drawing with. She has shoes, laces can be music score. Could do that, that could be neat. Drop shadow, yeah, drop shadow could also help make them clear if you want to leave them where they are. I think they still need to be bigger even if you do that. Like this is kind of too dark for drop shadow right now, but just so we can see them at the moment. That helps a little bit, but not all the way. Such base for big notes. Yeah, there's places we could put even bigger notes, and honestly, for these sleeves too, I feel like they could use to be even exaggerated more than they are right now. That's a multiply layer. Where right now, they feel like they're just a little too similar in width at the top and bottom to feel natural. If we exaggerate them and make them have a much wider base, that'll make them feel like a little bit more sensical. Oh, this is why this feels a little bit weird. I, for some reason, used teal for white. But then if, you know, if you wanted to put things, make it feel a little bit cutesier, you could add your sort of fluffy underside that was in the skirt underneath those things as well. There's a whole number of things we could add here in miscellaneous places, but I think we're kind of getting off to the right track as far as that goes. I'm not too worried about you not adding the moon angle in from your last name. Luna can just be a last name. It doesn't have to mean anything in particular, because I think already having sort of the the tuba and the cat angle and having some of the majorette aesthetic, I think that's enough. I don't think we need more as far as motifs go. It might get a little bit too much if we added more to it in that fashion. So I think that's where I would leave that. As I'm like thinking through this, I'm like wondering about color design, where for me, I'm wondering about needing pure white. What have I done? Needing a white or a black in this, and I think if you were going the majorette route, that would offer us a good opportunity for it. Where like the skirt could be white, that way it has stronger contrast against the gold that's underneath it. Then you could have like the gold be the top part of the shirt, and then that silver can come back on the inside of the like majorette style like lacing thing they do, where it does like this and comes down. It's like where those points are, and then, you know, you get like a trim color, but then this becomes what is that silver. Ooh, I'm just doing a bunch of reproportioning stuff right now. Let me arc that a little bit stronger, and then your buttons could come back in this region again with, like, you know, stuff going down in this area. Your music notes could reappear again on the sides, stuff like that. But then we've created more space where those music notes could exist. And then we're referencing a specific style for outfit. I might like bring this in just a little bit because I think majorette clothing has to be a little bit sharper in that part of the body. But I feel like these things might be sort of a step in the right direction here for the design, where there was just too much gold before, and I think we've added a little bit more variety in the colors now throughout. This is a gross color that I used here, and I don't know why I did that. Let me just put it back to being gold. There. But, okay. Let me see. Me start rubric. Let's start our rubric. Let's start our grade. For color palette, I think you need more color variety. There's not enough colors in the palette as it stands right now, for me at least. Too much gold sort of overall, which is why I was wanting to add a white or maybe another color of a similar sort. Oh, another raid! Hello! Shroomates! Hope you weren't dizzy before. Rotate again. Welcome in! I am Squiiji. I'm a freelance artist Fungi. I'm also an educator. And today we are doing our final round of VTuber design critiques for charity. Last week we were raising funds for Cure Cancer Australia, and all the lovely fellows we are critiquing today were lovely donors to us. So we're doing some critiques. We are potentially wrapping up with, whoops, hang on, not that one, spoilers, Felina Luna, who is a cat girl, also a music-inspired VTuber design. So we were making some suggestions about concept and about color, and I was working into the grading part of it. Yeah, Pog Charity! I'm really proud of the Shroomates. They raised over $2,000 for charity. Let's go! Last week. Also, thank you, mods, for getting the shout out. Miki, what were you up to for stream? How was it? What did you all do? What did you get up to? Oh my gosh, another? What? Were you guys working together? Hello. Hi, Dr. Dayton. Hey, Shroomates. I hope you weren't dizzy. Keep rotating. We will get a shout out for Doctor as soon as the cooldown on shout outs is over. But welcome again. Hello. Once more. I am Squiiji. I'm a freelance artist Fungi. I'm also an art educator, and we're doing VTuber design critiques. Whoa. Get spun. Oh, I'm not like facing forward now. What happened? Hello? Face forward, EG. Face forward. Greet your raiders, EG. But we are critiquing VTuber designs of fellows who donated to charity last week. Last week we did a charity event for Cure Cancer Australia, and these lovely fellows donated. So we're working on grading. Whoops, I keep clicking the wrong one. For Felina Luna. Hello. Hi. Let me see. Hang on. Miki just rated as well. I was arting, then very short Marvel Rivals. Miki. Hey. Hi. Hi. Hey, Miki. Would you perchance be interested in paying art tax? Would you be willing to show us what you were working on? We love to snoop. We love to see what people are working on. All of you watching, you don't have to. I'm a little intimidating when I do that. I know I get really close, but if you want to, you don't have to. You're welcome to share what you're working on with us if you like. I hope it was fun though. Dr. Dayton, what were you guys up to? How was your stream? What did you guys do? Wait, I can snoop now. Thank you, mods, for getting the shout out for that one also. Recently streamed and just chatting software and game development in the long dark. Ooh, interesting, intriguing. Also, if you guys from either of the raids need to do things like eating or drinking or snorkeling memeing, please take care of yourselves. Please look after yourselves. If you want to stick around and hang out, you are more than welcome to do so. But please prioritize looking after yourselves. I can. How do I do it? If you send me a link in the chat, I give you permission to do so. You can send it. Theoretically, Discord links and Twitter links and Blue Sky links and Imgur should all work. Potentially. And Moobot may not like it. Moobot doesn't really listen to me, but I will still be able to get the link even if Moobot yells at us. Yeah. Mostly just played a cozy game. Nice! I hope it was fun. I hope you had a good time and that it was truly and pleasantly and in all ways cozy. Yeah. But I will keep a lookout. I'll keep an eyeball out to see if a link appears, maybe for art, for a tasty, delicious art snack for art tax. But I have to lock in. We have a lot of designs to get through today. I have 4 hours left of stream, and this is our second one. So I'm not moving as swiftly as I might need to be. Woo! Silhouette. You've made some great decisions for silhouette with the hair and things like that, with also the tuba for your skirt, but you're completely symmetrical. So we may need to find some angles to make you less symmetrical. So I would put that there. For complexity versus clarity, I want maybe a little more detail. You've got some good details, but some of them need to be a little bit bigger. Oh, and the color palette is also here because we need a little bit of shading. There's some clarity trouble, mayhaps, from the ears overlapping with the hair and being the exact same color. So we may need some shading to clarify that. For focal points, your eyes being really green and being really the only green in the design are very focal. So good work on that one. Classic thing to do. Just make your eyes a different color and we will look you in the face immediately. It works. It's proven. Good work. You know what we look for here. For concept and motifs, it's clever. You're doing some smart things in it, but I want a little more, and I would like to see a more specific like fashion style, maybe a little bit more exaggeration in it. But I think you're on the right track in a lot of ways here. It's interesting. I'm intrigued. I think we just need a little more from it. Just a bit. Gotta go and eat, but lurk. Enjoy your lurk. Thank you for stopping by. I hope you enjoy your snacks also. Take care of yourself post stream. Ari, thank you for following too. Keys are the keys of jangling. Yes, we are jangling the keys. I am paying attention. Let me do a, whoops, I keep clicking that one still. Let me just do a real quick ladder. Real quick ladder, but I think we have our grade already. Whoops, hang on, that's not right. There we go. Ooh, wait, hang on. I mean the hands, but that's a body part, it's not really part of the design. Sleeves and the underbust, the top of that, top of this, the necklace, eyes, bottom of the hair, tiara, the ears, and the top of the hair there. So, slightly climbable ladder. Not the most dangerous ladder around. Definitely not easy to get past these rungs, but there's some similar spacing sort of throughout. I feel like we could use some of that asymmetry, a little bit of diagonals to add some more spice, add some more flavor, add some more terror out to this ladder. This ladder doesn't fully strike fear into my heart the way that it maybe could. Yeah. Link did get bought? Bet. Hell yeah, nice. Okay. So, and with perfect timing too, I will grab that link so we can take a look at the delicious art snack. But you narrowly pass your ladder. Narrowly pass in dangerous. Could be more dangerous, I will still say though. Let me turn on all the miscellaneous things I was doing. Oh, this was the other part of the skirt. I had it hidden with just the music notes under it. I thought the way that you had the skirt otherwise is stronger than your alternate skirt design that was down there. Let me see. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 out of 10? Why do I keep doing that? Math! 7 out of 10. That sounds right to me. That's not a drawing tool. Hang on. Hang on. Wait, I got this. I'm a pro. Yeah. There we go. Legible! Yay! Can we get a round of applause for Felinia, pretty please? And then we're gonna take a look at what Miki sent us from the link. I see a blue sky link that Moobot was so kind as to permit us to look at, but yay! Round of applause, Felinia. Also, good work getting your design done in time. I know you were working hard to try and get it done for the deadline. Good work. Let me save you and close you for now. And then we'll take a look at Miki's art. So this is just sitting in the background tonight now, but we can open Work in Progress Scrunkly Fungi Com from today's stream. Oh, look how scrunkly. Look at this scrunkly little fella. Look how cute. This is Miki's artwork that was shared with us. I love like this style of like scribbly eyeball. I don't know what to call it, but it's so stylized. It makes me think of a Mori a little bit. It's so nice. For the Fungi, is it going to have like one of my favorite things that I see in like Fugis or in designs that are in this style? Will it have like line boil? Do you know what line boil is? I feel like line boil would go so well with this. Where line boil is that kind of thing where the lines just shift ever so slightly between like 1 or 2 frames. It's neat. I finished one I can show if you're interested. I mean, calling me intrigued. I am intrigued. This is a delicious, tasty art snack, which thank you for showing. Yeah, Ed and Eddie outlines do also have line boil, that's true. E.g., intro screen has line boil also. Sadly, no line boy. I'm not that skilled in rigging in Live 2D yet. Oh, wait. You said these are, wait, hang on. These are Fungi designs, but are they in Live 2D? Fungi designs in Live 2D? Wild, crazy, interesting, intriguing. Is it animated then? Ha. I'm intrigued. I see the Shroomates are also eating you. Fungi that I rig in Live 2D. Oh, okay. Neat. Okay. Intriguing. I've seen a couple of like Fugis that are animated and have some of that from Live 2D. That's cool. Thank you for sharing with us, Miki. Delectable. Very cute. Very scrunkly little fella. Give you a little pat on the head. Deet, 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 deet. Milkabug, thank you for following also. Thank you. Say thank you for the snack, Shroomates. I gotta lock in. I got so much to do. Oh, spoiler. Hang on. Comes back. Here. There we go. Oh, see, Moobot didn't like that one for some reason. Moobot, why was that any different? Don't worry, you're okay. Moobot, why have you done this to me? Moobot, you're supposed to permit. Wait, I know why Twitter links don't always go through. I know why. It's because I think I only have X or Twitter, like one or the other, blacklisted. Or not blacklisted, whitelisted. I don't know if I have both. And that might be why. But here, I can post the link for you. Shroomates, you guys want to check out the, like, Fugis that are Live 2D rigged? They are very cute. Those would go hard with a line boil. But I also have no clue how that works. I have no clue how that would work in Live 2D, but it would be sick. It'd be so cool. Alrighty, let me see. Where are we next? Kettle Toro, spicy red panda VTuber. Kettle Toro is crazed spice addict who's a bit ditzy. She's always hunting for the nearest spicy ramen or going on brain rot inducing adventures in game. Very silly. Visual details. Skirt has a tail window, straps connect to the top, chili charms in the back, has fire pupils. One ear will always be down unless expressing something. Interesting. Oh, Rokabug, thank you for following. Just came from YouTube on my way to the wildlife rehab. I volunteer and wanted to get some more tips about character design so I can finalize my own soon. Good luck at work. Thank you for listening in. No, right, you learn how to do that. There's definitely a way to do it. I've seen it on a couple models before. It's so neat. It's so neat. It's so worth maybe figuring out. So, Kettle Toro, to focus here. I didn't realize you were a red panda. I thought you were a fox because of the white ears, I think. And I know that red pandas, what color, how do red pandas' ears work? I need to Google what a red panda looks like. My partial aphantasia is not helping me. Oh, they do have white ears. How do we make the ears more red panda-like? I feel like red panda ears, they have a lot more fluff on the side of their ear, like in the corner, where they have like almost this thing where it goes like, oh, and the angle might also be part of it, where I'm just gonna draw generally what the shape of red panda ear is like. They're a little bit more like rounded out to the side, I feel like. Where they kind of go like that, and then they have this longer tuft at the bottom of them, right? And then they do still have that dark interior, which I think is getting us in the right direction, maybe. But I think this might be what we need from this ear shape in order for it to properly read as a red panda. Whereas these ears, because they're so sharp, and this one is so upright, you could still have one that's up and one that's down, but if our starting shape for up is here, and then the down shape is more like, can still be like as fully like down as that is, but still keeping it a little more rounded, and then we can still see there's like the longer pieces at the bottom. I think that might make it clearer that you're a red panda than it is right now. Yeah, I think the ears need to be a little bit more rounded. They're a little too fox-like. And then secondarily, I think I'm noticing that red pandas have darker stripes on their tails. So I'm wondering, because right now I was also thinking fox, even though this isn't super sharp, it's rounded like a red panda tail, but they tend to have stripes on their tails that are in a darker color that is associated with like the bulk of their fur, like the body part of the fur. The body's main color tends to be this red, so I wonder if we just do a normal multiply, and I'm gonna make it not this dark, because this is gonna be a little bit too much, but if we had just like some stripes coming through this area of the fur, should arc this. Whoop. And then, you know, maybe if we can see a little bit of it coming out against where the leg is. In here, we get like one coming through here or something. That might be enough to push us in the correct direction where it doesn't feel raccoon-esque because of the colors, but then it feels a little bit less fox-like. So I think that's something that can be really tricky with certain types of animals, is that you really have to get the ear shape correct in order for it to feel like the proper animal. But like that already, I think would be enough to push it further. Oh, you're here! Hello! Hi! Thank you so much for looking at my design. Do you mind looking at my final VTuber model? It's in the drive. Also, like, more ideas to make the chili theme more obvious, make it stand out if that's possible. Oh, wait. So I think I did download that from the drive, but I'd pulled this one because it had more details about you on it. Hang on, is this the final one? Is this the final? I think the critiques I had for it still stand for this if this is the final one. Hang on, let me move this back to where we were. Come here. Tail looks amazing. Mini document if you happen to see it. I did, I looked at the document for it, so I'd at least have the context. Hang on. I gotta move you back into position here with yourself. Oh, there we go. And then if I put this one here, I can have them next to each other. Yeah. Tips are kind of blunt for Red Panda. Wondering if the dark part fade into the white more, but sell fuzziness. Maybe. Yeah. Tail looks amazing. Yeah, I think the tail needs a little bit more of the striping, and we were talking about your ear shape maybe needing a little bit of reworking, where I could just put this on top of this one since it's flat and frontal, but your ears are very much reading as fox ears right now, where Red Panda ears are a little bit more, you know, out to the side a little bit, with little bits, you know, there's like a longer piece underneath. So I feel like this ear shape would benefit you further in us reading properly your species. But yeah, so the things we were saying so far was striping for the tail and ear shape to make sure we're getting the species properly. Secondarily, I was seeing in your document wanting to have things that more reference the spicy angle of your design, specifically chilies, I guess, or chiles. And I'm wondering things about like shape language, or if there's interesting ways we could add them. Kettle had given us a little document that had some examples of, you know, Pecora with, you know, the carrots in her hair, or another character that had like just leeks sort of perched in the hair as well, having, you know, them hanging in the hair like two cherries might. But I'm trying to think if there's any clever ways we could use the shapes that are sort of throughout the design here to reference a chile. And I'm wondering if one of the things that may also help with that is the top part, where a lot of chilies and stuff like that will have, you know, you've got this blue color that doesn't appear very often, it's in your eyes. It's the little like top piece that goes like, whoops, wrong color. It goes like this and connects. And I'm wondering if that could be used to good effect here somewhere, where your bows could maybe use something like that, so that way that feels like we're getting part of that reference. Big red shapes. Add other spices like star anise. We could. Adding other peppers could help, maybe. Or other things that are spicy. Black pepper. I think as I'm like looking through. Red pepper flakes could also be interesting as almost like a glitter aspect maybe, or like having something that's a little bit spotted somewhere. Because red pepper flakes are sort of specifically in the way that they're a little bit gold, a little bit brown, a little bit red, and that can maybe push us in the right direction as well. I'm trying to think of what I would add in a clever manner, because right now these sleeves already almost feel pepper shaped to me. They're, you know, narrow at the top, tapering at the bottom, which is making me wonder if this was green. Doesn't have to be this specific shade of green, but it was this green, and then we had that sort of like transitional edge. Maybe that'll feel too much like a strawberry, but treating this as the stem, oops, you can't see what I'm doing. Treating this as the stem at the bottom edge of the sleeves, because they already feel like inverted chilies a little bit to me. I'm trying to think if there's like a better way I would think of that. Wait, that's genius. Thanks. I'm not sure that's the right color for it, but I think that could be something that would be good, because I want to think of things that are nice and subtle. I don't want to just slap actual physical chilies on you. That's a little bit too direct. We can find the clever angles for incorporating them I think that ends up being where designs really stun, where they end up being the most lovely. In Hungary, we hang paprika to dry in bunches from doorways in the countryside, and I always thought that looked really cool, but I don't know how that would be incorporated. Interesting. Are you open to adding other kinds of spices to this? Because I feel like maybe that would be a good angle for adding more breath, because a chili, you know, we could use things like chili slices. Let me see what a cross-section of a chili looks like. I think I'm thinking of jalapenos. No, not a cross-section of the country. No, I don't need a cross-section of Chile, the country. No, I need the food. Google, please. Please hear me out. Oh, there we go. Where, like, they have this sort of, like, round shape to them. I'm trying to think of what other ways we can interpret the chili. Where with, like, apples, we think about, you know, cutting them open and different ways they can be displayed. But, like, if it's open like this, you get, like, the lighter part that's in the center. And then there's usually, like, white seeds or something inside, right? So I'm wondering if we could use this or some... I keep doing this because I have this split right now. If there is some way we could make a motif that looks like the inside of the peppers do, where you take, like, a cross-section of it, or maybe that could be an earring, or maybe that is something that would be good for, like, one of the little, like, things you have hanging from your body, because right now they are just a basic chili. Or skirt buttons. Maybe. Are there buttons on the skirt right now? Whoops, I'm kind of zooming us around. I don't see any buttons on the skirt, but I feel like there could be something we could replace with that. Yeah, it could be a good buckle. Oh, that could be good for a buckle, maybe. Where, I mean, I don't know if it would be clear that that's what it is if we used that for the buckle, because the way it would have to pass in front of and behind it would remove part of the arcs, and by not having the color, it might not read as clearly. But that could be interesting. Have this in the center, kind of arcing in, and then you could see, like, individual seeds on it or something, maybe. That could be clever. Chili paste tattoo, maybe. That could be interesting. And I think, you know, you've got this one singular little flame here, and you've got the flames in your eyes, which make me wonder if there could be another angle to adding those flames into. Yeah, like peppercorns. Wait, cooking. Yeah. We are cooking. You do incorporate food also, yeah. I'm trying to think of, like, I feel like a lot of the stuff that's stuck in the tail right now feels like stickers. And I feel like it would be more visually interesting to us if these were, like you had in your example, with, like, pecora, if these were actual chilies that are stuck in your tail. And then maybe you could also have, like, you know, this is actually in there, sticking out off the edge. Or I was saying earlier, like, peppercorns or red pepper flakes, something like that, as more of, like, the sprinkles in this lighter area on the tail. Or, like, you know, red things. I also think of, like, spicy, like, chili oil also as something that might be good. You know, that kind of specific oil sheen that happens on foods that have a lot of red pepper or just, like, chili oil in it. And I'm wondering if that might be just a neat textural thing we could do on your clothing also. Let me grab, like, a slightly more gold undertone color for some of these flakes. That's not really the color I want. This, maybe? Oh, Di Fiora! Welcome back. Oh, wait, hang on, huh? Gifted sub. Di Fiora, thank you for gifting a sub to Tales of the Past. That was very kind of you. Thank you. Can we rotate for Di Fiora also, please? Oh, wait, did I miss one too? Rokabug, did I say thank you for resubscribing? Welcome back. I'm sorry if I missed you. I might have been distracted and looking down at something, but thank you. We can do some rotation. I hope you enjoy getting to continue rotate with the Shroomates. Thank you, of course. Also, hi, Revy. Remedy. Onigiri, name of the VTuber, has her clothes create shape from onigiri? Yes, I specifically used that as an example. Color blocking, make her outfit look like the inside of a pepper. Maybe, I could see that also. Hoagie looks kind of flame shaped, maybe we could exaggerate it to imply heat. Potentially also, yes. What was the, oh, I was doing like pepper flakes in the tail, potentially. And you get the ones that are like red also, so we could repeat this red color. I was thinking about the chili oil sheen, which I'd have to like Google in order to see how that looks, but that feels a little bit more peppery for the tail, and maybe that could come back in the hair or something in that manner. Green chiles to help give a little more green to the outfit. Could do that. I fear adding much more green will take us a lot more away from the face. Right now, the little bit of green I added has taken the focus out of the face just a little bit. Chili stem ahoge. Could also do that. But I do like the little flame ahoge we have right now also. Potential. Like paprika color might work. Paprika color might work. This is already kind of paprika-y, this red, but I guess that's a little bit more muted. Darker crimson gives a dried pepper, even apple, like you say. More vibrant red, give more pepper vibe or ketchup. That was the thing I was kind of nervous about, is we gotta make sure these things aren't reading as being tomato adjacent, or maybe like strawberries the way they are now. I'm trying to think of how I would go about doing the, like, oil. Let me look up chili oil. Yeah, it's like this really nice, rich, very almost like neon orange color too, where might be too much to add that in some places, but I wonder if it would be nice in the hair or something? I don't know, I'm just thinking, just putting things out there. And the twin tails burnt, not sure to make it look like that, maybe making the ends of them flame shaped without being flames. Could do those things. For burning them, we'd probably make them darker and more jagged along the edges, but that could be neat for adding a little just quiet asymmetry potentially. On the shirt or the skirt, maybe. Kettle's more orange in the eyes, adding can help emphasize the focal point. The amount of orange in the eyes is very small right now though, and from a distance we don't read it a ton in either of these images. I am wondering though about maybe the chili oil would be good for the sock? Let me see. I wouldn't want to make it super bright, but like I feel like the sock feels very, like it isn't as specific as it could be. Whoops, I should do this on its own layer probably, theoretically. For like if we were seeing like that this has sort of like an oily sheen to it or something, that would be more of like a textural thing than what I'm doing right now. I'm just drawing with the color. But if it had the texture of oil where it sort of glistens in the light a little bit and is shiny in some places, that could be interesting as a reference. Then you can leave some little spots where we get like the actual chilies or something and then are red in those parts. The tail could even be stained with it maybe. Orange tinted hair or fur. Maybe that would be a better place to put it then, would be to like almost use that as a way to like stain part of the tail orange. Even that's not very nice. If we stain part of the tail orange like it's been tinted by chili oil, even if it's not super high contrast or anything, then that may help also get us the red panda angle a little bit more. Lipstick chili oil for shine. Maybe also, yeah. Maybe. Help with focal point. Chest could look like a ramen bowl with the frills being flames or steam. Oh, interesting. I guess some of the frills we have could maybe reference flame a little bit more, where if like they sort of like meander a little bit instead of being so round, they'll feel a little bit flame-like, which could be interesting. Like that's a little more jagged, but that feels a little bit more like flames. And if you keep them rounded, it won't read like fur. So idol VTuber coded. Yeah, it is definitely idol adjacent in some way. Maybe some tattoos. There is already one tattoo, but I feel like we could go more exaggerated with it too right now, where this tattoo is pretty simplified, and I feel like it could be either a little bit bigger, a little bit thicker in the lining, or a little more detailed in what it's referencing. Or maybe that would also be a good place to bring in our cross-section design that we were thinking about too, where you can get something radial out of that, and then having this like on top of it or behind it or next to it could be good, maybe. Orange tinting, red jacket, some black, more like a chili. Flame decal on everything, like a car, make it go fast. Guys are silly. Hard not to read green and red plant a strawberry. Yeah, it makes me think of strawberry milkshake. I mean, The good news at the end of the day is you are looking yummy, at least. You're looking edible in some manner. Orange tint already, black shiny materials like belt or straps, a bit more subtle. Yeah, if it was just like the highlights of some things like this for the oranges, that might work nicely too for giving us that little bit of like sheen. Also, where if it's just kind of subtle and only reflective, hog. Chopsticks or a spoon, maybe. Oh, that's one of the things I forgot about with our last one. For Faelinia, I wanted you to put the keys on, the little depressor things for tubas and stuff like that, but we didn't actually do that. Whoopsie, I forgot. Darn it. Hang on. Tail isn't striped, thought she was a fox, not a red panda. Yeah, so we did add some striping to the tail, which I think will help with that. Where's the layer is doing that on? It might even need to be a little bit darker. Maybe not that fully dark, but I think this is in the right direction for it. Chopsticks or spoons, something to eat. Do you remember the chili flakes you added? What if they were yellow in color instead of black? Black kind of feels like strawberry. Yeah, I made them kind of gray. I did add some gold ones, but we could make them, some of them even more yellow instead, so that way it doesn't feel like strawberry. But I feel like it felt almost like peppercorn still though. But if it's misreading, we could go for something more gold instead too, or having more of them that are red for the flakes. But I feel like this sort of peppery texture is good for feeling spicy as well. People were saying burnt ends to the hair. I don't know how chaotic your fella is, but if your hair was like burnt off at the ends, real crunchy. Doesn't have to be every piece either, but then you can put just like a little bit of like the orange around the edge of it or something. Kind of Bernice-esque, but then that adds a little bit of black. It doesn't have to be symmetrical, so then that adds a little more asymmetry to the design. That could be good. Referencing fire without just using straight fire again. Just kind of the name of the game a lot of the time when I'm doing design work is how do we reference the thing, the motif, the style without just directly one-to-one doing that? Because those kinds of things end up feeling a little bit more clever. But then you could even have like burned out chunks in other places or burns on your ear. Yeah, triangles feel real jagged. But like just those little pops at the bottom edge of your hair, I feel like do a lot for adding some contrast where your hair is against the tail, which might just be because your tail right now is pretty similar in value to your hair. At least these like lighter pink parts are. So maybe having some of these dark trims where your hair is specifically going to overlap with your tail would be good. A little bit of orange around the edges. And by doing this, we're adding a little bit more color depth here too, where a lot of the parts of the design right now don't have a ton of color depth. Very red and pink overall, where I'm kind of searching and hunting for an extra color. And I think the orange is adding a lot by just working it in little places where it's not distracting, it's not overwhelming, but it is adding some needed interest perhaps. And I might even say to go for like one of those burned regions right around your face too, because that'll really emphasize it. Dark area back behind it. Bring a little more orange around the face. What is this? There we go. Grab this orange I had. Because you already sort of have these dark face framing hairs there, but I think it's a little more of the chaos. Put golden pepper flakes on the ears. Yeah, we could take the flakes that we were doing to the ears also, maybe. Meep. There we go. Grab the gold ones. And that part is a little bit of texture variety as well, potentially. Yeah, I think that's moving that direction. Also, the buckle idea we were doing for your belt buckle could also happen on the one that you have around your neck too. Okay, so I think that's the bulk of what I had to say as far as concept goes, which is that I think we can work both of those things into the visual design a little bit more than they were currently. I'm definitely getting the direction as far as there's chiles involved, but I think we can increase it by adding some more of these like burned out bits, or, you know, some more peppery flakes, or the ends of the sleeves being more directly pepper related. Things like that will help us in the right direction. As far as making sure you read as the correct animal, we might have to work with the ear shape and the tail having the stripes a little bit more. I think that'll push us in the right direction. Gold or like orange for the highlighting that happens on these dark objects might be good in reference to like chili oil. I think that's the bulk of the concept angle that we needed to talk about here. Then as far as the other elements are, focal point. We get rid of everything that I had done. Go away. Getting rid of everything that I had done does leave your eyes somewhat focal, but the struggle and the challenge here is that, especially over here, when I'm looking here, I go to your sleeves and your leg before anything else because everything around your face isn't very high contrast. Your pink hair, with your white hair, with your skin tone, the contrast isn't very high. However, with dark black skirt against your skin tone and against red, which is the highest chroma color, ends up being a bit visually distracting. So I, unfortunately over here, am not really even looking at your face because there's just not enough contrast around it, where somehow, like from here, you know, you've got these nice dark purple tones in the shadows, where here, it doesn't ever get really that dark all the way. Where if we had some of these way darker little bits in the hair, that's pushing the contrast around the face a little bit more in a way that might be necessary. And then same deal with even like behind your head. It doesn't get very dark. So then it's not framing your face as well as it is on the illustration itself. And honestly, I still think even in this illustrated version, it might still need a little bit more, but it is on the right track because it has, you know, some nice blue undertones back here that are not really super present throughout the rest of the design. Oh, I drew that right on top, so I can't turn it off. Whoopsie, EG wrong layer. If you needed an EG wrong layer for your bingo, you can have it. Red jacket, red leg warmer, first things I looked at. Yeah, I need a red bow or something. Yeah, you need something either red on your head to make that more important, or these reds down here may need to be pushed back a little bit. Classic EG sweeping gradient could be a solution for the live 2D art if I just go, hang on, where's my selection tool? Here. The inside of your hair, I think everywhere needs those darker colors though. Like even down here, it's so close to the background color and to your skin color that I'm having trouble with it being visible. But let's see, this might be enough to push your lower sock back. But I think that you're gonna need just more red around your head somewhere anyway. And I'm wondering if maybe also the gradation in your hair could start from closer to red, just on like the top of your head. Where like these parts could just be fully darker. And then your hoge, if it was more exaggerated, it's already kind of flame-like, but more exaggerated, more flame-like. If it's a little bit bigger, or more, you multiply, and then bit. But then if I blend this out, we're bringing the red in around the face a little bit more. We're increasing the contrast around the face a little bit more. Your eyes are blue, which should really be doing a lot to make your face focal, but they're not succeeding to outcompete your sleeves right now. So we might also need to just tint the undertone of your sleeves towards the bottom end of them a little bit cooler, so that way we're slinking a little further away from red. So let's see. More contrast, that's helping. And then let me try tinting your sleeves a little bit. I'm gonna send them purple. Let's see. Normal, give me a color. There we go. And this is gonna be really extreme at first. I'll turn it down. Oh man, once we add the green that I was thinking about adding too, that might actually make it worse, unfortunately, but we'll see, yeah. Flakes, flakes, flakes. Bangs being red would benefit the design. Make the white on the bangs orange or something. Yeah, happy to add it to my head. Yeah. Adding the little dark piece where the hair was cut off here, I think would also benefit the head and add a little bit more focus to the head. What sneeze? Whoa. I never have enough time to mute myself. The warning I have between EG realizes they have to sneeze and is actually sneezing is like 0.3 seconds. Thank you for the bless yous. I've been having a little bit of allergies, so bear with me. Let's see. Blur that. I'll make it less intense. actually. I think that's actually doing the opposite. I might need to pull this even more blue. Let's see. An undertone. Yeah, I don't actually know if that's helping as much as I thought it would. But yeah, somebody also said orange in the hair. Let me turn on all the edits I had made here. I can steal this orange again. Hang on, why can't I see that? Hello? Yeah. And then like if your hair was like burnt out, like right in the front too, where it comes down to like a darker peak or something, that might be enough to bring us into the face. Potentially. Get us in the right direction there. Strands of red-orange help with the focus. I think the orange would help because it's not as distributed throughout your design. Honestly, I'm wondering, since you have the blue, I'm wondering if the blue might be also effective in bringing us into the face. I'm gonna try something potentially crazy. But if your hair highlights were blue, we've got a lot of colors happening on your head right now. Because right now I'm kind of using level of detail to maybe make your head more focal, but highlights being blue is still keeping all of the blue to your head area. I think that's helping a little bit. If this shading on here was even more blue and its undertone, that might also still help, where if it was just a little bit more saturated. I think the orange, if we're using it for streaks of things, might be to your benefit, and then adding more of the black is also increasing the contrast and detail around the face. But let me just see if I just need to just destroy your front part of your bangs. I think that's helping a decent bit right now for me. Step in the right direction for sure. Let me look at where we were. Look at where we are. Oops, hang on. Look at where we are now. I think that's helping. I don't know if it's all the way there, but I would say it's a marked improvement for me. Smoky eye would work. Oh, wait, that's true. That is true. You already have a little bit of like red eye makeup. But if you had sort of just a smoky, like dark eyeshadow on, also, that could be good as well. So it'll make your eyes have more darkness around them. Let me just normal multiply. And then I'll blur it out a bit. Yeah, like framing. Up to it, spot black eyes with the flame might help. That's true. Having some of the black parts of the eye or the darker parts of the eye even darker could also be good. So here, let me make this like a decent shape, and then we'll blur out the edge of it a little bit and see what that does. Doesn't need to be that dark, but even like that I think is adding a little bit of contrast. Your eye whites were even brighter. You've got a couple little really bright white highlights. This is already pretty dark in there, but if there was even more of that coming down around the flame itself, then the flame will be even higher in contrast. Potentially, but I think a number of the things we've done here are going in the right direction as far as focal point goes, but I think that's the notes I had for that. Let me look at my rubrics. I feel like we've been here for a minute. So for concept, we're not reading Red Panda properly, and we need a little bit more of the pepper angle. For focal point, the red is unfortunately out-competing the face quite a bit, but there's a number of things we can do to improve that. I am cooking, thank you. Complexity versus clarity. We were adding a little bit more complexity to it, but honestly, the level of detail I think here is fine. You're somebody that could be plushified pretty easily without any trouble. Pepperflake freckles. Ah, pepperflake freckles. Silhouette. Your hair, by having pigtails, adds some good silhouette. Your hair isn't completely eating all of your silhouette either. You're almost completely symmetrical. I think the only thing that's making you asymmetrical right now is your socks. As far as silhouette goes, your skirt is asymmetrical, but not really in a way that contributes to the silhouette itself. So I might like a little more asymmetry somewhere. I don't really have a suggestion for where I would put it, but maybe just a little more. And then for color palette, I think we want just a little more interest in it, where we were adding some orange, or I was adding some purple undertones to things, or just adding a little bit more depth, I think is necessary. But it's close. It's close. I didn't draw a ladder, so I'll do a ladder test on you here. Whoop, hang on. move this over. I'll have to save and close both of these. There we go. Blue. Let's see, what are our predictions for our ladder here? Bottom of the feet, bottom of this, top of this, top of this, that. Your tail, theoretically, if the tail's hanging straight down, that'd probably be there. Here's the bottom of your hair, bottom of your skirt, bottom of your sleeves. That's not really adding anything. Top of the skirt, bottom of, or that end would be the top of that piece. Bottom of this, top of the shirt, top of that, your shoulders, your neck, your eyes, probably top of your head, and your pigtails, and then top of your ears. I could probably even do one for like that in there. Ouch. I see ladders throwing. I see them hitting me. Dangerous. Dangerous. We're not getting past the leg portion. I feel like VTuber models are always the most dangerous at the bottom. They usually don't have comparable danger at the top other than in clustering, but there is some danger. The ladder test is a technique we use where we place a horizontal line anytime there's a big visual division in a model, whether it's the edge of a piece of clothing or something that's high contrast. And what we want to be doing is making sure that the areas of visual interest are varied throughout the design, that we're creating not just horizontal lines, but maybe diagonals, also having some asymmetry. Yeah. Striped asymmetrical socks that go crazy insano ladder style, yeah. The most classic VTuber tropes is the mismatched socks, which I have to even give myself points for here. There we go. Yeah, okay. Yep. Giant sleeves, okay. You've got mini hair vents. If you guys are looking for what hair vents are, these are like baby hair vents. Waist length or longer hair. There we go. And unique pupils. Wow, you gave us a lot of boxes here on our bingo. Love stray hairs. Yeah, stray hairs. They're cute. They're good. Looking for hair vents, actually? Yeah, we got them. Hi, Waffle Lord. Let me see. That was a grade, I think, though. Right? Hang on. Did I count? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 out of 10? We've had a pretty consistent average here today so far. Close. That's still not a drawing implement. Try again, EG. Make my brush smaller. Yippee! Can we get a round applause here for Kettle Toro? Thank you for sharing your design with us. Thank you for sharing. I hope that you will be able to, I hope that we were helpful here in our process. Yay, thank you for reviewing my design. Of course! Of course, thank you for submitting, and thank you also for donating to the charity. Thank you. Oh wait, I can clap. Dee 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 dee. This is definitely the noise clapping makes. Dee 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 dee. Yay, okay. Let me also save and close you so that my computer can have a break, a little more of a break. There we go, okay, save that one. 2:30. Oh, hello. Oh, we've been raided. Good timing. We are just switching designs here. Let me save this, but hi, I am Squiiji. I'm a freelance artist Fungi and also an art educator. We are doing VTuber design critiques for charity. Last week, we did a charity event associated with Cure Cancer Australia, and all the designs we're critiquing today are from the lovely fellows who donated last week. So welcome in, fellas. Shroomates, rotate for the raiders, please, if you'd so wish. And also, thank you, mods, for getting the shout out. Time Clocker, what were you up to? What were you doing? I'm switching us into our next design that we're gonna be looking at here. We just finished up looking at Kettle Toro. Very cute, spicy red panda fella. And I think next we're going to Astra Mave. Yeah, here we go. Here's our next one. I was just about to do my ceremonial, eat a couple of fish cracker and take a swig of my Gate of Raid. Yes. Hello. Hi, Astra, it's you. Also, Shiny Nemo and Nikki the Weeb, thank you guys for following. I appreciate it. Let's see, what are you up for stream? Last time streaming The Room 2. What is The Room? Is that one of those like escape game kind of things? I feel like that's what I remember it being, but I can't tell. Might send a new image if possible. Yeah, I mean, go for it. Astra, if you have something more recent. This was the most recent submission that I found in the submission form, but if you have something more recent, send it in the, send it in live suggestions for me, please, if you can. Daughter making things difficult? It's okay, don't worry. Pre-checking the star motif. Ah, there you go. There's a little bit of a star motif happening here. Yeah. Played some Age of Empires. The room's a puzzle box kinds of game. Played that last week. Very fun as well. Oh, the overlay is lying to me about what you played last. But I hope Age of Empires was fun. That's one of those games I've heard the name of hundreds of times, but I still don't really know anything about it. But I hope it was a good time for ya. Also, I am bald. I hope you don't mind. Heterochromia for those who need it. True, I don't need heterochromia. I'm one away from victory. Can I finally get my first victory in over a week? Please. Please. Had 2 victories in a row? Hell yeah, let's go! Good work! I don't know what a victory in that entails, but I'm sure you worked very hard for it. And I'm sure your fellows are very proud of you. Good work. If you and your guys need to do things like eating or drinking or snorting and meeting, please take care of yourselves while I stand here intimidatingly while I T-pose at you from the front of my classroom. I might not be in the Discord. Astro, do you want to be? Would you like to be? If there's another way you can send it to me, I could check in the forum to see if maybe your name was spelled differently. If maybe your name was, oh, okay. Yes, there you go. Yeah, Shroomates, if you'd like to join the Discord, there is a Shroomate Discord server that you are all welcome to if you like. You're always all welcome to Discord. I'll stand here menacingly while we wait to see updated Astra. But I'm going to assume that your name is still Astra Maeve. I'm going to, maybe I shouldn't, but I'm going to guess that potentially the pronouns have stayed she, her at Astra Maeve. And then the details being, her full name is Australius is Randy Maeve Ear Salvier. Oh boy, I hope I didn't work that up. If I mispronounced your name, do tell me. She's an Archmage and the master of the Amethyst Tower in the hidden elven kingdom of Salvier. She lives there with her husband, Alvian, and their daughter, Seal. In secret, Australius is the reincarnation of a conscious blue giant star. After her explosion, she unexpectedly found herself reborn on an unfamiliar planet, Earth. Her only goal now is to live her life freely and experience everything she couldn't while she was still a star. Neat. Is for a meme? Huh? Wait, what? Recommend the Discord enough? Look fully covered to me? What? What are you saying? Huh? Oh? I think that's skin? Oh, no. No. I think everything is covered here. I believe everything is covered. The long name? Oh, I see. Need food, but we lurking. I'm learning so much from your stream. Oh, well, enjoy. I hope you enjoy your lurk and your food. Thank you for dropping your fellas off. I will take good care of them. The Shroomates definitely won't bite them. Also, hips. Oh, wait, you're right. I was reading this as inverse. I thought that was a skirt. I will warn you. Yeah, that might be true. This area right here might be cutting it close as to what Twitch may or may not permit you to have. I think it's close enough that I won't get in trouble. But this may need to be, like, down here more? I'm not saying to make it that thick, but, like, this line might just need to drop. I know it's so cute and trendy to have, like, high-waisted stuff. But yeah, that might be difficult. Here, where you have your little, like, off-the-shoulder thing might work. So far not banned? Let's go. I am happy to hear that. I'm relieved even to hear that. Where... Have you sent the updated one from within the, Discord? Let me see. Is there an updated one? Twitch doesn't allow slaying? No, they don't. They allow me to slay when I'm bald. They permit that one. Even though that is, oh, it's so revealing. You're seeing more of my skin? Oh, inappropriate. Yeah, sadly cannot find it. Oh, that's okay. Don't worry about it. If there's anything that I am commenting on here that is not a part of your updated version, do let us know though. Or, wait. I have a little gremlin trying to eat the keyboard. Fair. Hello, little gremlin. Please be good. Don't eat keyboard. Don't be like my son. He tries to eat things he shouldn't. Don't do that. It's not good. Bald is out of stock. I was already bald. That's why I say that. Legit sad it's not a skirt. The skirt detail went hard as peak fashion design. Being a thigh high is a bit bland expected in comparison. Oh, interesting. I also was kind of excited thinking that this was like a half skirt. So if you are in danger of being interpreted that way, this could be like a partially tiered skirt, and that's all you'd have to do to make it clear that it is a skirt there also. I think Twitch has been more finicky about hip skin, maybe Vtoggle. Yeah, they have gotten more finicky about it. I saw, who was it that just got bonked for it? Was it Lucy? I saw somebody on Twitter who got bonked for hips, essentially, recently, and I was like, arr. Arr. Actually fabric draped around her. Oh wait, is it? Is this fabric? This part? Interesting, okay. Twitch is arse randomly decided to ban you and lie about the reasons. Yeah, they don't really make it very clear when they have trouble with something. It's frustrating for sure. I agree. But here, we're gonna look at this. I'm gonna look at the concept because I think the concept is a little bit looser. The model feels kind of stiff to me, unfortunately, in comparison, where some of the nice things that were happening with the shapes and some of the exaggeration is being lost due to the posing. But also, you're so, like, you had a nice, like, warmth to your skin tone here, and you got
Hey gamers,
so
what's up? It's your resident whiteboard gremlin on Squiiji's stream, Gary here to tell you that sometimes it's okay to eat strange stuff, like concrete.
Gary,
Trust me,
don't say that.
I have at least
children
15
listening.
liters of it a day and I'm still fine and dandy.
Gary! Gary, don't say that. There are impressionable fellas listening, and they should be only eating things that are approved of by their guardians. Gary, I don't approve of you eating those things and I'm your guardian, so don't. That's our boy? No! No, 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 no. It is not valuable information. Plug your ears and go la 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 la. No, false, not true. MECV, thank you for following. Holy crap, your model is so neat, very wiggly in the best way. Thank you. I am very wiggly. Just as a person, also. Hang on, so let me see. Wanted something to make the no skirt? Huh? It's hard to tell because there's none of the fabric behind it. Oh, okay, I see. Straight and wrap fabric also is angular and stiff, soft lace edged body. Kind of side, looking side is so good. Ah, I see. Oh, auto mod. That's allowed. You can say that. That's fine. You're allowed to say that, Selma. And now Gary's gonna say it.
Put my fingers in ears on your bit. Listen to Barry.
Did you see, Selma, what other word was flagged in that? Because it didn't just flag the word fingers followed by the word in. It flagged the word Gary. Why it was moved? Why Twitch? Why is the word Gary flagged? It had the words fingers in for fingers and ears, which is totally fine. I know why that might be flagged. There's weird ways of saying it. Why was Gary not permitted? Gary's allowed. Anyways, okay. What I was gonna say is that I have a little bit of clarity trouble in this version of the design because of the way that the shading is done, and it feels a little bit stiff to me. Where here, you know, the hair is exiting the edge of the body. It's adding to the silhouette a little bit in an interesting way. This purple corner, because it's bigger, it's reading as amethyst more clearly to me, and it's also saving you from the potential Twitch guideline trouble. But the fabric feels more like it's draped here, where it feels a little bit stiff in comparison to me in the like actual model version. And they took the warmth out of your skin tone. You feel a little bit washed out here, where you don't feel as washed out here. The whites are a little bit brighter, which is nicer. The hat feels like it's sitting on your head a little bit more. The perspective on the hat is a little bit wonky here. Yeah, you get some of the dynamism back when it's moving. If you have the opportunity, I have a feeling this is a live 2D model. But if you ever have the opportunity of getting a live 2D model where you can have the hand posed on the hip like that, it does something very nice for the way that the clothing is draped, where it's keeping the focal point higher in the design, adds a little bit of looseness to it and things like that. And I want that warmth back from your skin tone. So I'm gonna grade you based on this one because I feel like the colors are just, even the hair, like the shadows are becoming desaturated here in a way that isn't supporting the design as clearly, whereas in this one, the shadows still keep more of their saturation, which feels more visually interesting. So I'm gonna grade based on this one instead. I think the color design is working a little bit better. Your eyes are more focal because they're still brighter, whereas here your hat has the brightest pink. But yeah, hang on, I should digress. I'm getting a little bit off topic here, hang on. So, the things that we need to visually notice about your design. You are something that was birthed from the destruction of a blue star. You also are a high mage. You are an elf. I see the elf aspect. And what else was there? Was something else? Am I missing something? Archmage. giant, live life freely. Okay, yeah, okay. I see. So, I definitely immediately see the angle of the mage, the hat. Hats are powerful tools as far as being shorthand. If we removed the hat for a toggle, I think I may still get the mage aspect because having some like flowing fabric, you sort of have those like more like mystical colors. We associate purples and blues and cool tones with magic quite often. So I think that's leaning in the right direction. Oh, the amethyst. The amethyst. I like the amethyst texturing that you have on the skirt down here. And I almost wish that this was repeated inside of the hat. I think the inside of the hat is trying to give us sort of the galaxy and like star effect. But right now the details are kind of too small to read that way all the way. And we need more of this purple somewhere else so that way it becomes less important where it is lower in the design, where I wish that the inside of the hat was in that same amethyst texture. Because also, if you're on stream, we won't probably see your body at that, like that part of your body, unfortunately. So if this was up here and this was that amethyst texture, we can find other places we can put sort of the glittery aspect. But honestly, this amethyst texture itself has sort of like a galaxy modeling in the background of it too, where we're killing two birds with one stone. Or what is the non-aggressive way of saying that? We are feeding two people with one bowl of soup. I think we just need that repetition of those lighter, brighter colors somewhere higher, because right now the focal point for me is either the high contrast of this band on the hat or down here because of the way the colors are designed. The pretty texture, it is, isn't it? Hi, Moni. Also, how are you, Moni? Want to eat the texture? I know. I want to eat the texture a little bit too. I also am a big fan of the way this pattern is working, where the pattern is not overwhelming and distracting, but it's there for just a little bit of flavor and texture. And it feels a little bit star-like. I wonder if we could make it feel a little more star-like than it is right now. Or maybe it just needs more points. It's reading like a flower right now. Where like if these things had like, you know, something where it makes it clear it's like radiating light or something, that might do the work that we need it to as far as getting that star angle across in a more designed manner. But this pattern is very nice. Chuck Norris can kill two stones with one bird. That's terrifying. That's a scary statement to make. Hi, I'm good. How's Design Crit going so far? It's going well. It's going well. I'm as locked in as I can be. I don't know how I'm doing for pacing today, but I'm doing my best. I'm locked in. I'm not distracted, at least. But it always goes well, to be so honest. Extra Sight, thank you for following. Yes, I love this. Yeah, I think we need to add a little bit more of the star aspect to it to make it read less like a flower, but just adding a little bit of rays of light coming out of it might be enough in some sort of subtle way to give us that hint. We can also have, you know, you've got this nice four-pointed star aspect on your chest. You could even have that come back in other places where you get like that might feel a little bit spider-webby, but like just having small details that repeat the sort of like arching angular nature of the inside of these stars, the very convex angles, might be good to get more of the star across, because right now a lot of the star pieces are very small. Like they're really small here. These diamonds could be star-like if we ever so slightly just like...
Hey guys,
like, is that be
Gary
straight?
here.
Hi, Gary.
I believe the saying is feeding two Garys with one stone. Also very tasty texture Tintents.
Feeding two Garys with one stone. That is what you would want, isn't it, huh, Gary? Clever. I see what you're doing there. No, don't feed him rocks. No. That's like one step less violent, but like you don't need rocks in your stomach still. I don't think that helps us for this phrasing. I feel like I sound so defeated sometimes with the way that we torture my son just a little. No, we're not doing that. Cosmic Witch Elf. Yes, definitely Cosmic Witch. How that turns that solid white could solve the problem. Yeah, maybe me. Not even citrine, so yellow and shiny. It has taste too. Citrine sounds like it would taste like something. You know, citron as the base of its name. You know, we're referring to the color, but it does look tasty, I know. I know it's a forbidden snack, the same way molten liquid bronze is forbidden Gatorade. Can't drink it. No, do not pass go. False. One rock split between two Garys. There's only one Gary. There's only one. What I want to try to do in creating my design is to have simple shapes while playing a lot with textures and patterns. I think the way that you have used texture and pattern is fantastic here. I feel like the little bit of subtlety of adding just like a little bit of arc to some of the diamonds would be good for getting the star thing into some of the bigger shapes. But I like that you've managed to have, you know, this like almost floral pattern. You've got diamonds, you have this amethyst texture, you have something repeating on the leg here. You've got like trim on all the parts of the clothing. You've managed to have all of those things in the design without it feeling like it's super overwhelming or intimidating for me to look at. Like I can break you down into very clear, big color shapes. So the pattern isn't overwhelming me. I think the pattern has worked very well. So I think the things that remain for me as far as focal point goes that I find myself wishing for is that I feel like we need some of the lighter blues to come back somewhere in this hat, because they're apparent.
If you give a Gary a stone, he eats for a day. Teach him to mine and he eats for a lifetime.
Oh, way back in the mines with our pickaxe swinging from. Okay. Gary, I know you yearn for the mines, but I cannot permit this. I cannot permit it. You're not allowed. Hair is so pretty, right? This transition from teal to pink is very unexpected, but it makes your hair very specific in a way that I enjoy. I enjoy that as part of that design there. Okay, let's see. I just want to make the hat have the transition that is happening down here in the clothing, so that maybe those things being brighter is less visually important as well. Let me gradient these into each other a little bit better, and then blur that into where it's going into. Honestly, it could even be on the like bridge of the hat as well, and that might work better too, but just having this come back somewhere up here would probably be good. Having that edge be lighter, I don't know if it's a move. Maybe it would have to be coming out of here? Or maybe what I've done was the answer already. I may also just suggest to push back these fuchsia colors just a little bit more too. That way they're not as bright as your eyes themselves are also. Kashmir Moo, thank you for following. The reason I didn't add more lighter colors and more complexities because I feared it added too much complexity would crowd it too much. Ah, I see. I think it would be okay with just a little bit more in the hat. I think it would be okay. I also wonder if like we need something more to attach this to the hat. You sort of have these like slight scrolling patterns in other places where if this looked like this is some sort of like metal talisman that is wrapping around the hat, that might also add just like a little bit of sense I need from that mayhaps. Your hat almost has like piercings, which is interesting, but it's good for the silhouette. It's kind of unexpected. Sincerely love this design, has all my favorite design sensibilities. I would say, as far as color goes, very yummy. Very, very yummy. Hi, Runic. Little star type spots. Maybe. You sort of had this like speckled texture throughout, but I wonder if it could be just a tad brighter in just like a couple little spots where like, you know, this color. We don't need it brighter everywhere, but just like a couple little like star clusters that we can see a little bit more clearly maybe. In some of the dark spots. So that way we get, ooh, just a little night sky from a distance. Constellation cliffs, yeah. Gold on the tip like that. Yeah, I think for some of these pieces of jewelry, I also, and I'm only saying this is like very nitpicky, but I'm saying this because seeing this design, I can tell that you can think this way. The glasses chain is very specific. Specific kind of chain. These chains don't feel very specific. What if instead they were like longer sections of chain that link in like a diamond piece, and then you have like another long piece, and then they link in a diamond piece? Where that'll feel more specifically designed to your outfit and all of that. It feels like it's almost reminiscent of the other patterning we have. Where right now it almost is reading as being like, what is the word I'm looking for? Like it's reading like it's rope in some manner. Where if we make it a little bit more chain-like, it'll feel a little more like metal. Make them alternating, one normal, one like this. Yeah, you could do that also. They could be different kinds of chains that they have across them, but those feel like they're a little bit under-designed compared to the rest of the things I'm seeing throughout. Wow! And on different heights. Yeah, different heights. You already have some different varying heights for them, which I think is the right move, but we could vary it even more if you wanted to. Real constellation of the cluster and the hat. Yeah, this could be something that realistically exists as a constellation. I don't know a constellation off the top of my head, but maybe the constellation that you come from. Yes. Gems in the monocle could be bigger. I do agree with that. They're very dainty right now, but I don't really see them from very much distance, unfortunately. So I feel like we could make them even bigger. And you know, magicians are known for having a little bit of whimsy, right? So by making them bigger like this, I don't think that makes them too cartoony. I think we're just leaning you more into like the pura side of like, not like scientist, but like funny little elf guy who has some like whimsy to the design. There we go, like these, like that. That might draw us into the eye a little bit more now that that pop of red is bigger. I have a question for you. What's your question? Also, I'm doing well. How are you? Red and blue are nice splashes of color. Yes. This color palette, I mean, I can just go right here and go like this immediately. Delectable. Delicious. Delicious color design. The way that you are balancing the teal and the pink and the purple throughout, you have color pretty much everywhere. You've got just enough white as a neutral tone that it's not overwhelming, but for a design that is mostly color and has so many colors, it's so well balanced for me. Maybe all I was doing was just moving some of these colors that are down here up higher, so that way they become less important where they are lower in the design, but like this is so close. It would be almost nitpicky of me to take points off for that. Like that maybe even, yeah. Does make a lot of sense? Yeah. Just like, wait, hang on. Let me put this on the inside of the hat edge, so that way it'll pull us in more to the face too. Hang on. Yeah. Yeah. Making the face more important. Red and blue are nice splashes. Yes. The mint lipstick is barely seen. Ah. I feel like a lot of the face detailing isn't super overwhelmingly seen. If you're closer to us, we'll get it, but I don't mind that it's kind of subtle. It might be too much if it was as bold as it could be. It might be a little bit uncanny. Right now there's a lot of colors competing here, and I feel like that might add just a little too much. For asymmetry, I am really content with the level of asymmetry here, where it feels a little bit chaotic, but it feels natural as well. It feels like we're just looking at fabric that is draping and wrapping around things, which is such a smart way of getting some asymmetry. The shoes are a little bit strange that they don't match, where we have one like tall boot and one completely differently styled shoe. And I do wonder why someone might dress that way. But yeah, this asymmetry does feel like it's on purpose rather than just for the sake of asymmetry, and it sort of fits your motifs pretty well, I would also say. Do we even need to draw a ladder? I feel like we can tell that you pass just by looking at you, more or less. Like, here's the bottom of your feet, this toe, this thing is at an angle, top of your boot, bottom of that part of your boot. Oh, here's another angle. Here's another angle. Over here, because it's draped, you don't have it, but that's why I like this, is because that's another angle. Here's another, like, partial angle we're seeing in there. Your hair tie is providing something on this side. We've got another angle here. You've, like, no horizontal lines in you, almost. You may have the current award for craziest ladder. Hat, top of hat, band, then that is an angle, too. Like, no challenge. Ouch. Oof. Yeah, this may be one of the craziest ladder we've ever seen here in this way. Oof. Hey! Hey! I see you throwing stuff at me. Ladder completely broken. Yeah, you stand no chances on this ladder. This ladder itself also stands no chances of anything. Don't put me over here. I don't want to stand next to it. I'm so scared. I am so petrified. I'm in danger. Let me turn that back off and bring you back, so I can at least hang out in good company. There we go. Nice. So, for silhouette, I think you've got a good silhouette. Your hat is adding some nice things to the silhouette. Your hair asymmetry is good. The way your clothing is draped around you is nice. This pose, I think, is much stronger than the other one is. but I would give you full points for silhouette. Whoops, can I have a drawing implement, please? There we go. Complexity versus clarity. Honestly, I'm not having any troubles with that either. Not that you can see what I'm doing as far as grading goes. The grade will be a mystery to all of you until it's done. But you have done a fantastic job balancing pattern and like a very broad color palette without it feeling overwhelming or super distracting or like it's something I would never ever want to draw myself. Like I'm not intimidated by the idea of drawing you. So good work. You would plushify very nicely and well. Focal point, I think, is the only thing that may really need work here, is that you're doing some of the right things to make the face focal, but because all those bright colors are most commonly found around the hip area, your face isn't as focal as it could be, and the high contrast we can get from the hat being really dark with having some of those brighter colors in it would be nice. So I think we just need a little more from the focal point. For the concept and motifs, we can push the star angle a little bit more, just things that make it clear that some things aren't flowers and that some things aren't miscellaneous, like the cubes, making them more slightly diamond-like. I think those would all be good things. But you're so close. You're so close. And you were also on the thumbnail because I just really liked it. I just really enjoyed it. The concept of being a star personified is interesting in and of itself. And I think that for the most part, you feel very fresh as far as star themed designs go. And I think the patterning and the draped fabric is what's doing that for you. So I gotta like tip my hat to you in that manner. Good work. So that's a 10 out of 10, I think. I believe that is a 10 out of 10.
I would definitely eat this design because this design rocks. Some very concrete design decisions.
Yes, this is true, Gary. This is true. Oh, we've been rated also. Hang on, we do have to clap for Astra also, but hi, Freeform. Hello. Welcome in, little slime fellas. Hi, Slime Raid. I am Squiiji. I'm a freelance artist, Fungi. I'm also an art educator. And today we are continuing doing our Vtuber design critiques for charity. Last week, Shroomates donated to Cure Cancer Australia, and we are looking at the designs made by the donors. We were wrapping up looking at Astra Maeve's design. She is a blue giant star who was reincarnated after doing the classic supernova situation into a mage on Earth. Into an archmage. Very pretty, right? So pretty, right? Ghostly Zen, thank you for subscribing with Prime. I appreciate it. You only get one of those a month, so I hope you enjoy your rotation. But what were you up to, Freeform? Was it mayhap some art? Also, thank you for getting shout out mods. What were you doing, Freeform? What were you up to? Hope you had a good stream. About to pop in and let you know about this one. Oh, we're letting Freeform know about this design. Art started ringing wifey model. Let us see. Can we perceive? Oh, I'm not here. You can't see me right now. I'm just rotating. Can I see it? Would you pay an art tax kindly? Oh, I'm so short. Would you be so kind as to pay art tax, please? I'll get us ready for our next one though, but in the meantime, Shroomates, can we have a round of applause for Astra, please? I'll clap with my tiny little hands. Look at my tiny little hands! Don't hit me! Yay! Oh my god, my onion is so huge. What's going on? Hang on, I gotta come back over here so you can see me again. Look how massive my onion is. Oh, there we go. I got Freeform's link. Thank you. Thank you, Freeform. See, Nolopt, thank you for following. How are you doing today? I'm doing well. I'm doing well. I've got some cramps, but I'm doing as best I can. Oh, so here's our art tax from Freeform. Oh, interesting. Another purple shepherd, like sheep, like that almost feels demonic. Interesting. Very pretty. A little bit of like a star motif happening. It's neat. Oh, I hear Joby outside the door. Joby may have appeared. Sheep. Yeah, I was gonna say, we've got a number of sheep or ram-esque fellas in the shroom state. It's looking good. Yeah. Selma, is this your sibling? This looks like could be related to Selma mayhaps. It's pretty. Archfey of Night and Death. Whoa. Okay, I think that visually checks out. It is tasty. Roommates, I want to say thank you for the art tax, for delicious art tax. And yeah, I know a lot of people approve of Orpal here. Wow! Hey. Hey, don't throw. I see this, I don't know why my mind goes to eyes, lots of eyes. You know, somehow, yeah, I feel you. Like the moon is almost feeling like an eye to me in some way. I feel like I'm being watched. Ouch! Hey! Careful with throwing things. Freeform, thank you for raiding though. I have to be so locked in. I fear I'm not moving as quick as I may need to be. Thank you for raiding. We will look after your fellas quite well. And if you and or others need to take care of yourselves, like eating or drinking or snorkeling memeing, please do so. Please take care of yourselves. You wanna stick around and hang out? I appreciate it. But prioritize looking after yourself, please. EG go, I know. EG go, we gotta go. We gotta think fast. Round of applause for Astra. I did round of applause with my teeny tiny little babyish chibi hands. Now we keep moving. 20 hours of no sleep? Oh my god, go to bed. Jeez, go to bed, this is an order. I order you, sleep. I order you, snort me. Close this one, there we go. Time to lock in, go Speed Racer. Wait, how does Speed Racer song go? I don't remember off the top of my head. But, Wolfman, thank you for following. Round and round the tracks, dun, 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 dun. Speed Racer, go Speed Racer. I can't remember, my dad likes Speed Racer though. That's not what I am, Freeform. Freeform, this is not what I am, go to bed. Next, we have, in our next design, we have Neophyte. Neophyte is next. Neophyte, I saw you in chat earlier. Are you still here? I saw you. Yeah, she, her, Neophyte. Trust me, I don't know how my brain came up with this lore either, but basically, this is an alt-reality version of me accidentally assassinated by an inkwell by other versions of me, then I'm revived in a purple ink ghost. Lore reason to make many future model designs. Supposed to have little elements of what I like IRL throughout the design, like inkwell for my writing passion, paintbrush tassels on hoodie string for art, reading socks for reading books. Reading socks? Is that what they're called? Reading socks. Interesting. Biggest things I'd like feedback on are how well the ghostly elements are incorporated. I assumed I couldn't show on Twitch, but midsection of the body is see-through to see the skeleton, like on the thighs. Also, I got heavy inspiration from the Pokemon Marshadow. I thought so. I see it. That helps. The silhouette and the clothes really struggle with designing and rendering clothes, but it's supposed to look very comfy and simplistic. And I swear I'm wearing shorts. That's fine. So thank you so much for any feedback. Really appreciate it. Also, sorry that this design isn't really traditional for a VTuber. Hope that's okay. My guys, there is nothing that is inherently like traditional or not for a VTuber. You saying this isn't traditional for a VTuber, but you have thigh highs on, you have an unnatural skin color, you're dressed in comfy, cozy clothing, like, you're still well within the realm of what is expected of VTuber designs. Don't you worry about it. And even if you weren't, you really don't need to be at all in any way, shape, or form. You can be as VTuber-esque as you want. Honestly, sometimes designs are even stronger for being less VTuber-y, because they're existing sort of outside the tropes that we tend to think of. Let me see, do I get, hang on, Dark Sclera. Oh, we had animals. Shroomates, I finally have bingo. Shroomates, I finally got bingo. It's been a week, and it took like 40 designs, but we have bingo. Finally. A long time. Yeah, we do give extra points if your style is really outside the norm. Yes, we do. Well, thank you for clapping for me. I worked really hard for this bingo. Thank you. I accept this award in honor of the Shroomates everywhere, and I am very happy that I could do this for all of you. Win bingo. Win my own bingo. It's not rigged, maybe. I was complaining rigged before. Maybe it's not fully rigged. So, things that I am thinking about as I'm looking at this design, I feel like the ghost aspect could be even clearer. I think the hair is sort of in the right direction, where it's reading inky and it's reading ghostly. But I'm wondering if like your sleeves could even be like leaking some sort of, leaking, that's a gross word for it, but like if you could have some sort of like, even if it's just like some sort of like vaguely ectoplasmy thing coming out of them. I need to make this brush bigger. There we go. So then we're getting some of that transparency effect, maybe also as well, where like it doesn't have to be fully opaque all the way down. Let me erase it. Give me an airbrush. Whoa, that's too big, hang on. Like that then would also be interesting for your silhouette potentially. Dropping ink instead of water. Yeah, oh wait, can I get some gloop? Somebody did Gooigi earlier. I think we could use to gloop it up for this one. Fellow ink fella. Want to show more of the bones, socks could be lower. Didn't notice the legs were see-through. I also didn't notice that the legs were see-through. I thought that was like a slime texture, mayhaps. I thought that was a slime texture and not bones specifically. It's still going. I'm green. Green with envy. If you want to do the see-through bones, I feel like you could also incorporate them up here too, where I think this dark part is the bone, maybe, right? You're saying? You could also have that texture up here where we can see, like, even if we're not doing like super anatomically correct bones, like there's a collarbone, here's the sternum, we can start seeing like ribs wrapping around in there. I feel like that would be interesting. This would be slime-ish, but dark purple is supposed to be a thigh bone. Ah, okay. I want you to continue that then. Up here. If you don't do it for the face, that's fine, because I feel like that might get a little bit too busy. But even if we just see, like, I know this is not how an arm bone works, but just collarbone, top of rib cage, like sternum a little bit even, that then is bringing this to the upper part of the design too, where right now we're not really seeing that transparency from the waist up. And for a VTuber design, we kind of need to. Where like you've got some good places you can add that reflection in the upper body, potentially. I think that might be a good idea. Adding a little bit of ghostly trail down there is good. Ghost for symmetry's sake. What about silly little ghosty tail in some part of the shirt? I was also thinking that potentially, you know, you can look very cozy, but if we're going for like stereotypical ghost things, the bottom edge of this could almost be used to give torn ghost sheet. Also, I should be cozy. I'm being not so cozy. We could get torn like ghost sheet from the bottom of this as well, where, you know, you could have parts that maybe are a little bit longer, a little bit like, not to say like rattier, but just like adding a little bit more of that texture. And then even, you know, it's sagging down on one side of your body up there already. It could sit diagonally down here at your waist too, potentially. Right? And then maybe we can even see it behind your legs. Back there as well. Are those the paintbrush shaped thingies? Yeah, the ends of the holes are paintbrushes. I think we just need a little bit more exaggeration in your shapes in general as well, where, you know, this'll feel like it's adding more to your design. It'll add a little more to silhouette. If we just exaggerate it a little bit more, make it taller. Same deal here. Make it feel like there's some weight. Make it wider at the bottom part there, potentially, right? Baka Poco, thank you for following. Change the tone of the purple near the bones to a warmer color. Looks like light passing through. Ooh, that could be neat. Also, yeah, for an added effect. But I feel like doing that to the bottom edge of the skirt adds a nice little touch of asymmetry that we might need. And then for the fact that you are somebody who is ink influenced, I'm surprised that there's no actual ink on this. Where maybe we don't need a lot of it, but even if there was just like a little bit of it somewhere on the clothing, not to like do the classic e.g. put more dirt on it situation, but like, whoa, hang on, don't do that actually. That was not a good placement idea, but even if it's just like a little bit of it that's trailing down the clothing, I think that would help as well get that idea across that what we're looking at here is something that is influenced by ink and isn't just supposed to be like ghostly in nature. Just a little bit. If you do too much, it might feel like a cow, but I think just a little bit would be good for touch. And with dirt, I bingo. Let's go. Bingo. Breaking silhouette, since it's slime-esque, could not have things just poking out of the skin. That's true. You could have your like drawing implements or things like that embedded into the skin or somewhere else on it. Looks really interesting. The fringe. Yeah, I think the fringe is a good move down here. A little bit of ink is good. I do think I am going to continue standing by. I do think you need to have the like stuff coming out of the ends of your sleeves also, just because right now I think we just need to push the ghost aspect a little bit. You're definitely very clearly not human, but I do end up with the question of what are you? And I think this might put us more into ghostly like ectoplasm kinds of things if we do that. How many have they done so far? Great question. I actually have no clue. Little idea might be too much. Giving an ink bottle pin to the hair that spills ink on the shirt. Maybe. Oh, another raid. Hello, we've had a lot of raids today. Welcome in. Oh, it's Mari. Hi, Mari. Hello, fellas. I am Squiiji. I'm a freelance artist Fungi. I'm also an art educator. And today we are continuing doing crits for charity. Last week we did some fundraising for Cure Cancer Australia. We raised over $2,000 for Cure Cancer Australia last week, which I am so proud of the Shroomates for. And we are continuing critiquing the designs of our lovely donors here today. So we're looking at Neophyte, lovely ink-inspired, ghostly, slime-esque fella. But welcome in. If you guys are not familiar with Mari, you should be. Mari is a very good character designer, has a very cute art style. It's so nostalgic while feeling so new and fresh still too, so you should definitely check out Mari as well. What are you guys doing today, Mari? Yes, also thank you, mods, for getting shout out. What were you guys up to? What were you guys doing for stream? What was our Monday theming this week? We're doing Model Mondays. Get our alliteration in here. That's amazing. Thank you. I'm so proud of them. I'm so proud of the Shroomates. they always come together for a good cause. We work hard. We're trying to be as focused as we can today. We've got a lot of designs to get through. Playing Fantasy Life. What is Fantasy Life? I keep seeing things about it, and I accidentally, like, to my great embarrassment, I thought for some reason that it was the same game as, what is it called, Second Life? These are not the same game. Very much not the same game, but I don't know what it is. Because whenever somebody says those words, I keep thinking it's that. A short one, have to go pick up some friends from the airport soon. Ooh, good luck. Have fun with your friends. Game by level 5, very cute. Ooh, okay. Sequel to the 3DS game. Ah, very American style. Oh, is it very cute in the art style? I'm intrigued. I'll have to look into it, but I hope you had fun with it. I hope you have also safe transit to the airport and a safe and effective pickup. I have my fingers crossed for you that everyone's luggage arrives properly and everyone also arrives properly, as they should. I didn't know there was a 3DS game for this one. I hadn't thought about Second Life in ages. Yeah, that's a good thing. Probably. Also, Lagger Knight, thank you for following. I appreciate it. Mari, if you and your fellows need to do things like eating or drinking or snorking or picking people up from airports, go for it. Take care of yourselves. Do the things you need to do. If you want to stick around and hang out, I appreciate it. But prioritize looking after yourself. If you guys also, because I have a feeling since you're coming from Mari's zone, Mari's a fantastic artist. I have a feeling a lot of your fellows also have interest in art. If you guys have feedback you'd like to give to the designs we're looking at on stream, we welcome the feedback. We love to see it. Yeah. 3DS game, Fantasy Life. Is the new one? Do need to get ready to leave, but I'll leave a lurk. Have a good stream. Of course. Good luck. Thank you for dropping your fellas off. I'll take good care of them. Don't you worry. Be lurking. Thank you for being so sweet. Love your model and your little friend. Thank you. Gary, say thank you. The kind people are saying nice things to you. Tickles your chin. But enjoy your lurk. Oh, okay. Now I'm stuck up here T-posing. Zoom in on the shoulder real quick. I have an idea. Sure. We've zoomed in. I'm completely in the way, but that's okay. Can I get a shrinkification beam maybe so that I can be less in the way? Oh, did we rotate for Mari? I don't know if we rotated enough for Mari, but we can rotate post haste for Mari and wish.
Do you raiders have any tasty concrete? Think. Now do I get my treat of a rocky rock with extra rock?
Gary! Gary! I'm not giving you rocks! Not right now! Thank you for the bit, Selma, but no. No, Gary. Thank you for shrinking me so we can see, also. Hey. Raiders, do not give my son concrete, thanks. I'd appreciate it very much if you didn't feed him bad things. We're trying to be a better influence on him than the Shroomates are. There we go, yeah, good rotation. What was your thought for the shoulder that you had? Thought for the shoulder, potentially. Also, I'm guessing that the feather is a reference to like a feathered quill pen, but right now we're hiding the part of it that would make that apparent. We may need to modify that a little bit so it's clearer. When concrete eating emote? Nar! Nar! Joking unless, nar. It's like the 4-letter C word. I won't add an emote to it because I don't approve of it. Like, I'll let you guys say it all you want, but I can't make that an official part of what we do here. No. Shadow Nomex, thank you for subscribing with Prime. I appreciate it. I've enjoyed getting to rotate. Also, always honor people who use their Prime sub for me. You only get one of those a month. Ah, yeah, that's right, Gary. Beep. I see you talking about concrete. That's right. Beep. Try again. What was wrong with that? Concrete, a composite material. Are you just giving us facts about concrete, Gary? Hang on, let's see. Let's see what part of this you found so offensive that you couldn't say it to everyone. Let's try that.
Concrete, a composite material, is the second most used substance on Earth.
Okay, I imagine that's true. Whoop. Okay, next section, next chunk.
After water, and is the most widely used building material globally.
Yep, true. Hang on. Nope, okay, if only I could highlight things. That'd be really good if my mouse worked. Try this. Yeah, okay. Whoop. Yep. Paste that, go.
After water, and is the most widely used building material globally.
That's okay, Gary, you did say that already, though. Nice try. Okay, never mind. Why will you not read? It is this line. I think the word fluid is what it doesn't like, potentially. It's not permitting me to have that sentence.
Concrete is known for its durability, compressive strength, and fire resistance.
That's true. These are all very true things about concrete, Gary. Thank you for the fun fact. It's not relevant to what we're doing at all, though, right now, my man. And you shouldn't be eating those things. But, you know, it's fine. Oh, yeah, wait. So, you made suggestions for your own design here, but yeah, I'm on board for this. Paintbrushes coming out of the skin, or even if it was, we could see that it's like the feathered quill coming out from under the skin. I think that would make sense visually. I think that would be good for increasing sort of the, like, you are a gelatinous slime in some way angle, a little bit of ectoplasm. That could be good. The red, though, if you made them red, would probably make it too visually distracting, because that red isn't really appearing elsewhere. You may need to use a color that's already within your palette, potentially. It makes me think of SpongeBob. Both fellas who try their best and maybe don't contain a lot inside of their skull, maybe. Love the quick can you find the censor minigame? I know. We're always trying to figure out what we could or could not say. I don't know level 5 for anything other than Yokai Watch, but I'm looking at Fantasy Life and it looks cute. Oh, did they make Yokai Watch? I didn't know that. I'm not familiar with that company either, especially. So concrete production emits tons of CO2. Hey, that's not good. We shouldn't be emitting tons of CO2. That's not good for the earth. Okay, wait, hang on. Where was I here? Emitting CO2, raid. I was adding asymmetry because right now your silhouette, your hair is doing all of the work for you in silhouette. Adding a little bit of like trains of ghostly stuff coming out of your sleeves, I think is good for adding something to your silhouette. But I will say, my more recent suggestion that I want to make to people who want to have sort of cozy designs is find something you can merge with the cozy angle. Find another fashion sense you can merge with it, where there are Lolita style hoodies. There are like sort of like preppy style hoodies. There's streetwear style hoodies. There are hoodies that exist within certain fashion senses that aren't just like a default hoodie. This hoodie is getting into a little bit of like color blocking, but like there's Y2K shapes for hoodies and like other things where it's like, okay, you add stripes to things in certain ways and it feels like it's reminiscent of this era or of this aesthetic. I think that you should do that because right now the clothing feels like it still needs more flavor blasting. And I'm not sure what specific aesthetic you may be into for doing that, but we love, if you need somewhere to look, the aesthetics wiki might be fantastic. Might be real good for that, where you can pull through all of the different like cores that have existed and see, okay, well, what does a cottagecore hoodie look like? That might add another layer of cozy. What does a sort of like scarier hoodie look like? Sort of like art, I don't want to say that word, but like the art like aesthetic for clothing if we're doing art things. Isn't this a folded boat neck sweater? Sure, it can be a folded boat neck sweater, but it is also a hoodie. It has hoodie pools on it. But just things that make it more specific. Yeah, patterns could be interesting. Yes, we're thinking about pattern after looking at the last design we saw. This scarf also I think is fantastic, and I think you should go with this scarf. It's good. Feels like dusky in an interesting way. Alternatively, you could even make these sleeves just become this stuff and not even be the little purple things I had made. Make it become this sort of floating inky stuff. Yeah. Oversized hood that kind of draped like a cult looking or Grim Reaper cape over top. Maybe? Not me saying that word. It's not related to the reason why you guys normally want me to say that word, but me hesitating to read it because it's normally a fine word if we're not referencing certain things with it. Maybe you could do that? Potentially? I don't know. Have an easel as a part of the hoodie? The thing different paint sits on when you... Oh, not an easel, you mean a palette? An easel is where the painting sits. The paint itself sits on a palette. I wonder if you could have, like, if this is a hoodie, a palette-shaped pocket? Would that be too silly? For, like... I might just make this real thin. Where we can, like, see that, like, you know, the hands go in, like, the sides of it or something. Hang on, how would I do this? Wait. Like, this is the top part of the palette, and then we get the bottom part of the palette, and the hands go into the sides here. Or something, and then, I don't know, something like that. Right now it kind of looks like the wrong tool, but do you know what I mean? There's a hole in it too. Maybe for your finger to go through. The scarf makes the face more focal. Yeah, the scarf does make the face more focal. I don't know if that's the right move I was doing there. That. I was just thinking. Get the paint from the body or hoodie. Maybe. Let me make sure I'm not undoing things I want to undo, but I do think the scarf could come back. The jewelry, I'm going to guess, is specific and sentimental, but I think it needs to be decently larger for me to be able to see it. And the current classic EG thing is do something with your chains so that they feel more thoroughly considered, but honestly, I think this stuff just needs to be bigger. Still, where I get that they may be the scale we might expect them to be in life right now, compared to this body, we can't see them from any distance, unfortunately. Where now I can see them a little bit more, a little bit bigger. Could fall in the gloop. Yeah. It's like a boat neck sweater to me. Tie added under where you can tighten it so it doesn't fall off the shoulders. I see no hood. Ah, see, I also don't know if we necessarily need to have a hood here either. Let's see, if I was thinking about, like, you know, if we're adding texture, you could add ribbing to this and it would add just a little bit of texture, and then we could play into it being a sweater and not a hoodie maybe, or like it's still something that's cozy, but between those sorts of things. Like that adds a nice little bit of texture. You could have some like subtle patterning under this area. I feel like I almost want like a secondary motif other than ink, where, you know, you're slime, you are a ghost, but like something that could lead to a pattern where I'm just gonna draw something miscellaneous and random, but like you could have something that's like some sort of subtle patterning. I'm not drawing it very subtly, but like sort of smally creeping out from under there, just as a little bit of detailing for it that sort of fades away. Want some ribs right now. Could have ribs on the sweater, or if you want ribs to eat, enjoy. Also, I just said wibs. As a graphic design to the green sleeves got lazy. Hey, don't be lazy about it. If you want to add things to it, then go for it. I was even thinking about, like, you know, like everything about you right now is very smooth and round and organic. My thought that I was having was adding something geometric to the sleeves, maybe? So that way, like, this is too intense, but if you add something geometric, then you get more variety from your shape language. I'm adding octagons just as a placeholder, because you'd want to design something. Graphic design should be your passion, it's not my passion. But something subtle that's patterned like that could be interesting, that looks kind of digital, but could be. Second, right? Double-layered socks are funny. Double-layered socks are kind of funny, but I read them as like cut-off leggings, almost. Color the boat sweater has some ink drips, shape, not ink stains. Oh, like this was coming down. I'm not gonna be able to, hang on. I'll have to draw it in a different color potentially, but like ink drips itself. Like this, potentially. That could be nice, maybe. We do love to gloop it up, don't we? Drippy white things can sometimes be kind of weird, so do be careful though. Like my favorite geometry shape, maybe. There might be some way to make like something geometric that feels ghost-like. I haven't really looked at like, you know, the sigils that are used to summon ghosts or something like that. Like Ouija board. What patterning do they have on Ouija boards? Like I'm trying to think of what patterns we could add. But yeah. Getting ballet core with this outfit. Cozy ballet core, sweater, soft colors, leg warmer looking things. Ah! You know, I do also see just a little bit of ballet core. Yeah. Gravestone. Not an Ouija board. Squeegee board. My favorite kind of board. Gravestone. Hi, Zany. Hope you have a good day. Thank you. I hope you do too. Coffins. Lettering, typography floating in the sleeves could be cool. Yeah. I think we've got a number of things we could add to it, but I think generally what we've decided is the outfit just needs a little flavor blasting. Just a little flavor blasting in our Doritos right now. Those talismans. Yeah, that could be interesting. If you had things that are maybe referential to ghost hunting. Yeah, planchette, hairpin. Things like that to just give a little more of it. Exorcism, yeah. Japanese fox, fire, will-o'-the-wisp, add to the marshmallow vibes for textile like a kimono. Oh, maybe. That could be interesting. But I think we have a lot of good ideas here. We've kind of gone through just sort of stating a lot of the ideas we have for it. We gotta keep moving to keep me on time though. For color, I think the color design is very nice. Right now, the eyes are much more focal than we usually end up having gold eyes be. The gold eyes work for me. I think we need a little bit more of this darker color on like the socks down here, just so that they aren't as focal, and we might need the sleeves to start a little bit darker as well at the bottoms, just so that we're pushing the focal point up a little bit more. That's not the color for this. Come here, come there. But that way we'll want to look to the face a little bit more quickly. And right now also, I think the bottom edge of this dress might need it also, where if you get like a nice subtly blue shading color, it'll feel nice and cold and ghostly. But I think that I might be able to select all this, but I'll just do my best. Just needs a little bit of a shadow on it, so that way it's not as distracting from the face. The face is doing the right things to be focal right now. Make it feel a little grungier. Normal, multiply, there we go. So that way we're pushing the focus more up. I still think it probably needs a little bit more in the sleeves to fully make the face focal. We might need to bring a little bit more of that up, but I think we're in the right direction for making the eyes stand out as much as they should. Let me see, what have we not rated here yet? Color palette, good. I enjoyed the color palette visually. Purple and green is just a nice combo. It feels like there's a lot of depth. The white balances it out nicely. For silhouette, your hair is doing pretty much all of the work for you. I was doing some more exaggeration and adding just a little bit more to your ends of your sleeves. I feel like you could still use a little more asymmetry, which we did add a bit of, but you're generally in the right direction with silhouette. For complexity versus clarity, we felt like we need a little flavor blasting. The hoodie feels a little bit non-specific still, so we could add a little bit more influence from other styles, other aesthetics, stuff like that. That would be for the better. For focal point, you're close. We just need to push back a couple of those colors a little bit. Doesn't take a lot, but just a little bit of pushing them back. So that was one of the reasons I suggested the brushes. I do think you should go for the brushes, but not in red though. But I think those would be good for silhouette, I agree. They also make it clear that your body is very slime and not human. Wrote very long nails like claws, I think, work well for ghost vibes, maybe a gradient to the nails. There aren't any fingers visible in this design to put them on, but maybe if your sleeves are rolled up, that would be good. I was just already on, okay. Oh, you're good, don't worry. Was there a multiply layer? There was, I did use 2 multiply layers. For concept and motifs, I want to see more of the ghost angle, where, you know, I've made the bottom edge of the hoodie feel like it's referential of like classic like torn up ghost sheet, and then also, you know, bringing some of the transparency of the legs up into the torso region. We were talking about planchettes or exorcism tools or sigils or things that we associate with summoning things back in the patterning. I want a little bit more of those things throughout the design. But I can tell that you're not human. Funny enough, I can see the more shadow like kind of influence that was happening. I think you're generally in the right angle. Clawed fingers underneath. Ah, okay. Ladder. Oh, you're right. Ladder. Where's my ladder? Can we get a ladder in here? Turn off all the things I had done. Go back to square one. Here we go, okay. Bottom of the feet, like this one here. Oh wait, these are symmetrical, these are not. Bottom edge of this. Your sleeves are sitting at an angle, even though they technically aren't at different heights. Or maybe, wait, no, they are at different heights, hang on, because one side is lower than the other. You have these things that are kind of diagonal, you have this which is kind of diagonal, the top of it which is diagonal, bottom of your chin, bottom of this part of your hair. Your eyes probably get 2 lines, your hair. I see you throwing ladders already, wait. Hold your horses. There. Ow. Hey, look, I caught one. Are you proud of me? I did a good work. I would say this is not a ladder I can climb at the very least. There is asymmetry, even though it isn't impacting the silhouette as much as I may like. And I still want a little more of it. But I think you're close. I'm trying to defend myself right now. Ow. Thank you for a hand pat. I needed it. Birdie, are you apologizing for throwing multiple ladders? I think Bugs threw like 6 of them. What is the goal for the ladder to be? As dangerous as possible. The ladder should be as impossible to climb as we possibly can, and the rungs should be clustered up around the face as best as, like, we should have the biggest cluster of them around the face for focal point level of detail. Yeah. So I think that was a grade, potentially. Let me turn on all the things I turned off. Yeah, I think that's our grade. What was the number? I didn't pay attention. I didn't count. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6.5 out of 10. We've been having a pretty consistent average here for the most part today. 7-ish? Yeah. Yeah, ankle breakers, we want them. You know them, you love them, we want them. Sell me all your ankle breakers, I'll take them. Yeah! Can we get a round of applause for Naya? Yay! Austria who ruins the curve. Sometimes you just, you get one that just hits real hard and is like mostly solved already. It happens. I would say we look at a lot of designs on stream that are even better than mine are, ostensibly. Like I don't think we've graded my current EG. Well, I don't think mine would be as high as a lot of the designs we look at here either. My design's a little lackluster and needs some flavor blasting. I feel like the number one thing we'd complain about with me is flavor blasting needed. Also symmetry. I am the worst. I have terrible symmetry, unfortunately. Yeah. Let's tank the average? No! Do not tank the average. No. Let's save this and close it. I saw Evil Lad had said something, but I lost you like immediately. Where are you? Oh, scroll back. Where was it? I think I lost you in the ladder zone. Nope, wait, hang on. Is that where it was? Oh, possible to go next. I do have to go soon, but if not, no problem. I can check out the VOD. Oh, let me see. Evil Little Lad, hang on. Evil Little Lad, you're not currently in my list that I have downloaded. Unless you got crossed out. Are you sure you you might need to tell me what name you submitted under, because I don't see you right now. You might be submitted under a name that I'm not recognizing you under, so you may have to let me know which one you are to get to looking at yours, potentially. So do let me know. Whoa. Oh, hi Bugs, thanks. Let me see. Let me do my German homework. Do your German homework, Nilo. I'm yelling. It's me. It's me. I'm yelling. Do your homework. I'm back. Welcome back. Oh wait, good timing. Evil Little Lad, we may need to see. You might have to tell me what name you submitted under. If I can't find you under that name currently in the people who donated. If you submitted under another name, you may need to let me know what you submitted under. But hi Vale. Just put Vale in the donos. Vale, I did find you. I think this is you, right? Oh, sorry, I was in an ad. It's under Molly. Oh, wait. Yes, you're right. Okay, I had a question for you then. Because you had marked your design or your consultation as like being that I couldn't post it publicly after I finished after I finished going over it. which specific outfit would you like us to look at? Because you have 3 outfits in the thing you had linked. And then secondarily, is it okay? I guess if you're here, I'm guessing it's okay to show on stream, but I just wanted to make sure it was okay to show on stream. But is there a particular one that you wanted us to look at? Look at Veil? Yeah, so I will wait a response here. We made, the submission under the name of Molly was much earlier though, so we may need to do that one first once I have my answer there, but then we will get to Veil also. There was a lot of trying to keep things in order for me. So I apologize if things are a little bit out of order. Ended up being like, psh, it's fine, I'm a year out anyway. Okay, if it's okay, then that's fine. Which one would you like us to look at, Evil Little Lad, out of your outfits? You've got the comfy outfit, the dress outfit, and dress with top that are all in the submissions. Which one would you have us pick to look at here? Surprised I did edit the one with all my notes. What do you mean, Vale? There was only one. Unless you had one under another name. We'll see. Comfy outfit since we the main one. Okay. Let me get this one. I didn't have you downloaded even, so this actually increases our quantity for today to 13, which may actually make this potentially impossible. Oh, I can't download it. VGen, what? VGen, I don't want to download the webpage. Why can't I just download the image? Hello? VGen, don't do this to me. Why can't I download the image? Well, here, okay, hang on. Take a screenshot at least. What do I do if I forgot the name I submitted under? Oh, good question. May potentially need to resubmit, maybe. Maybe need to. Would you pull this one from? If it's from VGen, I put multiple in case I revised my request multiple times. Oh, I pulled it from the design, like the stream submission form, from the critique submission form. But if you have another version, Vale, also you would like to send me, you can do that also if there's a more updated one. I think we're gonna be starting here. Oh, yeah, sorry, is that outdated then? We can try and fix it. Sorry, I didn't mean to expand the work for today. No, you're good, you're good. Don't worry about it. Don't worry about it. I was trying to figure out who that was, and I sent a DM on the VGen, but VGen doesn't really work with me half the time. Impossible queue. Yeah, perpetual eternal forever queue for EG. My queue never ends. This may confirm that we may need to finalize this for real, finalize it on Monday if that is okay with people. Because as far as the turn order goes, I think the last 3 are, oh, we have to do Jin because Jin's on the thumbnail. Oh no, hang on. So Jin, I gotta move forward. Oh, hang on, spoilers. Oh boy, we'll have to see what we can and cannot get to. Oh, I'm rearranging everything. This is a mess. Hang on, Jin needs to come forward because you are on the thumbnail. I think I have Zanies, I think I have Moss Cakes. Okay, we'll have to see where we get to. But, okay, so here we are. Just more clean PNGs on it with the things. Seeing the notes on stream is slightly embarrassing. Oh, sorry. Sorry. I can open up the VGen to try and snag it also when we go over to yours. But here, let's start with Evil Little Lad. What would do you prefer? Do you go by Molly? Is that what you would like us to, or is it Minx? Hybrid Spider Vampire Bat. Evil Little Lad on all socials. I gotta put your credit on here. Let me do that fast quick. I think the character is named Minx. What are your pronouns? Or also your character's pronouns. Also, EVILLILLAD. You've got a name like me where you've got like letters next to each other. Evil Lil Lad. Evil Lil. She, her, bet. Okay. Very good. And then I'll put the note of hybrid spider vampire bat. Okay. Weep. Whap. Whoop. Text. There we go. And then watch me do a little live setup here. See a fraction of the time it takes me to set up every single one of these we look at on stream. Molly right now, but we were rebranding it in Minx. Ah, okay. I see. Noted. There we go. Okay, so then paste this here. Okay, I think we have all our notes and details prepared here now. Sort of staging them between your 2 versions. Okay, so first things first, right off the bat, silhouette, good. Silhouette very symmetrical, but the fact that you have a lot of things adding to the silhouette, you've got these little wings on your anklets, you've got little fluffy elements around the wrists, you've got the spider legs in the back, the big arcing ears, all good things for silhouette design. As far as wishing there was more asymmetry, I feel like there could be a more uncanny way we could pose these spider limbs in a way that's more asymmetrical. I saw, oh, I don't know what his name is. There's a blue, I think he's a demon, who is one of the second wave of FSP fellas who has a kind of uncanny demon spider thing going on sometimes. And the limbs for that are really spindly and they don't sit in a symmetrical manner. And I feel like it adds a lot to the creepiness factor of that design where, you know, some of them could be higher or lower or thinner or more exaggerated in their shape, where these legs, they feel very friendly right now. Oops, hang on. Where if we sort of like slope them in, we can make them feel more dangerous. Right now, you have a lot of really round things, but we can exaggerate how the sharp things are feeling by going like that. That adds a little bit to the silhouette also. But if some of these were posed that they're sitting higher than the other ones are, I guess I should just move them. Whoops, I've like accidentally rearranged my toolbox area. Actually starting now. There you go. Start. Do your homework. Fluffy spidey abdomen. Oh. Don't forget the ladder. I won't. I will recall ladder. I will remember ladder. Don't worry. This is really big. What was I doing? Oh. Spider legs. Pose them asymmetrically. Wait, hang on. I should do this and not edit the deep face. Hang on. Okay, try again. Focus, EG. You got this. Like if some of them are sitting higher and are reaching out more. I'm guessing that the number of them that you have right now is directly related to the fact that you already have 4 limbs, so you're getting to a grand total of 8 across the whole body. So I think that makes sense. There's a part of me that's almost wanting for something that is a little cobwebby in here. I'm not sure where or how I would do that, but I feel like I want that somewhere also, and I feel like that could also be maybe a part of the silhouette, where if you had like this gray color and you have like something on there where it feels like you're like almost treating the cobwebs like clothing or something, or like thread that is off of your shirt, that might be interesting. Ripped shirt, look webby. Yeah, like I feel like there's some things that could be referencing the web angle of the spider part of the design in an interesting manner. Even if you just have like some threads that are falling down here, and then you end up with like just like the way they're connecting back up in being a little bit webby. Yeah, lace can be cobwebs, web threads on the legs. Yeah, and then that's a little bit of cheap asymmetry. Change the fishnet to webs. That is also true. The fishnet itself could be more of a web-like pattern potentially, and that could also add something interesting to it. But as far as concept goes, I get the spider angle. See the spider angle from the legs. The bat angle, I spent a while trying to figure out what you are as an animal in some way, because we talked before, bats don't really have, I mean, maybe not all of them, but the thing that makes bat ears really obviously bat ears is the sort of ribbed pattern on the inside of them, where we're losing that behind the fluff a little bit here. The ears are 2 different colors, and then we do have wings, but I think I'm just reading them as being demon wings, potentially, where I'm not sure I'm reading them inherently as bat. I'm trying to think of what I would do to modify that, where, I don't know, spider poison thingy, spinnerets? Generic furry animal. Yeah, I wasn't placing any particular animal for it, where I was thinking about like some of the hybrids that furries often have, like not have, but are. The candy corn pedipalps, I think they're called, are cute. Pedipalps. Oh, wait, hang on. There's definitely a clarity thing happening there right now, but I see what those are. the like front little like spider thingies that they have up by their mouth that they use to like put stuff in their mouth. They're little things that people think are fangs or teeth. Those are neat, but I can't see them from a distance. They're blending into the hair so much. I thought it was just hair wrapping around the side of the face. We may need to use more of this like lighter purple color in here, and like, you know, you can make it seem like these are like fluffy or something, but they're just too similar to the black that's around them, I think. You may need more of that red bordering them potentially, because I'm just losing them almost entirely in here. Maybe just more purple in general for them. Let's see, did that help? A little bit, not all the way, but it's an improvement. I'm trying to see if I can like make that contrast a little more. And then the bottom edge of the candy corn just ends up being too similar to the skin color, which could be fixed by a multiply layer where we're getting some shading under them, like just along this edge right here. And then maybe that'll make them a little bit clearer. I think that's a step in the right direction. Red or white outline for them. Yeah, they need some sort of outlining. Honestly, I could even push this probably even brighter, like on the highlight edge, just so that we could see it against the face properly. Yeah, and then these little things, I'm not sure what they are that are right here, if they're part of a spider, but they're making it hard for me to see the full silhouette of those the way that I need to in order to read them as being that part of the spider. Let me just darken the edge of this a little bit, like almost like that's like the shading on it, not like line art. Okay, I think that's helping. I think I'm able to see them against the face a little bit better. There might be more we could do to them still, but I think that's in the right direction. Oh wait, those were your eyes, weren't they? 3 sets of eyes. Those eyes, where they're positioned, they're so hidden that I'm not sure they're adding to it. We could pretend that the eye is now fully covered back here. But they weren't reading as eyes anyway, unfortunately. And even like if you're talking about like live 2D posing the head, they'd still be so mostly covered by those little thingamabobbies. Pedipalps, yeah. Recognize the spider aspect of the face, yeah. Thought they were eyebrows. They did look a little eyebrow-esque. Yeah, I think we can pretend like they're fully eclipsed maybe, because they were just making it hard to determine what was going on here. You're right, they feel so unnecessary. Yeah, they're called mandibles. Oh, mandibles. Maybe the mandibles. So, okay. For clarity, I think that was necessary. For focal point, the bright colors are everywhere. Most of them are in the face, and the face being the biggest, brightest, whitest thing, I think is helping, but this area is almost working similarly, where I am looking at the face, but I'm coming down here as well. Oh, hello. Oh, hoot hoot. Hello, hoot hoot. You guys get to hear me make an unprecedented amount of animal noises, I feel like, because of raids sometimes. People will come in and bark, and I'll bark as a result of it because I read their messages. Hoot hoot flumies. Hello. Happy Monday. How are you guys? Welcome in. What are you guys up to? Welcome, Vil. Shroomates, can we rotate for our raid on YouTube, pretty please? I can rotate on Twitch for you. I can rotate the design we have on stream currently for you. Or wait, can I? Yep, there we go. Get rotated. But welcome. Hello, I am Squiiji. I apparently can't rotate the rest of the way. Hang on, there we go, fix that. I am a freelance artist Fungi and also an art educator. We're doing Vtuber design critiques for charity. Last week, the Shroomates raised over $2,000 for Cure Cancer Australia, and we are theoretically maybe finishing up critiquing the designs of the donors. I'm very proud of the Shroomates. They did a good job. Yeah. So we are looking at a lovely spider fellow right now. Good job on the charity. Thank you. I'm so proud of the Shroomates. I'm so proud of the whole team. The Seabass team, the Creators Big and Small team, raised well over $30,000 for the charity. I was so excited. I'm so proud. We were building an evil lair in Minecraft. Oh, or more so the transportation to said lair. Oh, Interesting. Is it like, do we have like a secret entrance or something? I'm intrigued. It'd be fun in Minecraft. I have been looking at a number of like there's a number of Minecraft related events that I keep seeing, and I've been trying to build a Minecraft server, and I'm like, man, I just want to play some Minecraft right now. I've had a lot of responsibilities, a lot of things to work on that will hopefully stop being a struggle at the end of June, stop being things I have to finish by the end of June. But man, I want to play some Minecraft. But, Bloomies, if you guys need to do things like eating or drinking or snark meing, please take care of yourselves. Please look after yourselves. If you want to stick around and hang out, I appreciate it. You can help us do some critiques on these lovely designs we are looking at. But I would prefer you prioritize looking after yourselves. Shroomates, on the other hand, if you guys are in need of more good artists to follow, more good artists to investigate into, Vil, I can highly recommend. You need things to do between the extra credit assignments we do here, all the funny little drawing and art challenges. Vil also does them. I haven't shown you, I did some progress on my entry. Vil is doing a maybe OC challenge that I think is due soon. I don't know how soon off the top of my head, but it's due soon. And I have been working hard on getting mine done. I've been trying out a auto action in Clip Studio Paint that lets you have a watercolor-like effect, and it's really neat. Where is it? Where are my girlies? I showed them on stream a while ago. They're not done yet. They're almost done. Let's see me open them. Take a look at the, oh, whoa, big file, question mark? It's not trying to open it. Oh, Clip Studio, please. Oh, Clip Studio, please. Maybe I shouldn't have done this. Maybe this was a mistake. It's not loading the file. Skew, your glasses are cool. Thank you. That's a new nickname for me. Usually I get EG. I've never heard that one. Clip Studio, are you okay? Hello? Uh-oh. It just did the thing where it got rid of my taskbar. Hello? Clip Studio? Hello? Shroomates, are you still here? I haven't like crashed my whole computer, have I? Oh, okay, wait, you can't see it. My thing was doing the question mark thing. Oh, okay. Hello? Oh, there it is. Oh, it loaded in. Here's mine so far. It's not done yet. I'm still doing a little bit of fixing on it, but here's my entry for Vil's challenge so far. There we go. Thank you, Clip Studio, for finally figuring out that you wanted to work, maybe. But look, watercolor texture. Neat, right? The auto action is really cool. I have to make the glasses for this girly still because I forgot them, and then I was doing something with the background also, but just goofy little character designs. This girl somehow ended up close to Maka from Soul Eater. Yeah. Made it look more pretty. Thank you. Thank you. Yeah, look at my cute gals. They may or may not be in love, at least in one direction. I think she's in love with her in like sort of a creepy yandere way. And she is just a happy-go-lucky idol lover. God bless auto actions and never go back to Photoshop. Yeah, no. If I needed other reasons to not go back to Photoshop, as if I needed other reasons, I won't go back to Photoshop. I'm not spending $60 a month. You can't make me do it. They also do a bunch of weird nonsense, and I don't have auto actions. Like, I click a button and it's like, all right, those colors you did, now they have texture. Look at this texture. Basically, they said happy pride. Aw. Oh, the girls? Yes, they did. The girls do say happy pride. Happy pride to all of you. I think she's oblivious that she's in love with her. I think she's just a little bit intimidating and is maybe not being read properly, but she's doing her own thing. So this was my drawing for it. So yes, do check out Vil if you so wish. Maybe perhaps do. I like sand art, know what I mean? Yeah, I see that too from how high the texture is in it. Let me close that so my computer can have a break. Nope, don't close that though. Computer, don't do double clicking. Maybe I would appreciate it. Come here. There we go. Back to Minx. We'll focus up. We've had a lot of raids today. I feel like unprecedented quantity of raids today, which I'm always very thankful for. Hello to all the new fellas who are here. Maybe perhaps from those places, but always excited. But I do keep locking out because of it. I'll tangent and I'll talk about something for like 10 minutes and I'm like, oh wait, hang on. Focal. Focus. I'm back, EG. Okay. I'm back. Minx. Focal point, I think is what we were talking about, right? So I think what we need is a lot of these colors, for as much as they're really nice being so strong, the focal point is kind of all over the place here. we have some elements that are pointing us to look into the face. These bright white ears are kind of channeling me down into the face, but these very green, mossy sleeve caps, I don't know what to call them, like cuffs, do lead me around the design quite a bit, but somehow the face for me is being outcompeted by like this area of the knee. And I know that it's repeating the coloring for a, whatchamacallit, a candy corn, but I feel like they're just too strong right now. I feel like they need to just be darker. They can be pushed back because they're further down in the body. So like if I do a multiply layer and take this and just airbrush. Yeah, hang on, wait, I gotta see. Wow. Invert. Yes. On my fantastic multiply layer, let me just push this stuff back a bit, and I'm gonna do extra over the knee. We can still clearly tell that these are referencing the colors we were intending for, but we're making them less bright. And then same deal with the orange here on the chest. I feel like we could go for like a slightly more burnt orange that isn't quite as bright. And that would make it so that the face is properly focal. I feel like I did a little too much on here, but here's what I've done. Here's the EG modification. Oh, this is already a multiply layer that has other things on it, but I might have gone a little bit overboard on the hands and the center of the body, but I really just need the face to be holding its own. Just pressing buttons at this point, that's fair. Enjoy all your buttons. Not to fluff the thing below it. Spin? Yeah, spin. Yeah, spin. Spin? Yeah. Too much everywhere. Yes. So having a lot more detail in the colors does a lot to support making the face more focal. Having all of the colors appear around the head is also good too. But yeah, we're pulling back some saturation, making things darker a little bit. This isn't maybe the perfect solution to it, but it's kind of the proof of concept of you don't need to have that much saturation everywhere. These still feel like they're the same colors as we're seeing around the face, but they're just not as intense. Hang on, I didn't need to make your legs any darker though. But there we go. If we're a little more selective with what things are popping, it'll add more to the depth, so that'll be a good thing as well. What else were we talking about here that I've kind of lost? Let me mark down the things we started with, which is that the color design itself, the colors are very pretty. The colors are very nice. The points that are coming, oh wait, hang on, I've got a little bit of clarity issue in the face. The points are coming off from focal point, where the focal point is kind of all over the place. I might even go here for it. For silhouette, the silhouette is good and easily identifiable, but I feel like we could use just a little more asymmetry from the spider aspects of it, and then adding the little bits of webbing and stuff would add another extra mile to it, but you're pretty close. For complexity versus clarity, I think the level of detail is good. I could plushify you pretty well, and the clothing feels very specific to you. Let me come back here. We didn't do a ladder. That is what I forgot. Ladder. Give me, yeah, blue, I think that'll be the color. Come down here, give me a wee. Let's see, so this will be the true test of asymmetry here. Got a lot of bands in the leg. Oops, hang on. Taking them too far over. And then the bottom of the skirt, the tiers of the skirt. Oh, the tiers of the skirt all being sort of the same. Oh, hang on. Hang on. That's diagonal at least. That's kind of diagonal. Top of the shoulder, bottom of the chin. The nose provides kind of a line. The eyes, the top of the hair, the top of the head. And then the top of the ears. These provide a bit of a line as well. Make them like wider out here. This looks like insanity. Hang on. There's my back on here. Oh, look, there we go. Whoa. 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 So for sure dangerous in the sense that they're all really close together. But there's not that much variation in the widths between them. So like Is this a dangerous ladder? Yes. But there's almost consistency. Like, there's a consistency to how far apart most of these lines are in this area. Oh wait, hang on, I'll wait, because we're stuck in ad time. I'm playing Devil's Advocate, but I can't see the spinneret placement, and the light parts being only visible right between the cheeks is a little off? Huh? What is a spinneret? I'm not sure what the part of the body you're talking about is. Cheeks. What? Huh? Like, it'd be safe if we flip it upside down. I don't know if this would be fully that. Oh, booty. That comes out of a spider on the butt. Oh, sorry, I wasn't looking at the I wasn't looking at the back of the design yet. I can look at that though. So for ladder, I think a lot of the elements are spaced exactly the same as each other are, unfortunately, where we need a little more variety. And that tells me also that a lot of the details are of the same scale, where all the tiers of the skirt are all the same width, and even the top band of the skirt is more or less the same width as the tiers are. Same deal with this, these are all the same width, even though if you think about those candies, I think usually the bottom is the thickest, this one is a little bit thinner, and then this one is even smaller, right? They sort of have a tiering to how big the colors are. You have a lot of things that are the similar, like even like this distance between the crop top and the belt is like almost the same width as these things are, which is the same distance between this diagonal element and the top of the shirt there. Like, there's just a lot of things that are similarly placed. We're getting a lot of small details that are similar in scale to each other, where we want more variety. Like, you could make the bottom tier of the skirt longer, make the middle tier a little bit shorter, make this one even shorter, and then by this belt being the same width as the yellow one, they'll still feel like there's more variation. I think we just need more variety in those manners. Yeah. Let me turn back on the other layers that I had here. Think about spinneret. Oh. I see that. Yeah, I think further clarity trouble here is that you just need to go ham on your highlights for this. Like, I see you've already done a little bit of edge highlighting. Oh man, that's still too dark. But same as we were doing around the face, don't be afraid to go for a lighter color. It'll still read as black, more or less, contextually. But if I go like this, we'll read this as being a separate object a little better, perhaps. Right now, I will say, similarly, that the positioning of them, as I think Riruku said, is a little bit... It's reading as... because it's reading in a flat manner, not seeing around it. It's very sus, the way that it is right now. It does kind of look like booty cheeks a little bit, or like something else, potentially. So if they are rendered to be clear that they are rounded, and if we can see that there's like a shadow underneath them, the problem is that this is so close to black, it already is a spot black. We can't push it darker for depth. So yeah, we might need a little bit more just to see that that's not attached to the body down there. Similarly, if there's a side view that might clarify it, yeah, lift them up a little bit, maybe also literal butt fangs, yes. Yes. What in the world was this that I did here? I don't know what, oh, never mind, I know what that is. I accidentally put shading inside letters, okay. There we go, so, may need to clarify that a little bit. So I think that was, as far as silhouette goes, I might actually take this down just a little bit more, because having all of those rungs be so similar in their spacing, we need a little more variety. But for concept and motifs, I definitely see the spider angle. For the bat angle, trying to make the wings read as bat wings as opposed to demon wings, I think could be achieved if your wings were just a little bit more anatomical with the way they are here, where, you know, if we could see the, like, claws on them that then therefore match the claws on your fingers, or even if the arms were pushed a little further from the body and we could see some of, like, this purple is, like, connecting the arm to the body. Remove ear fluffs. Yeah, some of the ear fluffs may need to go, not all of them, but they could be pushed back a little bit so we get more of the inside of the ear. Let me see. I'm just gonna go over all of this right now with this color, and I'll bring that green back. But, like, if we want to keep the general shape of this, I could pull it back to like here, have this sort of green shape. If we want to have it like right here. Shading on the bottom edge of it again. And then by having so much more of this purple area, we might be able to read the ribbing on the inside more clearly as you being a bat. And also the way that the ribbing works is it usually like radiates out from the center a little bit more too, where it's, you know, it's trying to funnel the sound into the hole, into the ear hole. So like that might also help it read bat a little bit. Focus on making it cute, not focused on balance. That's fair. Feel like I play the role of show your design to a 12-year-old boy, and if they giggle, that's true. Most of that stuff will go right over my head. I won't notice. So this is why I'm happy to have the Shroomates here, because it has been a number of times where I'll do a consultation and someone will be like, hey, I was worried about this thing. Did it look inappropriate? And I'm like, oh my God, I didn't realize, but now, nope, I definitely see what you mean. Yeah. But I think we need just a little more in order to tell, like that wasn't even that huge of a change, but we do need it to know that you are a bat, perhaps, also. But I think that's where the grade stands here. We got 2, 5, 6.5. Wow, very consistent today, huh? As long as I didn't count that right. 3, 4, 5, 6, yeah, and a half. So consistent today. The colors are so cute. Without a little bit of clarity thing, you'd be higher. But I think there's just some clarifications that could be made here. And for concept, we're mostly getting what you're going for. Love the aesthetic, love the fashion style. Fantastic. Yeah, love the colors. Yeah, they're yummy. Yummy colors. Can we get a round of applause, please? Round of applause for Minx, or Molly, or both. Probably both, yes. Bringing up the curved space over there. Oh, what? What do you mean? Came in late, is that candy corn on the butt? Yeah, we were talking about that. It's part of the spinneret. It needs a little re-rendering so that it reads properly. Also, have my closed captions been broken this whole time? Hello? When was the last time my closed captions were working? I'm gonna put us in a different room and come back, because that might fix it. That's weird. Hang on. Okay, how about now? No? Okay, so that was for nothing. Never mind. Very not creepy furry design, love it. I know, for as much as you said it might be a little bit creepy, it doesn't read very creepy to me. I feel like it could be creepier if you want it to be creepy, but it reads very pleasant and welcoming from all the round shape language. There's a little bit of an edge from the sharper bits, but all the fluff is just really going for cute. Missy? Thanks so much, been all over the place with her. It's nice getting other eyes on it. Yeah, of course. I think there's some good things going as far as, you know, using the candy corn as, you know, a second motif within the design that works with the fashion. It's something subtle. It gave you something to work with as far as figuring out your color. Aligns well with the spider for some congruent design with the fangs and stuff. You're doing a lot of the right things here. But I think there's just some modifications that can be made for clarity's sake and also for just a little bit of added pizzazz. Candy corn's one of the only candies never advertised on TV. I mean, they've got the whole holiday advertising for them. Why would they even need that? So hang on, this is Minx. Why would they even need to advertise on TV? They are the candy of Halloween forever and ever. So he finds a lot of furry designs creepy. I find this one appealing. Spooky aspect is amazing too. I think the only furry designs that I find creepy, like some of them end up being a little bit uncanny based on the way the eyes are handled, but that's more so like in a real life like fursuit kind of thing. And for some of them, I think that's the intention too, is for them to feel a little bit uncanny also. Yeah, I think a profile view would help with clarity, yes. Also, figuring out how that face works from the side would probably be good for an artist, because if you're going to people who are comfortable with drawing like anthro or furry types of designs, they'll probably be able to figure it out, maybe. But I feel like furries end up in a very specific circumstance where there's a million different ways to handle the side profile with like muzzles and snouts and how human or not they are. So I think that'd just be good to have in your arsenal and prepared for it, maybe. Yeah. One of my favorite furry designs I've seen lately. Whoa, there you go, hell yeah. Eyeballing this, a lot going on. Looks like two halves are very different. Hmm? What do you mean? What? Good work! Good work, Minx! Minx! Good work, Minx. Now we're on to Veilkin. Let me find... Oh, I closed VGen. What have I done? Open it back up. Let me find... There may be a more recently completed one. Oh, yeah, you just submitted onto that one for it. Let's see. Oh, there's more details, probably two. Oh, where's the download? Oh, there we go. Okay, hang on. Let me see. Okay, here's a full body current design, and then, which we already have. Close that. New design prototypes. Oh, there's a couple prototypes actually. Hang on. Copy image. We'll open that. Nice. Okay, now VGen's letting me copy and paste. Come on, man. Okay, and then here's the current ref. I'll probably merge those. Hello, file. Create new from clipboard. Clip a lot. You're good. Don't worry. The more the merrier, honestly. Sometimes it's more helpful having a lot to go off of. There we go. Okay. Got it. Prototypes of the same outfit with different hairstyles. Oh, okay. Noted. Okay, so current design, future design. What would you like me to do with these things? Would you like a critique on your past design or on your future design? Because I feel like a lot of the things I may have to say that are critiques of this version are solved in your... Whoops, newer version. Whoa, what is that? What? Hello? Oh, I'm learning things accidentally. I just learned what a button does in Clip Studio. I feel like a lot of things I would have to say about this are solved here. But then there's some other things we can modify. Critique of my current design with reference to the new element. Wait, hang on. Critique of my current design with reference to the new elements in the new design. I'm not sure what you mean. I'm not sure I know what you mean by that. As in, mentioning things here and then whether or not they're being solved here, perhaps? Maybe? Let me also read what you had said about mythological dragon elk. Pronouns are he, him, them, inspired by Fate series, Dark Souls, Final Fantasy. Let's go, Final Fantasy. I was looking at this on the Discord. Ah, I see. Depending on when you might be getting to me today, it might not be here. Possibly move me to next Monday so I can be present depending on where I'm in line. Ah, Mosscake, you are immediately before Zany, so depending on how quickly I'm going, oh, it might be close. It might be right at the end, so I can move you if you would like. You like the fancy version? I don't know which one's new. This one is new. The ones that are sketched out like this are the new ones. This is the older version. One now on screen is like much more stronger. Critique my new design then, because I did improve majorly. Okay, so, because here's the thing. I feel like most of the stuff I would have to say about this is solved in the next one, where you need flavor blasting, you need more variety in the silhouette here. Like, it feels a little bit non-specific. Whereas here, I think I'm getting a much better picture of the vibe. There's definitely some clarity things happening, but the silhouette is stronger. I appreciate the level of detail here a lot more. And I think we're getting a better understanding of personality. You feel kind of just like a guy here. You're kind of just a guy. Here, we're getting more of like elegance. We're getting more of like a fae angle from the way that your face has been drawn, the ears. I think I'm getting more personality. You don't feel as much like, you feel a little bit like a generic adventurer here. Meanwhile, here you are sort of an agility-based knight. There's some angles that feel like rabbit-like almost here too, that I appreciate, that I think are lending also to the read of you being Fae-like. Yeah, Fey-Wild Paladin vibe. I can tell you like Final Fantasy, because this feels a little bit Vera inspired also maybe. The design was more of a character design, face wasn't important. But I like the way that the face is designed here. The way that the eyes are handled feels like it makes you feel a little bit more magical. It makes you feel a little bit more mystical, a little bit less human in a way that is interesting visually. Motifs are tree and fruit. Mango. Oh, interesting. I don't know if I've ever seen mango. I'm reading your lore off of what you said on VGen, if that is all right, but a dragon god, last of its line, passes their power to a young elk. That power allowed the elk to command nature and modify its own form, limited to living beings, meant to be an embodiment of nature, controlling plants as their materials. It also modify his form with creature features, giving himself superpowers. I see. Yeah, I see the elk-esque elements here. Dragon aspect is more strong than the previous version. I'm seeing the dragon element really only in the tail, and the tail's kind of obscured. The feet, I appreciate the cleverness of making them cloven at the tips of the toe. That's neat. Questions. How can I simplify it? It'll make it cheaper to get it rigged. True. It will probably make it cheaper, yes, to get it rigged if it's simpler. I better communicate the mythology part of my design. I think I'm seeing, like, I think often we're going to assume that somebody who is decorated in this fashion with, you know, you have a dragon-like tail, you have antlers, we're going to assume there's some mythology impacting you. Put a prop in the design, mask and staff, do silhouette is unique enough. Haircuts would recommend, particular issue for me, but I like the ones I've got so far. Okay, so generally my thought here is that I think the reason why this feels overwhelming to look at right now is because of the way it's concepted. The level of detail, I think, is mostly going to be fine. I think it's just the way that this person had drawn it, where there's a lot of things that are really high contrast happening in here, just to denote, okay, this is something that's fur, and then we clearly need to see that there's, you know, green for leaves and black or like dark brown for twigs and branches. If this was truly executed like for a model, I think that the contrast should be lessened between all these objects, but I know why they were done it. Yeah, the detail is workshoppy, but that's why it feels a little bit visually overwhelming and high detail right now. That's why it also feels busy, is because everything is sort of painted a little bit loosely, so therefore all the brush strokes themselves feel like detail, whereas if this was drawn and cleaned up as like a cleaned up design, it probably wouldn't feel as overwhelming to us either. Yeah, the shoulder branches are cool, good for silhouette, but they're a little overwhelming right now just because of their contrast, more or less. And the same deal with the lower part of the cloak, too. And I can see, like, you know, for concept reasons, we had to provide this white line on the outside of the body because the inside of the cape is too similar to the edge of the body as far as color goes. So I would even say, like, you know, this is a dark blue. Could have brighter, lighter colors out here where it doesn't have to be quite so dark. So then once you have this as an actual design, the highlights against the edges of things or wherever they are sitting will be enough so that we don't have to do a white trim around things. Having the branches reduced, less of the pink, eyes would be more mango orange and green. Okay. So for the pink, I think the pink being focused on the dragon aspects, I don't mind, but maybe we don't need it in the, like in here. We don't really need it throughout the, I don't know what to call this, your shawl, your shoulder area. And then also down here, the color depth it provides is nice, but I think it might just be a little bit too much, where all of these reds could be pushed. They're providing good clarity against the blues, but I do get that they're just a little bit too much, and the colors are blending together as a result. Where, like, even, I can tell you're wearing something that's dark green underneath these browns, but I think that, you know, the values are a little bit too similar against each other, so they may need clarifying as well. I think a lot of the trouble we're having is just because this is more concept sketched. So I think we need a little bit more clarity. As far as the hair goes, across all of these, I think that having longer hair, you know, we tend to interpret longer hair on masculine designs as being something associated with wisdom because of some, like, traditions. I think they're Chinese in origin. So if you were trying to go for an angle where you're feeling a little bit wiser, that may be the right direction to go in. But I do think that your hair is getting quite lost around your face right now. And also because the illustration is using the same browns. Hang on, I don't really actually know what's going on here. Is using the same browns from the hair for the shoulders and the ears, where they just need to be a little bit more different. Where, like, you know, some of this shading work is nice, but it's not really helping. And because every level of value is currently being used in this area, it's making it hard to figure out where the ears are. We, like, make these, like, solid shapes. We actually had, like, some line art on them. It might be a little bit easier, but then the thought of also having these, like, lighter green streaks, they should help for clarity's sake, the parts that are around your face potentially. But the problem is just there's so much else of that green in those areas that it's not providing the clarity it could. I think it's just, this design just needs cleaned up more than anything else. Our right one hair I plan to use as my main. I like ponytails, want to get pretty cool ponytail. So it incorporates the ears so they don't stick out too much, more subtlety there. Ah, okay. I see. I think still, with this one, the ponytail I think is the right move. You may need to like cut this angle a little bit more harshly in the design so that way we get the silhouette of the shoulder properly and it's not as confusing. Right now it looks like this is becoming this almost. But the problem with the hair I think is just gonna be that we need the undertone difference here to be much clearer, where the hair is touching these other parts. And I think that's just gonna be a case of this just needs cleaned up essentially. Where, you know, this brown, there's like 3 different browns meeting in this area. This could probably use to be all the way to that green tone. So you can see the edge of it. It just needs cleanup, essentially. Where I think all of these things have the propensity to work, more or less the way that they are, it just needs cleaned up. Change the tone of the brown, keep the hair warm, make the clothing bluer. Yeah, I feel like maybe, yeah, for the elk parts, it may be good. Because right now down here, it's working the opposite. The clothing is blue, like the pants are blue, but then the cloak is warm. Up here, maybe the cloak is cool. Whoops, not hue. Give me color layer, please. Then I'll reduce it, but then, yeah, you're right. Maybe that'll also push it back. Also, I'm not gonna leave it this intense. This is just so I can see where I'm painting. Let's try that. Because I feel like some elks also aren't brown, right? They get that, like, more gray undertoned fur, don't they? I don't want this to be over top of the... These green elements can stay where they were with greens, but they get that, like, more gray undertone potentially for the fur, so then maybe that would set that apart a little bit better. And then same deal with maybe the ears, where I know that I guess elks are more brown a lot of the time. White gray in the body, more brown and dark near their head. Ah. We can bend that a little bit for clarity's sake, maybe if we need to. I like the armor design, having like big, tall, sharp shapes contrasted with some of the more organic stuff that's being worn in the cloak. Is good contrast visually. Okay, I think that helped some. The antlers I feel like could also still use to be like, maybe just a little more, I don't want to say elegant, but right now they feel very clunky. Where I feel like your design, you are built for agility almost. And I feel like that's one of the things we associate with deer. And the antlers feel very thick to me for being something that would serve that purpose, where maybe they just need a little bit of narrowing to them. Was a good idea? It makes it easier to see. Yeah, I think it does. I'm making the antlers a little bit narrower just so that they don't feel as clunky. They'll feel a little bit more aerodynamic. Slant them back. Slant them back? You mean like leaning away? I think the other thing that we're missing here is that for elk and stuff like that, we need the depth of the antlers coming forward, where like these antlers feel like they're just coming out to the side like this. Antlers usually, like, you know, you get the pieces that are around the back, but like they usually kind of spiral inward in some manner, at least for deer, but where you get the depth of like, this is in front of us and this is going backwards in space and kind of wrapping to be interior. And then, you know, you get like little short ones in the front. And I feel like that would potentially, by adding that depth, make the antlers feel a little bit more sleek and a little bit more considered. I think that's just an anatomy thing. Tapered out at the edges more. Shallow cup shape as opposed to a box shape. Oh, see, so I guess that's kind of what I'm going for here also, is that the way that antlers usually have like hierarchy of horns, I guess could be more specific, where yeah, they're like wide and flat and the tall point is here and those are the same height. Like I wonder if for elk antlers, it needs more of a curve to the underside to be less blocky, and then, you know, these things are the exact same height as each other. Maybe they don't need to be more variety throughout them, but I like all the flowers and stuff that's hanging in them. The florals are good. God, I love deer VTubers, gonna be one of my favorite genders. Genders? I think you say genres. From one deer to another. Deer solidarity. Full design, favorite things wrapped up in one. Yeah! I don't have any trouble knowing that there's a nature element here, which I'm happy to see. You feel a little bit like druid paladin-esque. What other color could be used? In your opinion, not a huge fan of blue. I mean, we didn't really make it actually blue. We just made it a little bit more gray. I feel like the level of detail is also what makes it hard for me to figure out what I'm suggesting. It's just a little bit over-rendered right now. Let me do this like I had before. So I can see that this is hair against the shoulder. Potentially. Also, all of this navy, I think, might just be a little bit too dark for us right now. Where I just can't see right now. I kind of lightened it earlier, but now I'm feeling that we could just maybe go lighter with all of it. Some of the shadows could go way darker, but for clarity's sake, I'm just gonna make it all a bit brighter. And then erase it out a little bit at the bottom, but like then the hand can be clearer. And then the greens for the top part of the clothing could probably be a little clearer. That also helps a lot with the hair for me. Need genders in class? Or in chat? What? Oh? What? Cool tone works against the warm tones. Mostly be dark gray with slight cold undertones. Yeah, I don't think you need to go truly blue with very much here. Like, honestly, maybe even the antlers could go more into the cool undertone as well. Let's see. Just for contrast against the hair even further. Let me undo that. Let me do this on its own layer. Just because I feel like there's just too much brown happening right now. I kind of like that pink, so I might bring that back a little bit. But we are losing the edge of the antlers into the ponytail as well. So let me do this. Whoops, I gotta move that up on top of things. Let me erase it out where some of those pinks are a little bit. And then I'll make it a little bit less. Right now it's just a little bit too intense. And that'll make you feel older and wiser also maybe too. Okay, I'm back. Welcome back. We should just look at what elk antlers look like also probably. Elk antlers. Okay, so they're brown when they're alive and attached. Oh, wait, hang on. I'm looking at elk now. We need to go way crazier with your antlers. Your antlers are too basic. Hang on. Elk antlers are crazy. Even if we go more into some of these cooler tones, because it does seem like their antlers do go cool and dark. Their antlers are wild. They come out of like a central point from the head. They have a part that goes forward. Hang on. Part that goes forward, then they kind of arc back and up. And they feel way more dangerous, I feel like, than the way yours are. This one's the tallest one, like kind of towards the middle. That's going forward. They even have like a second going forward, but then they have ones that even like arc downwards. Pinterest board linked, Discord critique post, that was what I used for my basic shape. Ah, I feel like we could go way more exaggerated for them, because the elk even have like one that points downwards, and then all the stuff can be trailing off of it. Let me Pinterest. Where'd you link it? Info, reference sheet. Against questions, prototype. Did you link it? I don't see it. PNG, prototype design, light palette, extra info, do themes. I don't see a link in here, mayhaps. I'm not seeing. Which might be me being blind, but I don't see it there. Oh, and in the Discord. Hang on. Where was that? I just saw. I got added. There we go. Ah. Oh. Wow, okay, hang on. Let's see. Pinterest. Thanks. Let's see. Vision board. Love a vision board. Oh, okay. Interesting. Yeah, so I think... Yeah, your antlers aren't quite as intense as they could be. Your antlers could be even more intense. I think right now the shape that they are isn't as interesting. I wanted to capture the craziness of elk antlers, but it was unfamiliar to my artist. Didn't want to trouble them. Ah, trouble them. Trouble your artist more. Go crazy. Elk antlers are so wild. They're like so tall. And I feel like that could be good to emphasize for this is height over the top of your head. Or like, even if it was like this, they have this like weird, like Y-shaped pit part at the end. Something that comes down and is kind of long at the corner of the end. I'm thinking of, what is his name? Legolas's dad in Lord of the Rings, in The Hobbit. But he has elk antlers on his head, I think, that he wears. Yeah, more exaggerated, bigger, taller, crazier shape. As an artist, I love to be troubled by commissioners. Exactly. I so strongly prefer people tell me if I haven't executed something the way they were hoping. I know not everyone is maybe like that, but I feel like more people should be. And then, yeah, we could still work some of those colors back in and have like the nice things that are hanging down off of it and the flowers and stuff. But I do think that we need to go wilder with the shape of them. Right now they're so wide and flat. Give me more sharpness, more angles. Yeah, Celeborn, what is his name? No, not not that sentence which we revert into false. I don't remember what his name is. Is it Thranduil? No. Oh man, as a Lord of the Rings fan, I'm embarrassed that I don't remember. Man, not fantastic. Ooh, even some of them they come out of the forehead. I wonder if for readability, I wonder if you could have one of them that's coming from further in front on the head. Whoa, that's skin, accent. Whoops, hang on. Like, that'll feel more strange forest creature-y if we can see it coming from your forehead. Also, I might need this lighter color to come down. And then your hair is being pushed around it on this side, whereas that one, like, it's just behind that part of your hair. I've lost your eyebrow a little bit. Where that'll provide some interesting asymmetry. And then that also foregrounds it a little bit and makes sense of the way your hair is pointed. Thranduil. Oh, nice! Okay, I did remember. I see. Connect your artist to my model artist. You used to have a design with antlers. Now I have tentacles. I mean, not bad. Perfectionist I can be, so try to limit myself when I work with artists. Hear me out. I think something as big as an element that is so important to the design as antlers is something where you should be a pain about it if it's not reading properly. I think that is one of those things where me, e.g., myself personally, I give you permission to be a pain. Please be a pain about it to your artists. Because if they're missing that element, you're losing something that is important to making your design read properly as you. And you need that. We all need that, yeah. Headache, emptying my brain of all LOTR lore. Lord of the Rings, man, I watched, there's a animated movie that came out like in the winter that I watched recently. It's okay. It's very okay. Gotta have limited redos adjustments in their contract anyways. True. You should let them know of all the redos and changes all at once and not slowly over time. That is probably the best way of working in that manner. Okay, so general thoughts here. Silhouette, great. Especially with the hair like this, fantastic, no concerns. You're gonna have a lot of organic asymmetry as long as whoever your artist is doesn't just hit you with the symmetry modifier for the way they're doing your shoulders. Please, I beg of you, if you have a live 2D model made, do not let them use a symmetry modifier for your shoulders. As much as that may change your cost a little bit, please, please. It's gonna feel so weird and stiff. For something as organic as moss and leaves and twigs to be rendered perfectly symmetrically would be heartbreaking. Even if it's just like you can have symmetry maybe down here in the lower parts of the cloak, pretty please make your horns, at least wherever it's sitting on the horns, stay asymmetrical, and same with where it's sitting on your shoulders. You need the looseness, but that'll be a nice little touch of asymmetry that you will need potentially, but that's why I'm not bugged by the fact that your outfit is mostly symmetrical otherwise. You're gonna get a lot of natural asymmetry just from these once they're more fleshed out. As far as color design goes, I think we just need a little better clarity, which I was just kind of like ticking through. Some things need to be a little bit lighter, where things are touching browns or like each other, they need to have a little bit more difference in value. Some of the colors could be a little bit cooler in some places, so that way they contrast better with what's underneath them. And even like, you could even have still like this coming to be a little bit more brown on the bottom edge of it. That way it's clearer against like these darker blue aspects it might be touching. For the hair, I think it's just gonna be same deal of making sure that it is different in color from the other things that it is touching. But I think that this is reading a bit more clearly than, whoops, hang on, than it was initially at least. For me. Yeah, okay. I think that's a step in the right direction. Hello, fellow human. I am not human, but good try. I am mushroom. Nice try though. I'll get you you'll get him next time. But also hello. The silver is nice, it's well balanced. I almost wonder if you sort of have some floral elements in your hair, but I wonder if instead of having that in the center of your hair, you could have something that is in your, like part of what's holding your hair back be metallic. Because I think I'm missing some of this white up on the head. The way they rendered this armor really loosely is really nice. But then, you know, you can have these like little thin, wispy parts to... Oop, hang on, give me a thinner brush, please. But I think that would be good in order to set out the difference between the top of your head and your hair a little bit more clearly. But yeah, generally, I think this is in almost every single way a step up from this design. This design needs flavor blasting, and you don't feel as specific as a person. Now you're feeling a little bit elegant, a little bit intimidating, a little bit otherworldly, is less human in a neat manner. Much more specific and memorable, I would say, in just about every way. Let me go to here and see. I didn't do a ladder, but the ladder would probably be really loose anyway, because of the way it's rendered. Color palette. I think this is where the trouble is most right now, is just that we just need more clarity between colors. The silhouette is gonna be killer, gonna be fantastic. Complexity versus clarity, pull back maybe just a little bit. I think the complexity is mostly happening in too much of those little red tones being throughout, so just a little bit less. Focal point. We didn't even talk about focal point. What is the focal point here? Is it the face? I'm not fully sure if it is. Even like before, without me editing things to it, the face may be kind of focal because it's kind of bright, but I feel like the armor is taking a lot of focus for me. You were saying the eyes, hang on, what color were you saying the eyes were? I gotta go back, I missed it. Something about mango, I think. I'll admit I sort of look at the tail. The pink on the tail does distract me just a little bit, but I think that's gonna be mostly because of the posing. Cape, okay, level of detail of the cape is sort of making it focal. The face should be focal because it's less detailed than other things. If we add a color in the face that isn't everywhere else, that would probably help. But then also the fact that you have darker colors that aren't being used for like the eyelashes and eyebrows, I think is also why the face isn't as focal as it could be. Your face is very rabbit-like. Main dragon fruit inspo went is the tail. 2 dragon fruit fellows in one day. Dragon fruit, okay. Antlers are hair for me, okay. The detail is good. I think the hair with this lime green is kind of moving in the right direction. I'm wondering if exaggerating some of that lime a little bit more around the face will help the face be a little bit more focal. Yeah, wait, hang on. Yeah. I think those are stepping us in the right direction. I think it's mostly just gonna be a thing where we're not having enough contrast. If I expose a little bit more of the face, that will also help. Wow, that slight little touch of green did a lot. And then you were saying something about the eyes having more colors in them. I don't know if this is sort of the classic struggle with gold, is that gold isn't very high contrast, but I feel like orange will work a little bit better for the eyes, especially from a distance. Blush. It's blushing. I thought you were suggesting blush for it, maybe. Yeah. I have to rewatch VOD so many times to capture the notes I can take from this. Thankfully, the Shroomates are very kind and have been doing some very nice timestamping work for us. I will probably, once I finally have time, I thought I'd have time at the end of last week. Tomorrow I might finally have time to upload all of my edits to the Discord server, so you guys can have the edited versions of the designs. In the meantime, I appreciate your patience. There's been so much going on. Incredibly busy week last week. But yeah, lime around the face, I think helps. if you had brighter eye whites or eye highlights also, I think it's just because this is, you know, not fully drawn out or rendered. The face was kind of loose. Make the teeth bright. Like, those things will help bring us into the face better. Yeah. If you're busy, don't worry about it. Thanks. Thanks. I appreciate it. And then also, my like sort of final thought here, we do tend to associate with like deer and stuff like that a little bit of freckling. Where right now you feel really intimidating. I'm not sure if that was what you want. If you want to feel very intimidating, I think you're doing all the right things. But you might feel just like a little bit more approachable. You might get a little bit more of that animal angle if you just have like subtle dusting of freckles somewhere. I feel like your face just needs a little bit more detail somewhere. This is gonna be a little bit too much. My brush size isn't right for how this is, and it's gonna be completely rendered differently than how everything else is rendered here. But just like a little bit of that will add some nice detail to the face, sort of subtly. Yeah. Hydrate? Oh, thanks. I should drink a little Gatorade. That's true. I'd linked an updated color palette idea in VGen, but it's triple color of green, orange, and pink. Yeah, I saw the color palette you suggested. Honestly, I feel like the color palette here is mostly okay. Yeah, the mango, yeah. The mango for the eye color would probably be the right angle. I kind of did that anyway. Liking the freckles? Yeah, the freckles from a distance add just a nice little pop of detail to the face. Where once I've zoomed out now from us making all the edits here, this one definitely feels the strongest to me now. And then, you know, as all things would go, you know, if we had our normal multiply, like, okay, here's shading under a bunch of objects so we can tell where they are overlapping and stuff like that. I feel like just with the added clarity that we would get from having like something actually rendered, this is well within expectations. Let's see. Like, this tail is back behind, so it probably wouldn't be as bright. We're seeing the inside of this, so this would be darker. Like, just with fuller rendering, that will also further clarify things. Adding a facial decal, you could do that as well, potentially, if it was worked into the style of the flowers or something else that you have here. If it's referencing another motif, that might work. Like the intimidating look, personally, I'm not against freckles. I don't think they fully make you not intimidating, but they do add a little bit of softness in a way that might be nice. A little bit of duality, dichotomy, all these things. Have a very serious, stern face, cutie patootie little spots and freckles. Yeah, right? Might be a dragon fruit flower. See, that could be neat. I could see that working potentially. But was there anything I didn't talk about? This is your rubric, I think, right? Yeah, focal points. The face isn't super focal right now because it's not unique in terms of level of detail or unique in terms of colors that are used in it. So by adding some of the more of that orangey tone to the eyes, making the eye whites brighter, pushing the hair further out of the face so the face is a bigger, flatter plane of the skin tone, I think those things are all stepping us in the right direction as far as focal point goes. Oh, adding more of the brighter green around the edges of the hair. Yeah. Then concept and motifs. I think that I have no questions here. Other than my maybe minor thing about like exaggerate the antlers more, I like the added like more defined knight element to the clothing, the more druid-like cloak that is more detailed and organic. You know, we're getting some of the duality of rigid and stiff and geometric from armor versus organic and chaotic from the like cloak aspect. The antlers are telling me what's going on. We do associate that sort of cloak with druids, which are a little bit mystical or mythological in nature. They have a little bit of like a magic angle to them. So I think I'm picking up the right things as far as knowing what your lore is. Let me see, were there any other questions that I didn't answer here? Simplify. I think just based in this being drawn full scale and in a clean manner, it will be simplified. I think it will be totally fine. Communicate mythological part of the design. I think it's communicating. I think the only thing maybe that could be good is like, we associate druids with like bone or other things like that. If you had something that was like sigil-esque or something that is a talisman from the god who made you this way, that could help. You know, the mask and staff that you had before, the mask could be neat, but I do think these things need to be designed up sort of to match the other stuff you have, where they're just under detailed compared to everything else. But having the mask may help. Yeah, some runes might help. I just think they would need to be designed up to match the level of the other things, but I am all for you having a mask toggle. That would be very neat and also very slightly creepy. And the staff probably needs more interesting things happening with its silhouette, but I think having some props is always good for VTuber designs. They're always good. See? Props. Always good. My associated prop is... I'm glad this is my associated prop. Obtaining the staff new pair of magical chopsticks he can manipulate? Oh, interesting. I'm interested how the chopsticks relate to the lore there, but intriguing. Huh. So that's unique enough? Yes, I would say your silhouette's good. Especially with the long hair, as long as we cut these little portions out here, keep the tail nice and clean, and exaggerate those antlers. Fantastic. Any haircuts you recommend? This one. I'm in agreement with you. Go for this one. Prop? Yeah, I got my prop. Weapon. I got my Vash the Stampede. Weapon. I'm glad I can honor him in all of my design. Half of my design is just things that relate to Vash the Stampede accidentally. So like Wukong, he'll be able to manipulate them with size and length to be considered condensed logs. Oh, okay, I see what you mean. As far as like manipulate goes, I see. Okay, that could be neat. Okay, I see. Okay, so I think that's your grade. I think we got it. 2, 4, 5, 6, 7.5. I think seems fair here. Also, my like final note to you, my final note. Hey, if you're open to the idea of having a more like fantasy illustration style for your design, I think it would be fantastic. It'd be really good. I fear that with an anime style, we may lose some of the things that feel neat and kind of fresh about this style-wise. It doesn't have to be fully non-anime. It can be anime influenced, but like we looked at, oh, what was her name? We looked at that nice vampire lady a couple streams ago, the redhead, and like her level of anime meshing with illustration is good. I'm gonna try and find an artist that does Dark Souls art style. Yes! I am on board with that. I sure hope you can find one. I am completely 100% on board for you doing that. I don't want you to lose. I think Dark Souls may, in some ways, be a little too desaturated for some of this. If you can find somebody who can find a way to keep a little bit of some of the saturation in the Dark Souls art style, I feel like that would be fantastic and so stand out. I would love to see that, yes. Hards, if any Shroom has an artist in mind, please share it with me. Okay, Shroomates, you've been called to arms to help out here. I, off the top of my head, don't know any Dark Souls like styled artists, but if you guys do, please lend a helping hand. We can try and look around a little bit. Wish I were more cool like Dark Souls, bouncy and clean. Yeah, but Zany, your art is so crisp and fresh, but completely the opposite. Beautiful nonetheless, but completely the opposite. It's very friendly. If anyone has any suggestions, you're welcome to share. I can try and keep an eye out also. I've kept an eye out for some other fellas for art styles that I feel like would benefit their designs. Keep an eye. Katana Spirits is almost, maybe not quite dark enough. Yeah, Katana I think is still a little bit too saturated. And I don't know if the proportioning is quite Dark Souls-esque. Yeah, I don't know. Squiiji, I have a question. Should I redesign one of the species I've made to be bug-like? Why not? I don't know what the species you've made look like off the top of my head, so why not? Well, there's this artist that did Nikto's model. They have a strong fantasy style. I was thinking about, we had looked at a fella who was really intricate. Oh, what is his name? Hang on. I'm gonna go down a rabbit hole just really quickly. Hang on. Let me see. Oh, it's gonna be in stream prep. For our merging stream, do you guys remember the fella when I was doing the Exquisite Corpse Vtubers? Where is that? Oh no, what did I title the folder I would have put those in? Hang on. Not redesigning. Oh, I can't find it. Oh, there was the guy who was like real skeletal and really detailed. I don't remember what his name was though, and I don't know where I saved all of those models. Where did I put them? No, not in here. Darn, I really thought I put them in my stream prep folder. Diagnosis Christmas. No. No. Oh. I think you're in your, they're in your server YouTuber showcase. Are they? Are they? We didn't clap yet. Don't worry. We didn't miss clapping. I didn't make us clap yet because we're still talking about something. Hang on. Are they? Let me see. Because I feel like their artist might be somebody who could pull it off because they were very dark, but still anime and also had a lot of detail. Let me scroll here for just 1 second. Oh god, please be in here. Please be in here. What was his name? Yeah, wait, hang on. Is it this guy? No, not that guy. Hang on. Nope, that's not who it was. The name seemed familiar though. The artist who did Paradox Song might be the right one. Might be a good artist too though. Might have to contact that fella, but that's... Oh, I might not find it. Mimic King Axel, is that who it is? We also had Niktos that's... Oh wait, is that the person? Is that the same one? Hang on. Doing D&D in your server. Oh, wait, it might be the exact person. Yeah, Mimic King Axel might be the... Hang on. Googling. No, wait, hang on. Is that the artist, maybe? Hang on, why does it keep scrolling me down? No, this is not who I'm thinking of, unless they were the artist who did it. He was gold and red, the person I'm thinking of, that I merged people with. Unless that is the artist who drew that one, and that's why we're saying that. Nikto is the skeleton. Hang on. I'm losing it. I can't find him. I can't find him. Rip. We'll try. Then I have no clue what you're talking about. Yeah. Oh. He's gold. If we go back to my post for it, we'd find him under it probably. No. Darn it. Okay. I will have to keep looking and see if I can find it, but I know what I'm looking for. Human design, I've returned from the war. Hi Billy, welcome back. Cecil's the one who drew Nikto's model, love their style. Okay, we can try and find. We can try and find who it is, but I am not capable of it right now. I'll link Nikto thing. Okay, we'll see. Nikto and my critique post. Okay, thanks. Ooh, come back up to the top here. Oh, wait, hang on. I have totally lost it. Everything is missing. Oh boy, hang on, here you are. Nope, that's not even the current one. Well, what can you do? Okay, if anyone has the art suggestions, the artist suggestions, do find a way to contact our fella. If I find it, I will also find a way to let you know. But for Vale, can we get a round of applause, please? Round of applause! 7 out of 10, good work! Very gentle clapping. Has my caption? Oh, there it is. Okay, good. I thought it still wasn't working. Files, save as. Good. Got it. Okay. We have an hour left. And I still have a bunch to get through. So, oh boy. So we definitely, I don't think you're finishing today because we have Jin, who I have to do next. Then we have Moss Cake. And then Rex was immediately after that. And then, oh my god, we still have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, we have 6. We still have 6 to do. We have to look at Jin because Jin was on the Jin was on the thumbnail. I might be doomed here. We may be extending to next week. So many which are almost done. I know. We worked so hard and we were so focused, but there were just so many. And I don't even know how many I got through today either so far. We can maybe do 1 or 2 still today, but what is this? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. This is our 8th we're starting now. Sorry? No. Don't be sorry. Don't be sorry. No. Nobody's allowed to be sorry. We're doing as best we can. If anyone needs to be sorry, it's me. I always put a little bit too much on my plate, mayhaps. First stream you said you prepared 50? I know, I was crazy. I was crazy. What was I thinking? Why did I think that I would have the ability to get through that many? That's ridiculous, EG. But the thing is, I like giving everybody the time they deserve is what it is, where, you know, everyone deserves enough time. I don't want to cut anyone short. I don't know. People don't go to art school too. This is so normal for critiques. Just means you'll have thought-provoking, well-made designs. That's true. It is so hard finishing critiques in art school also in a timely manner. The professor will often put like a timer on so that way you don't go over the end of class. They'll put a timer for like 5 minutes or something, be like, all right, we can talk about this one for only that long. And I can't do that. That would stress me out too much. I wouldn't get through them well enough. We gotta take our time. Give everyone the time they deserve. I want to help everyone. AG heart too big, too full of care. Yeah, I care too much to rush. It tends to be what it is, yeah. Nara, understandable, don't worry. That's fair. I'm at least relieved that the couple of ones that would be pushed back are from Shroomates who I know would be here anyway, so I don't feel guilty as much about it being a little bit pushed off. I mean, it's still quicker than the regular queue, but like, So commendable that you spent an entire workday just today trying to get through critiques. But, yeah, if you knew the half of it, my entire workday is usually critiques. Because I do consultations in the mornings. All I do on Mondays, all day long, starting at 9 a.m. usually, is critiques. So it's more than 6 hours. It's whatever 9 a.m. to 6 p.m. is pretty much, with like a lunch break. You know, it's good that I love doing what I do, and I'm amazed that I'm not sick of it. I worried so much when I first started that I would get worn out of it, and that you guys would get worn out of it. But it seems like we're all fine with it. It seems like we all enjoy it just as much. Oh, Sammy Soul, thank you for following. Also, Billy, I know why, I have a feeling that you can't say killing it. I have a feeling my son is not allowed to say killing, if I had to guess. Let me try without that word. If I change it to krilling, it might permit it. Let's see if that works. Let's see, does that go?
Squiiji is actually krilling it. For real, for real. No capping here. Actually miraculous and so fun and great. Love them 1000.
Oh, thank you, Gary. Very kind. You don't often say nice things to me like that, so I'm very happy. Thanks. All designs are different enough that it stays fresh? Yes. I so thoroughly agree. I am so happy always with the variety of VTuber designs we see. And I've been very relieved. Every once in a while we'll have designs that are maybe too similar to other ones that exist, but I'm very happy that there's been such variety, because it does make it so easy for us to keep doing it forever, more or less. Monday crits are so ingrained in my schedule by now, I don't want to do it without them. I mean, me too, also. I kind of need them as the start of my week. I don't realize it's Monday if we don't have them. It's so weird. Last week, I also had no clue what day it was. My brain assumed that Thursday, because I'd already streamed twice in a row that week. My brain assumed that Thursday was Saturday and that Friday was Sunday, because I didn't work either of those days. And then when real Saturday came, I was like, what is happening? Gotta be honest, critiques are my favorite streams of all of Twitch. What? Thanks. What the heck? You're gonna make me cry? Stop. Stop that. Stop being nice to me. I appreciate it. I'm so glad that you like them that much. But I am fragile. It is the time of month where I am fragile and likely to cry, so careful with your kindness. Thank you for head pat. Get through one, maybe 2 more jingle jangle. This is true. I think we can, if we focus, get through 2 more maybe. And then on Monday, we will have 5, which is almost a full day. Yeah. Casting all my kindness. Thank you, Billy. I appreciate it. Watch where you're pointing that kindness. Yeah, exactly. Exactly. I'm gonna shoot you with kindness bullets. Hang on, what? Hang on. Hello? Oh wait, did I hit an unlock? I did. I'm shooting kindness as bullets at you. It's just little parts of spores that are coming out of the gun towards you. Get attacked. Get appreciated. How many designs have we passed? today, I think this is the 8th. Potentially, maybe. Let's lock in. Callie, I don't know why you have a volcano. Are you catastrophizing? How do you say that word? Catastrophizing? Catastrophizing? That's not how you say that word, is it? Me not locking in? I'll lock in. Cataclysm? No. Okay, Chat Noir. No, not cataclysm. That's the word? Oh no, did I get it right? Lucky Charm? No. That's it? Oh, okay. I doubted myself. All right. This is Jin, who is a Shroomate. They, them. Jin and Tonic. Jin, are you here? I think I saw you earlier, but I've lost track. I feel like I somehow never know who is here or not, because my brain can't figure out if I saw you today or yesterday or 10 months ago. Hi. Oh, there you go. Okay. Hi. Jin and Tonic. Not really meant to be a lore VTuber, just a sono so I can stream, but I was generally thinking that they're meant to be an artist with an interest in like anthropological studies who accidentally became a lich due to not having enough time to pursue all their creative endeavors and interests. Understandable. Generally speaking, I'm very happy with the skull and arms, just worried everything else is not good contrast-wise, color-wise, complexity-wise. Like, I know the arms are super complicated, I don't want it to be too much, but simultaneously the pants are very plain, even though I know they probably won't get seen a lot and it's alright having them as like just an area of visual rest. I don't know, I'm more than anything else just looking for an outside opinion because I'm no expert. Updates continue, now including a few more obviously anthropology, related elements, arrowhead buttons, glass chain charms, necktie, more classic anthropologist. And the apron works more for both artist and art-related stuffs. Oh, anthro and art-related stuffs. I see. Yeah, character looks like they have very deep lore, despite you saying that. So, immediately, like, right out of the gate about this design, silhouette goes crazy. Fantastic. The way that this is posed right now, where we've made the hands asymmetrical, the hands holding the sleeves up so it looks like there would be arms coming out of the sleeves and the gloves dangling from them. So neat. What the heck? That's so clever. Because we're getting a silhouette of arms and we've got all the other extra arms, but they're not really there, even though it feels like they are. It's an illusion. It's one of those things where if you're not paying attention, you'll miss it. But this design really does draw us in to notice more. Not final art, subject to looking way cooler. The handprints on the pants is a subtle pattern. They add a little bit of a creepy or like horror element to it. The flared bottoms, the shoes. Jin, this is like chef's kiss like everywhere all over. This is such a good balance between feeling whimsical and like somebody who is a trustworthy teacher in some manner, or anthropologist or artist, and somebody who is so uncanny and mildly creepy. But outside of the face, if you don't look closely, you'll miss it. But I appreciate the subtlety of it. Not everything has to be so on the nose. Green on the inside of the sleeves is neat. It feels like almost like a glow. We're getting a magical angle. We've got this like interesting asymmetrical, almost ribcage inspired element on the chest. Good asymmetry. Having the apron off to one side, I agree, is good for sort of the overlap between, you know, you're clearly somebody working in the field, getting their hands a little bit dirty, but we're getting some art elements to it. It's a little bit grungy and dirty without feeling too chaotic. Professor at a school in Arcane, yeah. Your lich professor who definitely has skeletons in the closet, yes, but yeah, gives kind words and helps with your research, yeah. It's so neat. Even the fact that you've like posed the hair in a way that's making it like drift is so neat. It's good for the silhouette, good for the asymmetry, good for just like a moment of interest. Right now, I think the hand being behind it makes it less strong, where I feel like you could pose the hand under it, like it's like cupping it or something, or like if it's like twirling it, that could be better, but like that's so minimal. And then the other thing for me is just there is a tangent formed by the head and the collar where you need this green to be a little bit higher so that way they don't feel like they're sharing a edge, where we can see that like, you know, the chin is coming down into that space. I'm screwing up this ellipse by doing that, but that overlap just needs to be a little bit clearer. But honestly, I don't even know if I have a lot of things to even tell you that could bear being changed here. Let me step back and look at it again after I do this, but like, I feel like this is so well considered, the way that it is for the most part. The silhouette has such fantastic exaggeration for the clothing. All of the weight of the silhouette is happening around the waist, but there's still good exaggeration in the bell bottoming of the pants. Every part of this has some amount of design happening on it. The pants aren't just flat pants. They have pattern that's subtle. They have a scalloped edge at the bottom. The shoes have a nice silhouette. The gloves have silhouette. The gloves have like alchemical symbols on the backs of them, which is interesting. The sleeves have such nice exaggeration for their silhouette. Everything here adds to silhouette. This is like my like dream as far as designs go, where it's like all the things that I tend to sort of classically give a hard time for are seem like they were initial considerations. This is a silhouette first design. The color here is all just supporting the silhouette and supporting things reading clearly as best as they can. Like, it's so neat. What the heck? You cooked. It's so awesome. I think, for me, there might just be some clarity things with how the arms are overlapping, where they might just need a little bit more contrast, and then your glasses are getting lost a little bit because their line art isn't as thick as other things. And they're like, very like, you see the parallels that are happening here? These are tangents, where the hair is so perfectly parallel to the, like, glasses chain. Give me the asymmetry of just have it on one side, so we can leave this nice and straight and draped, potentially. And then the glasses might just need to be a little bit thicker or a little bit higher contrast so I can see them against the hair a little bit more clearly. But honestly, I feel like that's really like, oh, like I can honestly kind of start grading you already, which is that the color design, nice. Very desaturated, which makes you feel very grounded. The pops of green make you feel sort of mystical, add that magic element. The drawing us into the face, the gold adds some ornateness, which makes sense for the anthropology background. Fantastic. Silhouette, no notes. Literally, no notes. You nailed it. You got it. Complexity versus clarity. I think just the glasses need a little bit more clarity to them. We're losing them a little bit in the hair. And we could use maybe just a little bit of contrast in some places. But you would plushify very easily and very clearly. Yeah. Cooked so hard, the smoke alarm gave them a standing ovation. See, that's a good one. I like that one. No words, just in awe. Right? Right? For focal point, I think right now for me, I don't know if the face is as focal as it could be. And it might just be because we need a little bit more shading, like, around it. Because everything is so dark, so the skin should feel really bright by comparison. But I'm wondering if, like, you know, this is coming from behind the head. Maybe that just needs to be a little bit darker. Just a little bit darker at the roots, or like maybe in some of the shading around the face. And then maybe we just need some brighter highlights in the face then. Where like the teeth are pretty bright. They could go even whiter maybe. Potentially. And then like maybe the bridge of, oh, excuse me, hiccup. The bridge of the nose could get a little bit more of a highlight or something. Or even if we get like, you know, the forehead is catching some light, I could blur that out. Whoop, hang on, give me my blur. So that way the brightness of it is really gonna pull us in all the way. Did I do any shading? Yeah, I just wanted to get like the color flats first. No, that's true, that's fair, that works. But I think that might be all we need for the eyes to be properly focal. The glasses being on top of the eye, but the eye still being just as bright as if they weren't is good, because it's increasing the contrast around the eyes, which makes them even more focal. There's so many smart things happening here. Focal point's the ascot for me. Really, the ascot isn't very distracting for me because the hair has that red in it. But if that's the case, I feel like that'll be very easily solved once we add some shading to it. Once it gets a little bit darker. Just from that. And then the stuff down here being darker. You could go for the classic ascot is longer on one side than the other, where it's not tied perfectly. Also, maybe if you really want to. Just for a little more asymmetry. But yeah, the face just needs maybe some brighter pops to make it more focal, potentially. Yeah, the rendering, I think, is helping a decent bit there with that. Yay. Same thing for you as I said to other people with chains. Make this chain more specific. I have a feeling it just gets sketched right now, but right now it's reading almost like rope. I've seen a tendency in a lot of anime style designs for chains to read almost like ropes. You might just need to make it clear that like there's something happening that's repeating in it as far as the shape goes. Right now I'm trying to give it a little bit of texturing to make it almost look like these are bones that are meeting up. I don't know how successful I am with it, but like, you know how bones are a little bit wider. Might be a little cartoony, you might need to make them a little bit more subtle than how I'm doing it. But that could be neat just to make it a little bit more specific, potentially. Yeah. I think we all know it's gonna turn out, can do a ladder for fun. Sure, you can do a for fun ladder. Why not? Why not ladder? Stick to our guns. We don't give up on our ladders. Whoa! Hang on, I'm moving someone accidentally. Get relocated accidentally. Bottom of shoe, this white area, bottom there. Half apron, all these things that are tying around the waist, the bottom of the sleeve, this sort of notch in the sleeve, this notch in the sleeve. I'm not even really sure where to draw the lines for the skeleton arms, but something like this maybe would make sense. Bottom of that. This thing has an angle to it. The bottom of the vest. Oh, these things behind the legs I'd probably give a line to also. Hang on. Bottom of the collar, top of the collar, bottom of the chin, the glasses in the eyes, the hairline, but that's pretty asymmetrical, honestly. Top of the head, top of the ribbon, and then we've got this diagonal. This piece of hair I want to count towards it also because it's so exaggerated. Yeah, who wants to climb that for me? Fast, quick. Ladder's a category in Cinda's master list. Oh, am I goofing up the master list if I forget? Whoopsie. Who wants to take a stab at climbing that one? Ow. Certainly not I. Certainly, I don't think that my ankles want anything to do with this. I'll zoom out a little bit so you can see the bottom. Caught that one. Caught it with my big old forehead. Caught it with my glasses. Caught it with my giant forehead. Yeah, I think that is pretty good ladder. I would pass that. I think the level of asymmetry that you have is fantastic. What have I not even, is there things I haven't graded? What did I not grade yet? Focal point. The rendering, I think, will push the focal point a little bit better. It's almost there. It's close. I think it's just gonna be the rendering that'll get it the extra mile. And then for concept and motifs, all of the things that you've said about what the character is, I'm seeing there. I don't think we need to go overboard. I think this is one of those designs that is best left more simple, more clean. You've got some areas of high detail that are good and focal and telling us exactly what we need to know about the character as far as bones for being a lich. And then, you know, details in the paintbrushes and stuff like that for artists and anthropologists and having the apron, but we haven't gone overboard. The right amount of detail to feel like there's enough flavor, enough taste, enough interest, but I'm not overwhelmed. And I also just really like your design. I don't know if you noticed. I'm not sure if you noticed, but I like your design. Who is the diva? The diva is gin and tonic. Yeah, second 10 out of 10 today, right? Good work, Shroomates. Thank you, thank you. Of course, it's so sick. I opened it up and I was like, I personally love designs that are just like a little uncanny, just a little scary. I went the total opposite way for EG, but there was a point in time where I was thinking about making myself much more uncanny and creepy and leaning into that end of mushrooms and art maybe. But I have so much respect for people who do that because I would love to also do it myself. It doesn't fit the way I carry myself, which is why I didn't, but I love it. It's my, like, within like design sensibilities that I enjoy. I love to see it. It's so neat. Especially when you can get the right balance of it not feeling too overwhelming, where it's just a little bit unsettling. Fantastic. Oh, whoops, I turned off your details. Hang on. There we go. 10 out of 10! Yippee! Round of applause! Good work. And for this reason, I think we will be able to get through another one. That's why I said one or two more. I honestly, like, very little notes here. Very, very little notes. Good exaggeration, very memorable as far as a character goes. It's good. It's good. Yo-ho! Yoo-hoo! Yes, also yoo-hoo, yippee. Good work! Let me save you and close you, and then we'll see who next. Hooray! Thank you all, of course! Thank you for donating to charity, and also thank you for submitting your lovely, delicious, delectable skeletal design to us to see. Swag. What do you mean, swag? Have you ever done any pirate-themed redesigns? Very minimal. We did like maybe one or two, but not a on. Done 1 or 2. Okay. Next is Rex. Rex, I gotta find your submission. I think you'll be the final one we get to today. We might have to put, Lucky Puppy, who was left? Lucky Puppy, Moss Cake, Zany, and our ghost detective fella to next week, unfortunately. It might take me a minute to get there. Let me find it. Oh, Rex's submission. Also, I appreciate everyone's patience. I'm sorry it's taken me so long. I locked myself into a million queues. Let's see, alright. Rex Tauti. Let's see. Most recent submission. I do thought we were gonna get them done on time. I know. We had one more than I thought we had. Also, that was ready. And Rex's also wasn't findable, so I didn't realize we'd have 2 extras, but that still isn't. I still have. There still would have been 2 that we didn't get to, even at that. So, like. I appreciate everyone's patience. Only things needed for blackout bingo? Huh? My bingo, I gave up on bingo as soon as I won. I was like, I don't need second win. I won once. That's all that matters. I finally got a victory on my own bingo. Let me download Rex. Oh, interesting. Okay. Download you. Let me open your previous submission. So that way, oops, hang on. So that way we can have the details from it. Question. Weep. There we go. Is it here? Yeah, there we go. Okay. Haven't played bingo once? How have you never played bingo? You should play bingo. Come on, Shroomates. Come on, play games with us. Oh, let me open this file. I found you. Where are you? Ah, transparent. Nice. Okay. A second. There we go. Okay. Let me do a little formatting. Another second today of our EG does some formatting. Very good. The EPs are calling. If the EPs are calling, then go snarf me. What do you mean? You are permitted. I permit you. You're always allowed. Go to sleep. Go to bed. Get some rest. First time to play it just for school. That makes me laugh as a nickname. It makes me think of, what is her name? Squiiji? Whoa. Rotates my head. Skew. How do you pronounce that? Skew? Usually I'm EG. Skew is silly. Just be satisfied with the 4 bingos I got. That's fair. Can't do bingo on mobile? Oh no, I'm sorry to hear that. Let me fill this for a background. You know? Oh, how big is this? Hit fill. Oh god, Rex, how big is this image? Oh lordy, okay, hang on. Oh, my computer's freaking out. Hello. Change image resolution? Oh my god, it's 9,000 pixels. That's why. That would be why. My computer didn't like that one. I gotta scale you down a little bit. Oh, there we go. Crash my encoder. Okay. Got it. His power is over 9,000. Big image. Giant image, even. Yeah, hang on. Let me also move this in just a little bit. Okay. Now let me grab our deets. Grab our details. I might even make this background color just a little darker for clarity so we can see the ears a little better. Yeah, there we go. That's what I'm talking about. Yeah. Sorry, you're good. Don't worry about it. Do not worry about it. Usually I fix these off stream, but your updated submission was during stream, so I didn't get to. Let me see. So you are Rex Tauti? I can't remember if I'm saying your name properly anymore. I know I fixed it at some point, but now I feel like I either went back to it or don't remember. Whoopsie. Him. Oh, at Rex Tauti. DBZ reference? Potentially. I have never watched DBZ though, so I may miss references that are from that. Okay. This here, move it down. Alright, let's grab your deets. I love that you put emojis in your in your details. We can't copy and paste them in because they're not supported by Clip Studio, but that's so funny. It's like reading like in Mario Odyssey where they're like, and Bowser did this, and they have like the Bowser icon right next to him. It's so silly. Okay, there we go. Me. Grab this. Based on Tauti and Pao Xiao. Okay. I'd love to see what those are. I'm unfamiliar. Let me paste those into ye old Google. Okay. Rex is... He's a pair of eyes on his obliques. I do see that. Okay. Come here. Paste that. There we go. Whoops, we lost the letter R. Rex is the demon king of gluttony, not Beelzebub? He's a human reincarnation of an Ashra king who wished all the life in Kamahadtu to accept the pleasures of veracity. Right now he is serving as a waiter in a cafe because he needs money to live. Yeah, he's serving. He's serving. Can you show us? Yeah, I'll show you the references. I will open those. He is based on a Tauti and a Pao Xiao, which I have to open and see what those things are. I may have to copy and paste them into this file so that we can see them also. So there we go. Here's your text blurb. A Tauti is an ancient Chinese mythological creature commonly emblazoned on bronze and other artifacts. Interesting. Now looking at this, why don't you have this color in your palette, sir? If they're commonly emblazoned onto bronze, I feel like we could have some of this bronze in the design, right? That really like nice oxidized blue with the blacks, right? Maybe interesting. Oh, what have you done, Moobot? Shirt has gap, want to squish waist. Classic like cutouts. This is an unusual clothing cutout, I would say. So you can put that in your bingo if you want. Demo King to Waiter, what is the economy making of us? I know! What has the economy done to us? You're the Demon King of Gluttony, and yet you have to make money on Earth. Oh, VTuber lore. It's okay, that's a Tauti. Pao Xiao. Am I even saying that right? Let's find out. Let me see. Oh, this is a YouTube clip. You've sent us the other thing.
In the guideways through...
Oh, hang on. Okay, yep. So that is... video. Oh, it has to do with gluttony. Okay. Interesting. I might just have to Google that word then. P-A... What is it? P-A-O? Oh. Got it. Tautia? Oh, have I been saying it also more wrong this whole time? Oh, wait, these things! Wait, I've seen these things before. This guy. This fella. Put him, yeah, here. You see. Oh, it's so little. I just need these because I'm not familiar with these concepts off the top of my head, but here is the creature. And then here is the Tautia. Yes. Won't silence me. I'm not trying to silence you. That's not my intent. We gotta be polite and respectful, but I'm not trying to silence you. Okay, so. Alright, just collecting my thoughts. I got lost staring in the orange of this for some reason. Squeiji, come back. You're so close. You got this. I got lost in the sauce for just like 1 second. So you are a server. As a waiter. You don't look like a waiter, unfortunately. You don't look like a waiter, on one hand. The clothing shape is very interesting, though. This, as a clothing shape, is quite neat. And it makes me feel like almost the t-shirt and pants angle isn't as interesting as it is in the shoes. Like, they feel less specific than they could be. And I'm almost wondering if this is because I've looked at traditional clothing recently. I am wanting for you to be, if you're going to be a server of some sort, I almost want you to be a server in like a more traditional historical sense, maybe? Where if we gave you like longer, like more draped sleeves, I'm not just thinking about this because I made sleeves like this for Hiroko, I promise. It's not just because of my Otakon designing. And then added some detailing to it. And then the pants almost feel like they're close to, oh, what is the style of them called? Where they get really broad at the ankle. I feel like those things would put us more in the realm of you being a professional or a server in a way that might be beneficial. Or we could add just like a little bit of like a trim to your sleeve, maybe. Add just like a little bit of interest. Any of you just have like a, like Gin and Tonic had, just a single off-center apron piece that might go a pretty good ways in terms of getting your occupation across to us. Yeah, more formal style sleeves. Because this is like a historical, mythological creature, it seems like. So I feel like that would be good to balance out how intense the center of the clothing is. And then same deal for these, where like, if we change the shape of them to be just a little bit more like sleek, you could leave the pockets. Oh, the speckling is gonna make it hard for me to like kind of draw it. You can even leave it this sort of like baggy, rounded shape. It's just something, maybe just a little more exaggerated in the width. And then the shoes being purple, I feel like you are at a place where something that's a little bit more in the area where tech wear and formal traditional wear overlap could be good. And I think the shoes being so purple and orange is making them not work that way as much as they could. So I'm inclined to tell you to make your shoes more purple or like more dark colors and gray colors. That way we can keep the modern angle, a little bit of the tech angle, but then they won't feel like as cartoony. They must feel just a little bit cartoony. No DBZ, but since I knew the otaku knowledge, no. False. I live under a rock. I am, what do you say, chronically offline. I've never seen DBZ, unfortunately. Not the ad being about wine. Oh, Twitch, what are you doing? But I would look if the midsection was longer. Could potentially make the midsection longer also. Let me figure out, I wanted to add, like there's these darker greens that I think are good for the shoes, and I want to take the white out of the shoes. I feel like that's one of the things making them feel just a little bit unserious right now. Replace the orange with like a darker purple, and then make that white down there. I mean, maybe it could stay now that the orange is gone. Where now they're less focal, and they'll feel a little bit more tech-y inspired. You could leave the white. Not really drawing laces, but just the suggestion of them, yeah. I'll let you to sit down again. Purple and green, superior color combo. Riku, every time you appear, we end up with something like this, don't we? For the colors, I think you need a little bit more color variation in your undertones. I'm tinting this a little bit more blue. Down here. Oh, maybe I even want to go like into here. And I'll turn it down. This would be too strong. But just, I want the darker parts of this shading to have a little bit more variety in them. So let me do that. I don't really know why I started where I started for this one. There we go. A little bit more of a transition to blue is a little bit more interesting. Hi, Bishop. I see you pointing. What are you pointing at? Hello. Showing the sides like was making me think of Hooters for some reason. What? Hang on, what? Shroomates, what are you saying? Huh? I don't know where you're going with that. I don't know what you're saying. I'm going to continue fleshing things out. I don't know what you're talking about. I feel like you could also have some sort of like dark belt elements in here. I'm gonna hang your apron like it's almost just kind of coming over one side of your body and put it on an angle, and you can use some of those white tones that you have elsewhere as the buckle. I'm gonna buckle it on so then it feels like it's a little bit more also modern in that way. Oh, my voice cracked a little bit. Unprecedented amount of talking I have done in the last week or so, having spent time with family and attended a wedding and streamed for way more hours than usual. There we go. Dark apron, and now you look like a busboy, which I think is exactly where you need to be. Top is giving Ren Farm fare, bottom's giving tech wear. That was my intent. I'm trying to blend sort of the modern and traditional also. Which we might need a little bit more of in the shirt. I might need something else that feels a little bit more tech-like in the shirt to marry it with it. Which I think might just be if this thing had some sort of, you know, it already sort of has a trim, but like a trim line to it that feels a little bit more angular and blocky maybe. It could merge them. Yeah, plastic metallic trims, yes. I'm putting black on it right now, but that way it'll just be like a line art once I go over it with something else. You have that orange in other places, but maybe I could bring the white in. Is this also skin we're seeing here? Scandalous. Showing like high like chest right there. There we go. And you sort of have gold in a couple places where I feel like the gold could be worked more throughout. This is such a neat shape for a shirt though. Hang on, this is wrapping on the body, I think. There we go. And then, you know, you've got up here this gold coin that's hanging from what I think is one of your antlers or horns, potentially. But, you know, if this was gold around the trim, and then we brought that gold back, you know, in form of, here's a buckle for this, or something else. We can bring the gold more throughout the design a little bit. I'm not, like, being super perfect the way I'm detailing it. I'm just trying to get my idea for it across. I'm also wondering if some of the texturing on here could be more specific, where, like, it looks like it's sewn. These things might be pockets, but I'm wondering if, like, you know, if there was some sort of, like, pattern going around the trim in a dark color, that might feel a little bit tech-esque. Ooh, you've got these, like, horns on your chest, too, that are kind of low contrast right now. I'm noticing, hang on, as I zoom in, this is, like, very much like paint strokes. Rivet studded trim on the belt. Bell sleeves give them weight. Yeah, maybe. I'm seeing what you're saying. Make that sort of like rivets or something. Yeah, I see. Yeah, there's like little spikes on the shoulders. I feel like the spikes could be giving us a little bit more angularity. If we like arced them or something, they could feel a little bit more specific. There we go. They could even spiral a little bit like the ones on your head do. And then there's two of them on the chest, I think, but we can't really see them because they're too similar to your skin color. Make it a little bit brighter. And then I might... Wow, your skin is as bright as it physically could be. You do need some shading around your face so that way we can see where your jawline is. And then, you know, like a little bit into your shoulder. Fully just around the bottom edge of your jaw, probably. Under your clothing edge. And then, you know, we can see that there's a shadow being cast by these things. That'll help with clarity. Not the best quick illustration of it, but I think it's going in the right direction. See the clarity of it. Pasty complexion problem, classic. Thanks for improving the shapes, rendering soft can do metallic shiny trims. Yeah, I think metallic trim might be nice and interesting. If we want to repeat, you've got a belt down here. You can put the belt around the arm up here as well to get a little more of the tech distributed throughout, a little bit of asymmetry somewhere, some way. Honestly, I feel like the length of this could even be like slightly longer. I want to multiply layer, no wonder things look weird. Like down to like even like here. Yeah. And then are these also more horns that are sticking through the pants, potentially? I'm not sure if I'm reading them that way right now, but I think if they are, we could make it clear that the pants are like ripping and tearing around them. If they're just slices through, we're seeing the leg through, we might need to re-render them just a little bit so that's also clearer. Tiger teeth. What do you mean tiger teeth? Oh, tiger teeth. Interesting. Okay, I'm not sure I know what you mean by that. 6 rounds of laundry done, officially falling asleep. Wow, good work. Yeah, get your snork memes, Astra. I did a lot of laundry over the weekend also. It's a pain. I hate laundry. Laundry never ends. There are very few things that are consistent in this world, and laundry is one of them. There we go. Adding some brightness to those. I think also your horn shape could just bear to be just a bit more exaggerated, where if it breaks the upper end of the head a little bit more, it'll add a little bit. Right now they feel just a little bit stiff because they're almost forming tangents with the head. If I go like this, and then we could push this angle up a little bit. There we go. And just make them a little bit bigger. I know that the creature you're referencing, they are kind of flat on, so maybe it doesn't have to be as high right there. And it can come out to more of a square edge here. But I think it just needs a little bit more exaggeration for silhouette. It felt like it had a bit of a weird tension with your hair in here, unfortunately. So making that a little bit more specific. Try to bring the Ren Fair down to the pants. Add a braided fringe belt, woven patch of natural fabric. Braided fringe or belt? Something braided. Hang on. Whoop. You could have another thing, like if this is the braided something. Braided? On this, and then you can have it tied maybe, and then you can see like, okay, well here's where the braid is hanging down from it. Maybe. I'm trying to find more little asymmetry places for it. Put your notepad in your apron or something, maybe. How Shao has tiger teeth. I don't know how to incorporate it in the design other than sticking them on the body. Ah. I think the way you've done them for the face is sort of interesting. We can't really see them right now because of the contrast. I think you just need to make your skin tone a little bit darker. Potentially all over. But the way you've done them on the face is kind of interesting, where it feels a little bit like bone, but they're reminiscent of tiger stripes. That might be an interesting way of working with them, maybe? Potentially? So I think they just need more clarity where they are there. Love big chunky eyebrows. I feel like you could even go even more exaggerated with them. If you're gonna make them big, lean into it all the way. Make them really crazy. And then same deal, like I feel like your eyelash is thinner. It could be thicker to feel a little bit more intense. You've got nice dark purple under your eyes, but like you could even exaggerate that further. I feel like this design just wants more exaggeration kind of all over the place in miscellaneous places, where these are nice and exaggerated, but the horns need more exaggeration. The ears have some nice exaggeration to them already, but the pants needed exaggerating. We need a little bit more in the middle section of the design, potentially, for those purposes. Just give me more. Just give me more exaggeration, potentially. And I like the idea of having this hanging coin thing. Maybe that's what I need to replicate down here, but not in the orange. Having coin that's then tied in, and then it has like its little like ties that come off the sides of it. But I feel like it's overlapping just a little bit too much with the ear right now, where I feel like it could just be dropped lower, and in a strange move, I'm gonna say made smaller. Very uncommon EG statement. I almost never say to make things smaller. But the way that I would want to change this is so that all of this is a part of the silhouette. Oh, hang on. Transform, please. There we go. Like if this was here, a little bit smaller so it feels a little bit more grounded. Right now it feels a little bit comedic how big it is. Like that I think would be an acceptable size. And then if I fill back in your ear properly, where I removed it. I'm sorry, I'm doing limb removal right now accidentally. That'll add to the silhouette and it feels just a little bit more natural where it is. There we go. Like I think that feels just a little more natural. Right now it's hanging on an angle too, which I'm not sure is helping either. So I might just go like this and get rid of the second piece that's tying it, because it was directly under one of them at least. There we go. And then for your hair, I feel like we could still use even more exaggeration for it, where the hair is nice and wispy, but like if they were in bigger shapes, whoops, hang on, I'm on the bottom. If they were in bigger, clearer spikes for shapes, they'll feel a little bit more fiery. We'll get a little bit more anger out of it, maybe. 'Cause right now your hair feels just like too tight to your head, maybe. If I searched your art atom by atom, still find beauty in every neutron. Wow, thanks. I didn't draw this, but thank you. I do draw, but this is someone else's drawing. You hear the compliment though? Good compliment there, Rex. They like your art. Make these bigger. They're too small right now. These, I think, are more of the teeth, maybe. They kind of read like fluff. There we go. Making them a little bigger is good. Okay. What else did I not get into here? I feel like there's one or two things more that I wanted to say. The weird eye on the body is interesting, and I almost feel like, because like these are eye sockets, I almost feel like I want something that's even more direct. Even if it's just like a darker green or something. We're getting just like darker, ever so slightly creepier. Generally the time they stream, yeah, I'm usually live right now. Usually I'm live from 2 p.m. EST to 6 p.m. EST, so I would be live right now. I started 2 hours early today. Yeah. Wedding ceremony, congrats to your insert name. Oh, what? High anxiety. Okay, so generally, those are, I think, the bulk of what I think might need to be modified here. For these ones, if we want to keep them on the leg, I feel like that opens us up to a potentially good possibility for having, like, the pants be, like, ripped open here, where they're coming through from the leg, which could be interesting. And if you're gonna do that, you could even have them coming around the side of the body, where, like, it's ripping through this. If it's ripping through the shoulder and it's not just mounted on the shoulder, we could have the fabric, like, sagging away from them, and we could see some skin coming through there from the opening where they tore through, which might be interesting. Yeah, okay. General thoughts, though. Was there anything else I wanted to say here, though? I think what I was going for is that I think you need to marry some of the traditional aspects more clearly with some of the more modern things, which is why I was adding a little bit more tech adjacent stuff, but making some elements a little bit more formal also. Adding something that is referential to being a server a little bit in the apron, even if it's a little bit cattywampus in the way it's being worn. You definitely need more contrast in general. This is sort of a classic thing I see from artists, is being afraid to make skin tones dark or being afraid to shade dark on top of skin. Have no fear. You can make tones quite dark on skin without it feeling like strange. We are willing to accept some pretty dark values for skin. So I think that you could push that more than even where I've pushed it. I feel like we could even go like here and even give it a little more saturation, make it darker, just so that we can really see where the edges of things are. Your sort of pattern that's on the forehead, I wonder if might be also interesting to put on the chest. I feel like that's referencing the bronze pot we had talked about, but in sort of a funny manner. Hear me out here. Putting it on the chest will look like chest hair, which might be kind of funny for congruent design. Know what I mean? Yeah, I'm not even this tone IRL, shouldn't make him pale. Yeah, no, don't. If you are open to making him not pale, just increase the skin color darkness everywhere. I could see something like this dark working pretty well with all the really white bone pieces. Now you'll feel alive. Somebody so gluttonous would not spend their time indoors, right? You're the king of gluttony. How are you today, Squiiji? I am great. I am a little worn out and I've got a little bit of cramps, but I'm persevering nonetheless. Can't take me down. There we go. Now you got a little bit of life in you. Now your eye whites will stand out a bit too. Yeah, it looks kind of creepy the way I've done it right now because of the way I've been shading, but like, look, you feel alive. Some warmth here now. Whoa, don't spin me. Hey. There we go. Okay, so here's hand, little bits on your sides, and then we'll be able to see the spikes a little bit better. Yeah. Yeah. A little more warmth really goes a long way, I think, here. For clarity's sake, also. So, I think that's the bulk of where my thoughts were here, though. Good asymmetry from having spikes on one side but not the other, a little bit from this thing that's hanging on one of the horns. Do make the horn symmetrical. I only made them asymmetrical because I didn't render the second one. What's happening? Why can't I pick the color that this is? Hello? There we go. Make them symmetrical, potentially less pale, marry together aspects that are traditional with ones that are modern. Silhouette is not bad. We could use just a little bit more for it, a little more exaggeration. Maybe look at the rubric and see where we were. Okay, color palette. I think you need just a little more variation in your color undertones, but otherwise purple green, totally fine. Oh wait, hang on. Darker skin tone, please. Just slightly too pale for clarity's sake. Little bit too pale. For silhouette, I think, oh, we didn't do a ladder. We do a ladder. But for silhouette's sake, I want more asymmetry in the silhouette, and then some of the items feel a little bit stiff to me right now with the way they're executed. And they could use to be just loosened up a little bit, and that'll help with the silhouette also a bit. Like here, shoes, bottom of pants, top hem of the pants, bottom of this. These pockets being perfectly aligned to each other is also maybe just a little uncanny. Maybe they could be offset a little bit. These eyes, the collar, top of the neck, that's adding something. Unfortunately, your chin doesn't really add a line here. Eyes and eyebrows, top of your hair, top of your horns, which is pretty much the top of your head also. I mean, yeah, ladder. Can we get our final ladders for the night, please, maybe? I would like some ladders to end the night, maybe. And, ow. Ow! You've impaled me! Why would you do that? It's okay, Rex had permission. Fabled lore, VT, thank you for following. Ow! That also still hurts. Ouchie, my face. Ouch! Things being thrown at me. Oh, we've been raided! I'm being assaulted by ladders and we've been raided! Hi, Side Ear! Welcome in! Hello! Welcome in! I am Squiiji. I'm a freelance artist, Fungi, and also an art educator. We're doing VTuber design critiques for charity today. We were looking at a design of Rex Tau T right now, providing some critiques. All the fellows that we are critiquing today were fellows who had donated to our charity drive we ran last week for Cure Cancer Australia. We raised over $2,000. I'm so proud! So we're critiquing this wonderful little fella here. Welcome in. Hi, Side Ear. I see you're downloaded. Your model is downloaded in my normal critiques. I have you, we're waiting for like, I think a red or an orange day, I think, for yours. But you're there. But welcome. Also, thank you, mods, for getting the shout out. And also thank you, Shroomates, for rotating for them. Very good. Dang it, I was gonna go there after stream. Low-key, I was probably also going to be raiding there. Cider, how was your stream? What were you guys up to? What did you guys do? Also, my voice is dying a little bit, so if I'm voice cracking a little bit, I apologize. And also, Astral Atropos, Haslo Filter Text, Swizzler, ERQ, Shiro. Thank you guys for following. I appreciate it. I appreciate it. We're doing some grading right now. Just a little bit. Just a tad grading. It's all good. We're playing unpacking because I have the big allergies. Oh no! I'm also having big allergies. I feel you. But I hope it was cozy and calm. I hope it went well. Oh, okay. I'm here to intimidate you now. But I hope you had fun. I've always wanted to play that game. I just haven't owned it. I haven't validated owning it. Oh. Glitch. Oh, okay. Spooky scary. Shooms with a score, find the same door. Yeah, I feel like, wow! A lot of the places I tend to raid into tend to be places where I'm like, good vibe, I want to listen to them. Either that, or it's somebody whose design I liked, and I can't remember which is the case. Sometimes, shroom brain full of holes. Shroom brain leaking gloop that may or may not contain brain cell. But Cider has had some good vibes to listen to before when I have snooped in. You never know where EG is, I'm always snooping on people. Okay, now I'm just standing here because I'm not T-posing anymore. Hi! Hello! It's me in your screen. What was I doing? Grading? Oh, also, side here, if you and your fellows need to do things like eating or drinking or snark me memeing, please take care of yourselves. Please look after yourselves. If you want to stick around and hang out, go for it. We appreciate it. But, prioritize looking after yourself, please. Let me see, where were we? We were doing some grading. Thank you for the gloop, also, very nourishing. Very, very re-fulfilling. Silhouette. We need some more things that interact with the silhouette. You're not completely symmetrical, but you're kind of close. Give me a little more variety, pretty please. Also, for complexity, I think we just need a little more. I feel like you're missing just a little bit. We need a little bit of flavor blasting. For focal points, oh, we didn't even talk about that. Hang on. Focal points is next. We'll do that. I love your work. Oh, thank you. I appreciate it. I'm glad. Thank you, Sango. Focal points. Let me turn off all the things that I had done. What is the focal point for you guys? Because the focal point for me is this thing. This pseudo face. It's almost having like an effect that butterfly wings have, where it's a false face with false eyes. So I'm making eye contact here with your pecs, more or less, with your peck face. Big blank, empty, jawless mouth, pale void. Like these voids here. I see. So, in the modifications we had made with making the skin tone a little bit darker, I feel like this is helping a bit with the focal point, but I'm not sure it's all the way there. Where having this orange that used to be appearing in a lot more places, now almost only appearing up here, I think might be something that's helpful, but I'm wondering if we just need more of it around the face. We have this orange. What if, you know, it's kind of tied around this one. What if we tie it around this horn as well, maybe, in some manner? And then the orange will bring us up to the face maybe a little bit more. I'm wondering also if the eyes, your irises are really small, so we have a hard time looking at them, potentially. If they were bigger, you can still look like you're mean and not happy with us, but that might help. And then eye highlights also can help us look you in the eye, potentially. I think that's helping a little bit, making the face more focal. Don't know if Hoyo could replicate this method of focusing on the assets somehow. I would be more willing to accept it if they did, because then it's at least like false eyes. Oh wow, was I RGBG and glitchy at the same time? All at once. Beautiful. Oh, and it ended like right at the same time too. How strange. My eyes are up here. Not, well, I mean, these are eyes down here also. Making the eyes more focal, you've already taken some good steps by darkening the area under your eyes. The face may end up being more focal if by level of detail, if we had more of these shapes. And we could maybe have them sort of intermingling with your stripes that are coming in from the side of your face with these sort of like squared off things. Right now they're sort of dissolving into your hair, but if we had more of them on your face, it might increase the level of detail and bring us in a little bit more. I think the level of contrast right now is still not where it needs to be. Also, around the face, with the chin, some shading might help. Classic sort of demon thing they do with adding like the red under the eyes. You have a little bit of orange, and I wonder if we could add a little bit more, and then they'll add a little bit of color, maybe. Add on the shirt help become less focal by adding reasonable complexity. I don't think so, unfortunately. I think right now all of the things that are focal are because they're bright, potentially, and because of the contrast, where that wouldn't be reducing contrast. I was trying to increase detail in the face to make the face more focal and add a color that isn't prevalent much elsewhere, but I'm wondering if I just go like this and we pretend you're wearing some sort of like see-through like mesh piece of clothing here where your skin is more visible, if that would help. And then also if it was something that was like higher necked here, your face will become more important. Like we're seeing like almost like an athletic style top that's semi-transparent. Then those spikes coming through will be more prevalent. Classic, like, what do they call it? Like that like muscle tank top thing that often is sleeveless. But then your face will have more contrast near it, maybe. Let's see. Yeah, hang on, that's helping. I think that's helping. Make this go a little higher so I can see it's behind the chin. I made your chin a little bit adjacent. Thinking a choker. Oh, a choker maybe could also be interesting. I could just make the top edge of the shirt fully black. But yeah, choker could be an interesting option. Yeah, wait, I think that's helping. I think we're getting somewhere with that. The arms are still very bright in comparison, but I think that is moving us the right way. Always too hot, but your workplace requires you to wear a black shirt. Yeah, that is kind of rough. I know how that goes. Eyes are up here. Yeah, okay. For the face. Also, maybe just wondering if the hair needs to be darker, because for clarity's sake, against the horns, they're not dark enough for me. And if the hair has some darker parts, you know, under the horns, or just some darker spikes to it, that might also, like, you know, if this is like reading like an undercut in here, make it darker, make the eyebrows just a little bit darker, make your hair just darker at the roots in general, kind of. That's more contrast around the face. Yeah, okay. I think we're getting there. I think we're kind of getting there. I think the last thing would just be toning this down a little bit. If I put a multiply layer over some of this and then blur it out, make some of those bright spots down there less bright. I think that's getting me up to the face now too. Boss, that's not a black shirt. It's shirt shapes made from black fabric. What is the problem? If only we could get away with that. If only we could get away from it. Wait, I'm so excited to get my first car today. Oh my god, congrats, what the heck? That's very exciting, dang. Congrats for that, for sure. Dang. But, okay, I think these things have done some good work in getting the focal point raised to the face. We're also adding more layers to the clothing, which always inherently makes them feel just a little bit more fashionable too, which is a crazy statement to make. But I think that is I think that's working. I think the face is now focal. Previously, the face was unfortunately not really holding its own though. For concept and motifs, the problem, I am not familiar enough with these creatures, unfortunately, to know if you're doing that good of a job with replicating them. I mean, this thing on your chest seems reminiscent of this creature. The horns seem like they might be something that's coming from this. I almost feel like, since these are always depicted on bronze pots that are aged, like that should be a color in the palette, but I'm not sure how best to incorporate it. Maybe the horns, if they were made of bronze, might be nice. And then the waiter aspect, I don't think we were getting at all, so the apron is at least like a hint in that direction. How goofy would it be if you had a name tag also? But I think we just need a little more work from the concept just so we can see that angle, and some things are a little bit distracting. The fashion, I think, needed just a little more consideration as well, but I think we're heading in the right direction. I can see what you're going for. I'm picking up what you're putting down, at least. Hydration, thanks. I will hydration. Pen or pencil behind the ear? Yeah, like, I hate how goofy some of those things are, the shorthand for giving an occupation. But sometimes we need something that's that on the nose in order to understand that angle of a design, unfortunately. It's kind of tough. Ooh, hi EG, I was gonna buy one of your private feedback thingies at some point. Do you have anything going into them that makes it easier for you to give feedback? If you have a good elevator pitch as to what your design is, that is the biggest help I can have when you are giving me stuff to critique. Because sometimes, even if you give me more detail, if there's too much, it can get overwhelming with too many angles. A good concept for VTuber design should be something that can be pared down to a sentence or two. If you can write me a paragraph, that's fine. But if you can pare it down to a sentence or two, then we really know what it is that you're aiming for. We know what your goals are, and I know that you know what you want. Because the hardest part about my critique sometimes is people not knowing what they want. I can't help you if you don't know what you want, because I don't know what you want. I can't come up with it because it's you. It's about what you like and what you desire and what your interests are. Yeah, that's perfect, thank you. Of course. Yeah, that's honestly, that's usually the most helpful thing for me, is the elevator pitch. As long as I know what you're aiming for, I can usually find things pretty well for stuff. But yeah, okay, so. Yeah, that's great, I think. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5.5. I think you just need, some of it's the rendering for clarity's sake, and then more detail in general. But I think you're off to a strong start. You've got a lot to work from also. We had a lot of things we could suggest because there was still a lot of openness left here. Good work, Max! Also learning that I'm still pronouncing your name in some miscellaneous way that isn't quite right. But good work getting your stuff done in time for submitting, and thank you for skipping the line, and also thank you for donating to charity. I will give you a round of applause. exactly at 6 p.m. Good work. I will theoretically tomorrow try and upload all the designs we've critiqued this far. I will try. I may have other things I have to do, but I will try and do that between them. Because I want you guys to have access to these so you can use them to your heart's content, so they can be useful. Then, next Monday, true, real, final, we are going to be looking at me file save as me save Rex. Studio, there we go. We will, next week, get through Evan, Zany's character that we were supposed to look at, Moss Cake's character, and then Lucky Puppy, because they were the final 4 that we had in terms of order. And then I think Edward may have had another one that was grab another submission from Ancient Times. So we might do, that'll probably be our final one, is have another Ancient Times, whatever I've missed submission, and we'll go over that, and that should be our final stream. We stream at the same time next Monday. I will start streaming at a normal time next Monday. I won't start at noon. I'll probably start at 2 p.m. EST. But yeah, more or less the same time, just not starting as early. Normal length. Yeah. Hard refused to work with Tiltify. Oh no, I'm sorry to hear that. I heard some people didn't have them working properly. Oh, we've been raided again. Wow, truly like crazy number of raids today, dang. Welcome in. Hi, Aya. I am Squiiji. I'm a freelance artist Fungi. I'm also an educator. And today we were doing some VTuber design critiques for charity. We just finished looking at, oh wait, I closed them all. We just finished looking at some designs for some fellows who donated to our charity drive last week. We raised over $2,000 for Cure Cancer Australia, and I'm so proud of the Shroomates. But welcome in. What were you guys up to? How was your stream? What were you doing? Also, thank you mods for getting the shout out. Let's see, can I snoop? Is it possible? No, I can't snoop. I can't see what it was. Also, Shroomates, can you rotate for them? Can you rotate for the raiders, mayhaps? I will do a little rotation too. Wow, congrats, quite the achievement. Thanks! I'm really proud of the Shroomates. I am so excited. I had been wanting to do some charity work literally since I started streaming, and I'm so happy I finally got to. I'm so happy. How are you doing? I'm good. I'm a little worn out. I had a bit of a crazy week last week doing this stuff for charity. My voice is also a little worn out. This is the end of a 6-hour stream for me. A little bit of a endurance. Fun, but I was just about to get into my housekeeping. We can do our housekeeping here all together. Which is to say, I had a couple just like miscellaneous stories to tell from my week away since, yeah. And then we'll greet everyone with that too. Pretty much ended recapping the story of Honkai Impact 3rd. Oh, we just critiqued the designs of Honkai Impact 3rd's characters like 2 weeks ago, I think. Generally, overwhelmingly, I liked them. They were good character designs for the most part. I was very pleasantly surprised. There's some really strong hard hitters. There were some ones that were a little funky, but generally pretty good and strong, I will say. Yeah. But I hope you had fun with it. It'd be fun. End of the first half story or end of the second half story or where it is. I guess there isn't an end to the second part, is there? Yeah, so maybe I know the answer to that already. I think I figured it out myself. I don't know a ton about it, but I'm making guesses. But our housekeeping here in the Shroom State. Thursday, we are doing character design critiques for the characters of Arc Knights. I just learned today because I saw, you know how there's like, I saw one of those rankings of what the most popular mobile games are, just like in general. And I didn't realize Arc Knights is like number 3 or 4 or something. I didn't realize quite how popular it was. Maybe I've just appealed so much more to the Genshin side or like the Hoyoverse side of mobile game fans because the polls have never shifted towards Arc Knights. And maybe it's that Arc Knights is more popular overseas than it is here. But Arc Knights, character design critiques on Thursday. I am trying so hard to figure out the lore that's going on. I'm doing my best. And there's also a lot of characters, it seems. So I'm picking as best as I can through them. So we're figuring that out. Friday, we are doing a little rescue mission. Kazuli, thank you for following. We're doing a little rescue mission on Friday. If you were here last week, we looked at Incinda's character design for critique. And we found out that Incinda had been betrayed by a 3D modeler and kind of ripped off. So, the Shroomates, I had been planning to do a stream showing everyone how to use Vroid and doing like a almost speed model in Vroid, which is a good starting 3D modeling program. You can make some really nice stuff in there. Don't let people talk smack about Vroid. It's good. It's a good, strong program. Especially if you have a little bit of Blender knowledge. It can be even better. So, what we are going to do on Friday is rescue Incinda. I'm going to show you how to use Vroid, pretty much from scratch, and how to make a model using Incinda. That is what we're doing. We are making a model for Incinda, kind of from scratch in Vroid. We might reuse and edit some of the textures that were from their model before, and we'll do a couple of things like exaggerating some things to make them stronger. We're gonna do pretty much an entire outfit overhaul. I'll teach you how to do hair, how to do clothing layering, how to plan out clothing and all that. I'll show you all the ropes. Don't you worry, Shroomates. I'll arm you with all the skills to be Vroid specialists, Vroid masters even. I really want you to all like 3D. My 3D VTubing agenda perseveres, but I'm looking forward to getting to do that on Friday. And I might get to teach us a little bit of just little Blender things you can do to take your model the extra mile. If we have time, potentially. We'll see. Yeah. Solar Sniper, thank you for following too. Pretty much a big inspiration for me with my own 3D design, 3D generalist. Oh, hell yeah! I am also, I don't think I'm a 3D generalist. I mostly do stylized 3D modeling. My high poly model I have for myself is an outlier. I usually do voxel models, low poly models, silly stylized stuff mostly. I don't like high poly. It's so stressful. It's so much to manage, but I love the way it looks. They turn out so nicely. I have so much respect for people who can do them with swiftness and with not psychic damage. Yeah, 3D so versatile. 3D for the win. Absolutely. Texture work in Vroid is tedious. We do a basic texture, export it, and edit an art program. Yeah, that's kind of what I do too, more or less. It's better than Blender though. Blender by default, I will say, Blender by default sucks trying to do texturing, and you gotta get like a bunch of plugins to make it even remotely feasible to texture in Blender. I say as if I didn't just texture an entire model exclusively in Blender yesterday. But it is still good, yeah. Might actually be easier to make a persona in Vroid. Maybe. Well, I'll train you guys and give you the tools on Friday. Then Monday we'll resume with our crits as we had started today. I thought I'd finish them. Those of you who are non-believers, you were right. Granted, we had a miscount by 2, which did throw off my confidence maybe, and my thought that maybe I would be able to get through all of them. But I still think it would have been too many, even if that wasn't the case. So we have 4 fellas for next Monday. Oh, I see you, Lucky Poppy. I'm so sorry. You were one of the final 4 to donate. So actually, you were the last person to donate, even, which we still appreciate. We still love to see it. But unfortunately, that is a next Monday situation. So you, Moss Cake, Zany, and Evan. Next Monday. Yeah, non-believers eating. Non-believers got paid, I guess. Non-believers got not a lot of money because there weren't many of you who voted. 5.7K. Whoa, went to 10 people. You guys must be rich now. Jeez. Oh boy. Well, congrats. And on this note, I need to go hang out with my Joby. I need to go hang with my Joby and also eat some dinner. I am very hungry and I need to take another ibuprofen. My cramps are getting shabad. But thank you all for hanging out with me today. Thank you for all the good feedback as per usual. Thank you to everyone who donated last week as well. Yay! I will see you guys on Thursday, and I'll try and upload our edits tomorrow and maybe Wednesday if I can at all. Runic Fiend, thank you for following. YouTube, I will say, shrew me later. Bye, YouTube. Bye. Shrew me later. Bye-bye. And now,